Levi Finn. There you
Yes.
go. Watch out for that man. Was Rookie of the Year last year, and a lot of people have been saying a lot about him.
Because we are online, I can see over to my right-hand side, a lot of people in the Twitch chat are saying, somebody is muted. I don't know who it is. If you can hear me, I hope you can. If you can hear the two guys above me, hopefully so. If not, we are remote. We'll try and figure out all of the issues as soon as we can get it. Alex, I think it was you, mate. I don't think we could get you. Have we got you now? Ow. Ow.
We got him. We got him.
Tournament. It's a hotbed of FIFA esports action. Not a cold bed, a hotbed. How excited are you to be here for the Virtual Bundesliga finals? Yeah, absolutely. You can see the timer, the local time there in the bottom corner, 11:48 a.m. The first game's scheduled to kick off about 12:15, 11:15 if you're watching in the UK. So we've got a bit of time to tell you about the Virtual Bundesliga, maybe bring you up to date with what you might have missed so far this season. I think it's important to start with the players who we're going to have today and the guys who will be playing in the Virtual Bundesliga. Because there's some great Al, I think we're having a few problems with your mic. We'll get it sorted very quickly. I'm not going to come to you. Brandon, talk to me about the Virtual Bundesliga, because this is the first group that we're going to be seeing this morning.
Yeah, so I'll take you through it. It's an interesting story this time round for the Virtual Bundesliga, because there's 32 players in total. 16 made it from the Virtual Bundesliga Club Championship. That is a sort of bi-season long format where basically all the clubs in the Bundesliga will play a very simple 90 rated head-to-head mode with their respective clubs. No surprise who came out as champions there this time round. It was RB Leipzig, Anders Vergang, the Gaucho, Umit, the list goes on. What a talent, what a team they are, hence why he's qualified. Then the other 16 players had to go through the Virtual Bundesliga Open, which is basically an open bracket FIFA Ultimate Team Bundesliga-esque tournament. And that's where we found the likes of Dullen Mike in there too. I sent a player to watch out for. He was the rookie of last year. He won the award. It was Levi Finn, the main man in the centre. Expect some other names in there. The Gaucho qualified, as we said, from the club championship. Antonio Redelgia played in the E-Champions League. Sakul. We've got Daniel, who's fresh off the plane from Istanbul in the E-Champions League. It's another fantastic list of players there. As we said, 32 of the best here. Only one can be a Virtual Bundesliga champion at the end of play tomorrow. And let's not forget, Rich, we have got playoff spots on the line. Not one, but two of them.
Yep, playoffs and play-ins as well on the line for a number of our players. You can see the groups as they are split up there and the clubs they will be representing. Umit, a name that's familiar to everyone. He's in Group 1. Musti, not had the greatest of seasons this year with Focus Clan. He's representing Leverkusen. You'll see him in action. Don't worry, it's not Nicholas Razek. It's Nicholas Rank for Bayern Munich. A couple of other names that you might be familiar with. Henning, serious FIFA talent. Kamal for FC St. Pauli. And we can't forget about this man, Brandon. Timo Sepp. Obviously, he's been a legend in the FIFA esports scene. A little bit of... We can go down these tangents. We can give you these stories because we've got a bit of time, Brandon. Our first ever game that we commentated, FIFA esports, it was Timo. It was Timox up against Salzor, Berlin 2017. Over 6 years ago. Always great to see him in action, Brandon.
Yeah, what's more important on that, Richard? He's up against his former club potentially later on in the bracket. We see Wolfsburg on that side. Keep in mind as well, we will play Group 1 first and foremost today here at the Virtual Bundesliga, and then we'll play Group 2 a little bit later on this afternoon. So good news, we're kicking off the day with potentially Focus Musti against RB Leipzig Umit. We've got, as we said, Dullen Mike in that side of the bracket too. But then our second part of today, we'll see the Gaucho in action. We'll see Levi Finn. The list goes on. So many names. We can also see the Twitch chat as well. So if you are watching on Twitch, give us a hello right now. We can see loads of you in there. We'll have as many conversations as we can today with you guys, from Bundesliga pack luck to team of the season in general, foot champions, all generic FIFA topics and FIFA Pro topics. So say hello in the chat, and I'm sure we'll be reading out some of those messages today.
Well, let's bring us back because for the third time, and hopefully the third time lucky, we are joined by Alex B, official. Alex, how are you feeling coming into today?
They'll say muted. I bet they'll still say muted.
Yeah, I think it is a positive. I also missed the polo.
I actually can't hear him still. I still can't hear him.
I missed the polo vibe from you two. We got a golf tournament later on today, but unfortunately, I don't know if I'll get there in the denim jacket. Brandon, we've just come up on the back of a big event, the E-Champions League. We were live over in Istanbul. We flew straight back. And there was a couple of players who we've seen today in action at the E-Champions League. Do you? Yeah, Alex, go away, mate. Go and get yourself some breakfast. Fix your microphone. Do you think that it will be maybe a detriment that you've just come off the back of it? Granted, you're now playing with a completely different team. You're playing in vastly different in a different scenario. I mean, for the players who made it to the E-Champions League, no E-Champions League final tickets available because you've had to come straight back over to Cologne for the final. How do you think those players are going to fare? We can see one of them in action in our next match in Umut.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll be brutally honest to you. I spoke to him 72 hours ago in Istanbul, and I said, look, yes, you're at the E-Champions League. Yes, it feels terrible right now, but you've got a Bundesliga to go into. You know, you lost in the final last year. Many will know what happened after that. He went and became world champion a few months later. He said, I'll be honest, Brandon, I do feel deflated. I've got to go back to Germany to play in this championship, which I'm excited to do, of course I am. But then you are right. Unfortunately, the likes of Daniel, HSV Daniel, and the likes of Umit, they can't go to the Champions League final, which I believe they did get tickets for qualifying for the ECL final. So unfortunately, the dates have been a little bit bad on their part there. But look, they've got a €100,000 FIFA tournament to play in. This is Umit's team, by the way. We will be speaking a lot about these teams today. Bundesliga, Ultimate Team of the Season squad restrictions. You are allowed to use one FUT hero, and you are allowed to use one German icon. Also, it's worth pointing out as well, Rich, only 2 players from the same club is allowed. For example, Frimpong Diaby, you're not allowed any more Bayer Leverkusen players and so forth, with especially Bayern Munich, with all the team of the seasons they've had this year. You can only use 2 of them. The choices he's gone for there is Sadio Mane and Alphonso Davies. So lots of talk to be had about the squad restrictions and the FUT squads there. Expect to see the same icon. Expect to see the same FUT heroes across the board. But for Umit, yes, he felt disappointed a couple of days ago, but he has to change that mindset now and try and get himself to a grand final.
No, yeah, I absolutely agree with what you're saying there. I was just saying that I like that team. The more I look at it, I think it's got a really nice balance. The icon pick is somewhat straightforward. I'm getting a phone call. I don't know if Alex B is ringing me to get involved on the broadcast. He wants to do it by phone. We can forget about that. We've got the Virtual Bundesliga to get to.
I tell you what, Rich, I can't wait to Alex's welcome intro for the 4th time. I'm learning it off by heart. We have got Alex B with us here for the broadcast. But here we got a walk-ins. This is Group 1, live from Cologne in Germany right now. We might be here in England, but these are the 16 players, Rich, and they're all coming out into the studio in Cologne live.
Yeah, absolutely. You start to see that stadium and the staging there in Cologne as we welcome out Kamal, very, very good player. I'm expecting him to have a good tournament in his own right here.
He'd actually get in the E-Champions League group stages, Kamal.
He did. Henning, one of the better prospects, you would say, from this region. I was speaking to JDemon9 last night, having a little catch-up, and he said he fancies Henning to have a very, very good tournament. And that's a man that I can always trust, JDemon9.
Here's Mark from Bayer Leverkusen. He came through the Open qualifier, and he's got quite a few fans in the building as well. We love that. Someone who doesn't need any introduction. Had an unbelievable running in last year's E-Champions League. It's Denny 10 of Stuttgart. 16 players are in this first group of play.
I'm hearing through the grapevine that Alex Bean might be back. Al, are you there? Alex, I've just heard that he's still broken, so we'll come back to you later on.
You can have a barbecue, mate. I'll catch you later.
What he did say, chat, when I asked him the question, I said, Alex, can we hear you? He said, yeah, I'm here loud and clear. I'm looking forward to the Virtual Bundesliga. If not, I'm getting the barbecue set up in the garden. As we welcome Nicholas Rank to the
There's a potential
stage.
story here as well, Rich. We've never seen Bayern actually win the Virtual Bundesliga. Is there potentially a chance through this player here? He came through the open. He said it's not Nicholas Razek. Nicholas Rank. I believe we are pretty much there, but there are 4 players that will be playing on main stage to kick things off today. And here they come very shortly indeed. First and foremost, Focus Musti. Normally a man that's played for SC. Poorly in past times.
Great player as well. I think probably a bit disappointed with him this year. So this is a good opportunity to resurrect your season, and that's the beauty of the virtual leagues as well. You can maybe have a poor FGS season. If you can really hone in on a virtual league, you can start to something out of maybe what could have been quite a dismal FIFA competitive year.
Oh, absolutely. Well, here's the big man. Fresh off the plane from Istanbul, everyone will be keeping an eye on him. RB Leipzig Club Championship winner. Top 6 in an E-Champions League. And we cannot forget, it doesn't get spoken about enough, Richard. This man is a world champion.
Yeah, the best player in FIFA 22, and he's been in fine form in FIFA 23 as well. Speaking of champions, the reigning, defending Virtual Bundesliga champion from Freiburg, Cologne, Mike, taken to the main stage.
One that I have lots and lots of confidence in, along with my microphone right now, Mr. Richard Buckley.
Alex, I believe you are there. Let's welcome him back. Al, come join us. Join us back on the broadcast, because if we've got you, I want to hear your wisdom. You look quite confident there, sorry, said Brandon Dullen, Mike, walking out to the stage. Al, I'll get to you in a second, Brandon. Alex, how are you? Are you there?
I am doing absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic, Mr. Richard Buckley. But Dollar Mike, we saw him for the 4th time. I was saying, I'm not going to bore you with it. I was saying that I'm looking forward to seeing if he can go back to back, if he can get that trophy again.
Yeah, absolutely. You saw the players walk out there, Brandon. We still got 10 minutes to sort of preview this upcoming round. Dullen Mike, great player. I think probably seasons. I mean, he's won big tournaments, big European tournaments. He's won virtual leagues. He has competed across all facets of FIFA esports, nationally, club, and individually. I think this would cement himself as that sort of next level up. He would go up the ladder once again if he was to defend and go back to back in the Virtual Bundesliga.
Absolutely. I mean, look, if you remember last year's final, Rich, it was a ridiculous grand final. Went end-to-end between the 2 players. And correct me if I'm wrong, last year we played the Virtual Bundesliga both on Xbox and on PlayStation. This year it is all on PlayStation 5, so there is no cross-console final this time round. But especially for Umit, I just feel like for Umit there's unfinished business there. You look at the season he had, yes, it ended it as world champion, but had, heartbreak in a grand final in the Virtual Bundesliga, was not far off an E-Champions League win a couple of weeks before. For him, if he can go and win this game now, keep in mind for people at home, we've got the playoffs, the Global Series playoffs coming up roughly about 12 days after, 11 days after, potentially when it all finishes tomorrow. If you can go and win a tournament like a Virtual Bundesliga, a German club championship that he has done already, all the confidence in the world to take through to one of the difficult and the most hardest competitive tournaments of the season. Remember, FIFA E World Cup spots on the line for 24 players in that tournament. What an opportunity that is for that to happen.
I mean, not only that, Alex, but we've also got the play-ins next week where there'll be representation probably in this tournament who are at the play-ins. I believe that's next Tuesday. So that's even less of a turnaround, less of a short sort of exit from one tournament to another. Confidence and momentum are so important in FIFA sports, and I really do think that if you can pick up a good performance here, I'm not saying necessarily go and win it, just have a good outing, feel good about what you're doing, that can be almost as big as prize money.
Yeah, for sure it can. With the play-ins, if you finish top 4 in this tournament, you are going to make play-ins. But if you finish top 2, you make the playoffs, which obviously for everyone here, you want to lift that trophy. You want the prize money, of course, but making the playoffs is just something they're all going to be aiming for. If you get into that top 4 and say you lose penalty shootout, extra time, or in a very tight game, to then get play-ins actually feels like a little bit of a kick in the teeth, really, because to go through play-ins to then make playoffs becomes so much harder for you to do that. So for every single one of these players, the main goal is obviously, yes, win this tournament, but go and get that playoff spot, which we know in that top 4, if you make and get that playoff spot, you actually see players kind of relax a little bit and go, look, the main job is done. You know, we've got what we needed to get done there. Now we can go into that final and just kind of play with ease.
Well, I'm going to stick with you, Alex, because we've not heard much from you. We were in Italy not too long ago for the Serie A, and I was quite surprised by the majority of the level. I think the top players were incredible, but I think you could see those top players pulling away. Do you think we'll have the same here today? Do you think there'll be the couple of players who are world class will pull away from the rest of the pack?
Yeah, I think so, because every region obviously has your top class players and then players that are kind of breaking through, where this might not be their tournament to go ahead and win, but it'll be very much a learning curve sort of tournament where this time next year, if we're here again, we can say, look, we saw them last year, they've come through, and this is where they're then going to be competing. So there obviously is going to be that different class between certain players, but as it goes in FIFA esports, there's always someone that's a little bit of an underdog that manages to make that deep run into the tournament. So we'll have to see if that happens.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. As you can see, the admins on the stage getting things underway. We spoke a little bit about Dull and Mike. I believe we have his team that he's going to be using, the reigning defending champion. Let's have a look at Dull and Mike's squad, and we can start to piece together what he will be using in order to defend his championship. Obviously, these are live scenes here from Germany. And here is Dull and Mike's team. Brandon, you spoke through Umut, so I'm going to give Alex the opportunity here to chat through Dull and Mike's team on the screen.
Yeah. Players, I think everyone, as we said, are going to go for that Lucio and Matthias as your one icon and one hero that you're allowed to have. So many players are absolutely loving Munier at right back. 5-star skill moves allows you to tower over the opposite winger if you want to go for that switch play as well. Davies, we know how good he is going forward. Defensively, though, can be a little bit of a letdown at times. So you have to be mindful of that. LaCroix, though, you obviously want him covering Davies because of that pace that he's got. Absolutely outrageous. And Bellingham, I'm pretty sure everyone in the chat would love to have a team this season Bellingham in their team. Probably, in my opinion, the best centre mid on the game. He can do it all. He can go up, he can go down, he can defend, he can attack, he can score goals. And then Nkunku and Diaby. I'm actually Diaby in FIFA. I'm not a massive fan of. I feel like he's very, very quick, but the final product at times can be a little bit lackluster for me. But when you have Colomiani up front, you can cross the ball into him, you can play it into a feet, he can hold it up, play it off to Nkunku. Very, very simple to kind of go through. And then Musiala coming in from behind, having that deep runs into the box, got the ability to beat a man with a 5-star skill moves. Overall, it's a very, very good team. But then trapping goal, maybe you can look to exploit that, Richard.
Yeah, I think that trap could be the one. I mean, for me, it's a tough one, and it's the beauty of the squad restrictions being only 2 players from one club. I'd love to see Goretzka involved. I mean, I think he's an incredible foot item. However, just doesn't. You're not allowed to use him because you're probably always going to go Alphonso Davies. He's the out-and-out left-back in the Bundesliga. And it's then a decision, do you go Musiala, do you go potentially Goretzka? I think that formation, that the team that he selected also could potentially lend itself to a 5-back with Mateus dropping into centre-back as well. I mean, I was commentating the FIFA Nations play-ins, and obviously with England, they were using Goretzka as one of those third centre-backs in the back 5. So it's all about the versatility that it offers you. Well, we have gameplay, ladies and gentlemen. Alex B is going to take a little rest for this round. As of right now, it's going to be myself, Richard Buckley, and Brandon Smith taking you through the first game of the day here at the Virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals.
Yeah, well, here we go then. It's officially underway. This year's Virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals. It's live from Cologne, but we're bringing you the action. The EA Sports Twitch channel. It'll be Dolomite against Yannick. Past Virtual Bundesliga winner, actually. 2 champions going head-to-head in this first game. SV Freiburg against FC Augsburg. Round 1 of Swiss. It's very simple, this. Win 3 games and you're into the knockout stages. Lose 3 games and you are out of the tournament. Dolomite kicking from left to right in this first leg of play. Yannick from right to left. Keep in mind, 2-legged game, aggregate scoreline. While this one's underway, so is Umit against Antimax. That one's RB Leipzig against Schalke. I mean, what we probably expect here, Richard, is Dolomite to get his first win on the board and Umit to also do the same.
Yeah, I think anything other than that will be a bit of a surprise. We are playing in Swiss as well, so it's going to be a Swiss round. All about sort of just, we always say this, you don't want to peak too early in Swiss. There's no point going 3-0 or 5-0 or whatever we play to and flying through Swiss and then potentially not be able to replicate that the day after. Typically, you want to suffer a defeat in Swiss to learn from that defeat and then move on to the next round and try and obviously improve throughout the tournament.
It's a nice win back for Yannick. Keep an eye on that man today. Christopher Nkunku of RB Leipzig. Got himself a team of the season. Many have said he's one of the best in the game. Someone else who got himself a team of the season, Sadio Mane. Keep in mind, you're only able to use 2 players from each Bundesliga club. Hence why you are seeing a bit more of an interesting pick from the goalkeeper. As we jump ships very quickly. Antimax, Schalke against RB Leipzig. Umit, as we said, fresh off the plane from Istanbul of the recent Champions League, with potentially one of the first real attacks of the game. It's brilliant close control dribbling from Marco Reus to find his Dortmund teammate. Bellingham, Matthias building nicely back to Reus, couple of step overs and able to come any further forward. Special mention to Antimax. Has been called one of the new rookies of this season. As he looks to have his first chance to get the ball forward. Alphonso Davies, is there a cutback available? Does fall back very kindly. One more pass. Can Nkunku turn? He can.
Good save.
Kevin Trapp with his first real involvement of the game. Does it surprise you on the goalkeeper element, Richard? I mean, look, if you can't use a Dortmund, you can't use Emmanuel Neuer with with the Bayern Munich picks gone. You have to go elsewhere.
Yeah, you have to go elsewhere, and I think that's where who's the best of the rest. In all honesty, like where does that player fall in? No real icons or heroes in the goalkeeper position. You're not going to use Kobel because you want your Dortmund players elsewhere. And then other than that, Trapp is just the best, the highest rated goalkeeper available, to be honest.
I just feel like he's had so many team of the weeks as well. That's the Frankfurt man. Cross comes in, isn't it? Able to capitalise on that one.
Interesting that it still has to be a Bundesliga goalkeeper. I mean, in other leagues, we've had sort of that freedom to use any goalkeeper. or it doesn't really apply to the restrictions. In this, every single player is part of those restrictions. So it does add that extra spice, shall we say, to the squad building element. But the teams, you can sort of build a really nice 11. I think that's what the guys have done here. There's no real weakness in these squads.
Mane. Umit. Marco Reus will twist and turn in the box for RB Leipzig. Such a small area to work within, but he's still able to just rework the space, recycle possession back inside Diaby. Can Nkunku turn? Yes, he can. Marco Reus! And I tell you what, Umit, take a bow, my friend. That was so hard to move in such a small area of space, but just kept on moving it, kept on recycling it. And before he knew it, Marco Reus was just able to find enough space.
And he's another pick, Brandon, that not everyone is going for. Dolan Mike didn't have a Marco Reus item in the team. I mean, looking at Antimax's team, I don't see Marco in the final 11. He is so good. I've got him myself on my Ultimate Team account. I completed that SBC, and he is fantastic. The 5-star weak foot, the 4 moves. He's got a little bit of versatility that he can play sort of anywhere on the left. I think alternate positions, left mid, left wing, as well as striker. So for the squad building element, gives you that extra inch. And finally, the stamina has been altered, so he can go for a long period of the match.
Yeah, expect to see a lot of him today and tomorrow in this Virtual Bundesliga Grand Final. Half-time in this one, Dolomite nil, Yannick nil. We'll jump back if we can to Umit's matchup. That one's not a half-time yet, but Umit has had the breakthrough here. Let us know as well in the chat. We have got it up. We can see you. Your best Bundesliga team of the season, Paul. A couple of weeks back now. Unless you were lucky to get your hands on a couple of those ultimate TOTS players in the last 24 hours. Safe to say, my most packed player, Richard, was Werder Bremen striker of full Krug, if I've pronounced that right. I packed him again and again and again.
Yeah, Cobble for me was keen. He wanted to show his face in as many packs as possible. Just saw a comment in the chat. We do have the Twitch chat open. We'll be communicating with everyone here. Royce is good, but Hullet is best. Okay, speaking of Rude Hullet, we had the chance to commentate with him. Thanks for that very smooth transition. Great opportunity chatting to Rude Hullet, and we've got arguably one of his closest rivals in the central midfield position in Lothar Matthäus, being the icon of choice for pretty much anybody. It doesn't really make sense to use anybody different.
There is a discussion to have on that, isn't there? Look, not really an icon German goalkeeper, hence why you would waste that pick there anyway with the restrictions. Other than with Matthäus, you're pretty much getting the same sort of position as Michael Ballack. Other than that, you're not really going to take Gustav Klose or Philip Lahm for a spin, are you?
No, it's just not going to happen. I mean, the only reason you would do that maybe is if you wanted Goretzka and then you put Lahm at fullback. I think that's a potential avenue you could go down, but doesn't really make sense.
There's a chance in Nkunku. Was Dolomite there looking for his first sniff at goal still. Goalless in this one. Keep in mind every game over 2 legs here in the Swiss format. 4 rounds of it coming your way in this morning and early afternoon session in Cologne. Leo Mane looks to have settled well in Germany since his move from Liverpool. One of those players that did get himself a team of the season this year. We see him winning here in an interesting position here for Dolomite as well as a left centre back, or
Yeah, I think it's what we spoke about earlier. It just gives you that little bit of creativity in the squad lineup when you've got Munier.
Oh my days! Griffo! Just keep running! Running and running and running!
Talk about Munier, and Griffo comes out of nowhere. Just opened up the face.
A little La Croqueta into the shot, though, made all the difference. And it was one of those for Yannick. I think he was just waiting for Dolomite to make the extra pass.
They didn't need to.
Finally, we have a breakthrough. Dolomite leads by a goal to nil. Back to this game now. Anti-Max against RB Leipzig. Keep in mind, if you know how Swiss format works, 1 win to 0 losses will meet 1 win to 0 losses. Yes, there'll be a handful of players with those records, but are we at some point maybe going to see potentially a seeding match at round 4 today? Both players 3-0 potentially. I know it's early days, but could we be seeing another Dolomite game before the grand final this time round? It could be possible.
I'm not too sure how the tournament will unfold. I'm guessing everyone from Group A will the 8 players that go through would then match with someone from Group B. So more than likely, Dolomite, if they weren't going to match in Swiss, won't match then until later on in the knockouts, depending on obviously seeding. So maybe you want to get that Swiss game in if you're both through 3-0. So you can start to pick up on what tenders you might be facing later on in the tournament in a grand final or a semi-final.
Yeah, no, I think you'll be right on that. 8 players, as you said, through from the Group A or Group 1 session today. Should be matching up with the opposite group. It's worth pointing out as well, there's something quite interesting here from the Virtual Bundesliga. We are actually only going to see 5 players from each group go through today. Why is that here, you ask? Tomorrow, our first round of play will be the remaining players that are all 2-2 in Swiss. They've decided to leave it for a day and play it tomorrow morning. It will be tomorrow morning in the UK, early afternoon in Germany. So expect to see that. It'll be called like the deciding elimination round, where we're going to see pretty much a handful of players. I think 12 players in total that are all 2-2. We'll go in head-to-head. Half will go through, half goes, unfortunately, home.
See Anti-Max there, representing Schalke, just getting a few words of wisdom from that booth behind him. Turan coming onto the pitch for him. Another player, big, physical, can get in behind. Quite direct in his approach play.
Milani. I mean, many will know him from the World Cup last year in that final when France were desperate for a hero. He came on and pretty much changed the game. It's not one of those Frankfurt picks, which is allowed. He got a team of the season full of pace. Last 8 minutes. Leg one here. Let us know in the chat, who do you think is going to win the Bundesliga this year, the Virtual Bundesliga? Who are you backing? I see a lot of love for Umit, a lot of love for Dolomite. The focus guys that are playing have had a lot of support in the chat. Here's Dolomite. There's a player lock. Is there a second? He squeezes it in somehow. And it's the man that caused me nightmares when I packed him about 16 times in a row.
Volkrug coming to the rescue. Just to
really look at it.
Calm it all
really
down.
Look at the goals he conceded. Yannick's going to sit there and go, where have they both come from? These wide areas here. But you can't do anything about that second one. Secondly, the first goal, wasn't really much to it. I mean, look, it's a great finish from Dolomite, but kept running with Griffo, lacroquetted into a finish. What was the margins?
I mean, I'm asking serious questions about the goalkeeper.
But yeah, Kevin Trapp will be not wanting to see that one again. Quite some time. Dolomite leads by 2-0 here. Keep in mind, this is just leg 1 of round 1. There is still a second leg to be played. Bellingham from distance.
You get one corner and then that'll be it, yeah.
It's game over in that one. Dolomite with a 2-goal advantage to go into the second leg. Last year's Bundesliga champion. There is about 4 minutes left to be played as Umit was on the charge for a second goal.
You can hear a little bit of background noise from the German broadcast that is taking place in the background. I apologise. Keep us with it.
Hello, Anti-Max, last kick of the game, Bellingham! Game on!
Who else? Well, Jude Bellingham. Everybody wants him. Everyone wants to try and get his hands on him. And we can see the goal here, how it built up. Mateus just fired it into Nkunku. Little one round the corner. Under the runner. And Jude with a fabulous finish past the keeper into the bottom left corner. And that is how leg 1 will conclude here. A late goal.
The timing of that, Rich. Look, I think it was Lucio. He didn't mean to, but he kept Bellingham on side with that German cross run that we call it. Just kept on running. There was a little dink over the top. Team of the season, Bellingham. The ultimate midfielder. Box the box, can get forward, can defend well for you. And Umit sits there now and goes, look, I dominated a lot of that game. Now I'm back to a 1-1 all square playing field with a second leg to be played.
Yeah, I think both games that we saw, both featured matches there, they're such small margins. It was such small decisions. Mike running down the wing with Griffo and deciding to just take it on your own before slotting past the goalkeeper. And then that second goal, the player lock into Fulkrug, the cutback, just like a minimising the potential for error. I think that's the best thing that Dolan did there. He also kept it really solid at the back, playing that back 5. Didn't really face too much adversity, it's got to be said, in his game. I liked what I saw though from Anti-Max. I think there's potential there to potentially. There's potential to potentially. Yeah, good one. There's an opportunity to cause a bit of an upset here in round 1 against Umit.
Oh, absolutely. Look, he's been a breakout player this year, has Anti-Max, and he's shown exactly why. He's up for Rookie of the Year award. As we said, loads of games underway as we speak right now. I believe in total there's 8 matches all taking place. We'll give you updates as we can on the Swiss rounds. There is still a second leg to come up here. But Jude Bellingham squaring the tie. On the other side for Mike, I think the one thing we have to say about his goals that he scored, Rich, is that corridor of uncertainty. When you get down the byline, no matter who you've got, your opponent's thinking he's going to cut it back, he's going to cut it back. And in that moment for Mike, he didn't need a cutback. Lacroqueta, thank you very much, 1-0.
Yeah, you just stick it in the danger area. I do want to shout someone out in the chat. I believe Pod is his name. Just putting in song lyrics. Just not stopping. I think I've seen more Adele song lyrics in the Twitch chat this morning than I ever have in my life. We can see.
I mean, it makes a difference, doesn't it, from the token?
It does. It makes a big difference. And now I've got Rolling in the Deep stuck in my head. So shout out the chat. That was the first goal there. Castells, nothing he can do about it. Marco Reus putting Umit 1 goal up. However, we said Anti-Max was dangerous and there was chances that he did create throughout this game.
Absolutely. We are seeing the best moments from the game here. This was another one of Anti-Max's chances just after the restart of the second half. Didn't come to anything there. Lothar Matthäus going into the book. We are pretty much showing you all the highlights here from every single moment, including this one, the most important moment of the game. We saw the play get completely recycled. Lothar Matthäus punches it into the feet of Nkunku. Watch that ball there. Team of the season, Bellingham, right place, right time. Waited, was patient, and found the right corner of the back of the net to equalise with Umit.
Yeah, great finish. It's got to be said. Good game. I think when Umit goes 1-0 up, we've seen this with our own eyes. Champions League group stages, he just ran away with the game. And he ends up winning, I think it was double figures in the end. What Antimax did, he just kept him honest. I think that's the best way to say it. And always at arm's length, never let him get out of arm's length. He just there's fine. You're not going any further. And managed to get that goal back right at the last kick of the game with Jude Bellingham. I think Antimax, he's not only we know Ulmut's fantastic, but he's showing that he could be, there's potential there for this tournament. There's a reason he's one of the best up-and-coming players in Germany.
Oh, absolutely. Well, while we've got a moment, let's get the team of the season up of the Bundesliga. We'll be doing this a lot today and tomorrow. The full 18-man squad, including the top moments as well, if we can get it up for you guys at home. Let us know who you did pack out of this. I mean, I tried to get the full 18, Richard. Failed miserably. How many did you get?
I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah.
A few times in there. Pretty much anyone on the bottom two rows I packed time and time again. Moments-wise, got Lacroix a lot of times. Didn't find a Mane or a Goretzka, unfortunately, too many. Let us know in the chat who you got.
Who got
Bellingham?
My red picks were Mane and Alphonso Davies. So both very
not
nice.
Bad going, is it? Alphonso Davies, you just can't repeat an item that's that good.
Second goal there. I mean, look, if that's me, the goalkeeper's getting swapped. See Dolomite looking out to the audience there. Yannick did have an opportunity late on. Griffo twisting, turning inside the box. Back to Bellingham, but a good save from Kevin Trapp to send us into full time in leg 1 right there for Dull and Mike. If you are wondering what you're watching right now on the twitch.tv/EA Sports FIFA channel, this is the Virtual Bundesliga Grand Final. We are the international broadcast. Myself, Richard Buckley, Brandon Smith, and Alex B will be keeping you up to date with all of the rounds today. What you're going to be seeing today is 8 rounds of Swiss stage action. We'll be following Group A, Group 1, whatever you want to call it, for 4 rounds. And then we will switch over to Group B for the afternoon session. That's where we'll play 4 rounds of fixtures, 8 rounds of Swiss in total, 16 legs of FIFA is what you will be seeing on your screens today. Tomorrow we play the final eliminator for the knockouts, and then we run through the rest of the bracket. If you're wondering who is competing, they are your Swiss round competitors from Group 1 and Group 2. And with that graphic flashing on the screen, I believe leg 2 is right on.
Yeah, we're jumping into it as we say right now. Umit back in action against Antimax. And we will be seeing 2 previous Virtual Bundesliga champions going head-to-head. Dolomite against Yannick for Game 2. Very different match scenarios, this one, though. Being all square. It's back underway. Antimax in that Schalke strip from left to right. Got his spot via the club championship. A very decent outing there. No surprise. It was RB Leipzig, but once again, on the Virtual Bundesliga Club Championship. If you didn't hear me say it earlier, I'll repeat it again. Quite a different league process and regular season format in the Virtual Bundesliga. They play the first half of the season as a club championship, which is head-to-head 90 rated mode. Oh my Jesus, what a start! I'll be quiet for a minute. From one winger to another. Diaby with the step overs, puts on a plate for Marco Reus. What an electric start this is against the current world champion.
Talks about confidence, talks about momentum. One goal can be the switch. He scored with the last kick of the game, and he's opened the second leg in fine form. Ball played out wide. Alphonso Davies just in the right place to create that extra man run. Diaby with the step over speed boost, and Marco Reus simple tapping for Antimax.
Chance. Back to goal. Mane, great save from Castells. It's a gift. An absolute gift for Diaby. Birmingham will take that all day long.
When you look in, isn't it? Just an open net for Diaby there in the end. You can see the goal back here. Alphonso Davies yet again instrumental in the build-up play. Jude Bellingham into Mane. Good save, but rebound straight back to a white shirt, and RB Leipzig 2-2.
For Antimax, I feel like all the hard work has been undone. Just go back to the drawing board and go again. Has our other match kicked off? Yes, it has. Dolomite against Yannick. 20 minutes in is this one. Kicking from left to right. Current defending Virtual Bundesliga champion in cruise control here so far.
What that comfortable first leg has done for Dolomite just allows him to control the tempo and the pace of the game now. He's in no real rush to get forward. This could be a chance though for Yannick.
That's the score, keeper movement. Dolomite committed, Yannick waited patiently. Christopher Nkunku with his first introduction here. Expect to see.
First time ball over the top. Pretty simple in the end for Yannick. Right place, right time. And then once the goalkeeper movement came in, it was just a very simple strike.
Well, Yannick in the tie there. Swap places. Umit score. We missed the goal. Oh, it's always the way. We might see it on a replay if we're lucky. Look how close to the screen Umit is sitting, by the way. Here's the goal that he scored. 21 minutes it came. Alphonso Davies down this left-hand side. Marco Reus, the one more pass, made all the difference. Sadio Mane tucked that one into the back of the net. What a game that is, by the way. 22 minutes in, that was 3 goals already scored. Hello. Plays open up so nicely there, Mane. Wow, right place, right time from the Frenchman.
I think what we've seen in these two matches here is just as good as the mechanical brilliance is of the two underdogs, shall we say, in no disrespect at all. Umit and Dolomite expected to win their 2 opening matches. No respect, really. Yes, there's respect, but you're going out there wanting to win. You're not going out there rolling over and just letting Umit and Dolomite take the victory.
Hello. Maybe it's just offside.
You also know what a win against Dullin or Umit would do for you as well in terms of this tournament. It would just put every single other competitor in the Virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals on notice.
You only get 3 lives, don't you? 3 defeats, you're out the tournament. 3 wins, and you can look forward to Championship Sunday tomorrow. Nearly a half-time. That's both of the games. Well, half-time. Yannick did get a goal back. Certainly a lot more to come from this game. As we switch again, last stage of the first half here. Mathias. Mane. Punched off his feet, half-time for both these two here. And it's still in the lead after going 1-0 down, 6 minutes in. He's able to just find his groove.
Just want to try and catch the stats here. You see it on the left-hand side of your screen there. Between Ummer and Anti-Max. Possession slightly in favour of the man from FC Schalke. Obviously, we're not in control of what we see here. Taking the live feed from the Virtual Bundesliga.
And that's your main stage, you can see. On camera right now. Coach Daniel is also sitting behind Anders Vergang. But just a few days ago in Istanbul. As we said, had to fly back early. Couldn't enjoy the Champions League final tonight that a handful of the Champions League grand finalists will be able to. Business to continue with.
Okay.
For Dolomite. Was involved in the Champions League. Didn't make it, unfortunately, through to the grand finals. Had an incredible Swiss bracket run in the group stage into the knockouts. They were 0-2 and just found a way back. Picking his opponent. There's a chance against him now. As soon as we can, we'll give you an update on the other matches taking place in this first round. Griffo, the goal scorer of the first in the first leg from Dolomite, looking to again find all the space he can on this left-hand side. Mathias Mane, oh, that's cheeky from Dolomite. Oh, take a bow. That's what he can do on the biggest of stages.
Just loves it in that wide area, doesn't he? When it's down the byline, sort of in the area of, you call it the corridor of uncertainty. You can't really tackle because you might give away a penalty. It's a guaranteed corner if you do put a foot in, but you also need to watch the cutback, so you can't fully commit to that player. It's a real tough position to be in. And Sadio Mane, just a very simple, low-driven finesse into the bottom corner. Yannick with everything to do here if he wants to try and salvage something from this matchup. Spread out wide, the RB getting forward. He's been dangerous in the first leg for him, but that pass has got no conviction on it really at all. And Kevin Trapp with the easiest pickup that he'll have today.
Back over to this one. Royce.
Could be in on it.
Oh, and Kunku went down to ground. Referee said he won the ball. Bellingham. Michel and then Kunku together a couple of times.
He's in.
All the time, Diaby, you got to score, ball roll, outside the boot, easy as you like. This is when the gap starts to appear between the two players.
Yeah, the quality starts to shine. Just the space was opened up. He's so good at just threading. Like a sewing master. Getting that final piece of thread stitched through. Just delicate in his approach. And as soon as he's one-on-one, it's a very simple finish. The ball roll into the green time Travella past the keeper. (4-2), Umut leads. As it stands, Umut and Dull Mike both will be 1-0 after the first round of fixtures. We'll be joined back by Alex B very shortly indeed to run through the rest of the games from this opening round. Give you any full-time results that you may have missed.
A 2-goal cushion. He's 15 minutes away from his first win. Hello. Kicking through the game now. Varane, one more. Mane. Game, set, and match. The defending German champion was full of confidence ever since he walked into the arena. And he's backed it up. One hell of a performance in the first round of the Swiss.
Sadio Mane has been a real star of his team as well. Lots to be seen going through him. He's the final player that just putting the icing on the cake.
Not done yet though, Dull Mike. Just trying to insult to injury on this scoreline. Fortunately. Must be the end. Too keen on the pace there.
Oh, bless me.
Bless you.
Apologies for anyone who's listening with headphones. Might have just deafened you.
Anti-Max. He needs 2 goals in 10 minutes. Fortunately, doesn't look like it's going to be coming any time soon. A few people in the chat asking for the German stream. Search the Virtual Bundesliga. Online you should find the German coverage if you are enjoying the international feed here on the EA Sports Twitch channel. Be here for the next 2 days, giving you our overview. This year's German Championship Grand Final, €100,000 tournament. 32 players, only one can call themselves this year's Virtual Bundesliga winner. Looks like there's just not enough time in this one, Richard, for a comeback.
Yeah, he just ran out of steam, hasn't he, in the end? Anti-Max, unfortunately, the quality shining through brightly on the main stage for Umut. Not the most convincing of performances, but a win is a win at the end of the day. And he will start his VBL campaign 1-0.
Just thought when he conceded 6 minutes in, we might be looking at a bit of a deflated Umut, but no, if anything, it's very much the opposite. Move back home with a little bit of a taste in his mouth for revenge after last year's German Championship. That's his first win on the board for Umit. He'll be 1-0 for Anti-Max. He'll be 0-1. 2 more lives left, otherwise he'll be eliminated from this year's tournament. And on the opposite side, we've got a full-time result from Dylan Mike as well. I can see pretty much everyone on their feet here in Cologne, shaking hands and moving forward. Dylan Mike, is it game over yet? Controllers down? I think it could be.
Yeah, controllers down, headsets off. Looks like he's going to be wrapping up very, very shortly indeed. That's a trophy that they're all attempting to win. Umit 1-0 after one round of fixtures here. I believe we are very shortly finished in Dylan Mike's game. Once we get that official result through, we will bring it to you. But it's a good timing right now as we wait for the second round of fixtures to get started. To welcome back Alex B to the broadcast. If you are there, Alex, come on in. Is your mic working? Is the camera on? Let us know, sir.
Well, let's just say, Richard, we've had about an hour or so between that to kind of make sure that everything's running smoothly, which, yes, I believe it is. The result that's kind of looking a bit shocking for me, as I've been keeping an eye on the other games during that little break that I had, is that Dave has beat Focus Musty. So already, if you're Anti-Max and you're 0-1, potential chance that you're matching up against someone like Musty, which Focus fans are not going to be very happy with that result.
Yeah,
especially,
absolutely.
Just on that, especially then if you go and lose that again, then someone else is waiting in that bracket for you. On the opposite side, Umit against Dylan Mike, they're both going to be 1-0, Alex. Is there a chance that we see last year's grand final in the second round of Swiss?
There's a possibility, and that's the thing about Swiss, right? It can pretty much go any way, and you can match up against anyone that's on that same record as you. Dylan Mike and Umit both going 1-0. There is that chance that we get to see, as we always like to say it, a final-worthy game very early on in the tournament. So fingers crossed maybe that will happen. But Pipe Crew put in a very convincing performance. Didn't concede a single goal across 2 legs of FIFA, which we all know how difficult that can be. So congratulations to him to see himself go through. And also Henning as well, losing out to Kamal. Henning put in a good performance last year in the VBL. One of the players I was quite happy watching. So he's going to be disappointed to go 0-1, but definitely some interesting results in that first leg, Richard.
Yeah, Timo as well. We talked about him at the top of the show, picking up a win. Coming from that open bracket. Good performance from him. It's only early days, so we can't read too much into it. However, there's lots of games left to play, Brandon.
Yeah, just on the back of that as well, some of those people that are 0-1 right now. Denny 10, you argue that's a bit surprising. FC Henning as well hasn't had the best start play here. We believe most of those are full-time results, by the way. The gameplay still underway, which worries me slightly. We hope they're full-time results. We've completely got off the script there. As you can see, there are plenty of games taking place here in the Virtual Bundesliga. 8 games all taking place at one time. We have 2 matchups here. It's all live shots from Cologne. We are commentating in our own homes in the United Kingdom. But this tournament is live in Cologne, and the same home it was, I believe, last year. Crowned as champion.
And just to say, Richard, that you mentioned about are those full-time results or not, I think there's been a last-minute equaliser from Musty, which is taking that through into extra time. Because right now, they're even. So Musty has picked up a goal from somewhere. So retract what we said about Musty going 0-1. Focus fans, he is still fighting to try and get that first victory.
Yeah, there's a few games that I'm pretty confident in telling you. It was 3-0 up in his match. So that is all said and done against Eman. A player that we've seen this year, actually, Brandon, in a couple of tournaments.
E-Champions League, I believe.
Yeah, E-Champions League, to be exact. I mean, we know 2 full-time results because we saw them live on the main stage. I'm back with you. And one of them was Anti-Max versus Umit. Al, your opinion on this? Because you can agree or disagree. I don't think Umit looks super convincing, but he still got over the line.
Maybe he didn't, but I think that's something that we always say it about champions, that they get the results even when they're not at their best. And Umit isn't going to want to come out and just be unbelievable in that first round, second round. He wants to ensure that he gets those wins and gets through, but you want to peak at the right time in these tournaments and these brackets. We always say about that. So yes, all right, wasn't maybe the Umit that we expect to be, but he got the job done. Anti-Max, if you're matching up against Umit in that first round, taking that 1-0 lead, he was thinking, there's a chance here that I can take myself through. Onto that 1-0, obviously just comes short a little bit, but it's so hard to keep someone like Umit out.
Well, as you can see, we are not in Cologne. We're all over the UK right now, in our homes. We're not too sure what is currently taking place in Cologne. We can only follow. We don't have the ability to jump in and watch directly. We're just following the broadcast that is taking place from Germany. Before we go to a break, Brandon, I believe gameplay is pretty much all wrapped up for the first round of fixtures. I feel as though we'd be wrong not to talk about Dull and Mike, who made it look pretty simple in the end. Brandon, I'll come to you first. Dullen, I'm confident with what he's showing us so far, that he could go and defend his title.
Yeah, look, I think if we're being honest about Dull and Mike this year, we haven't seen him, look, by his own standards, go to an E-Champions League grand final, which I know is ridiculously difficult. There's only top 8 that can make it that far. This is the team that he's been rocking for those that are interested. But for Dull and Mike's own standards, every season for him has to involve a trophy, or at least an E-World Cup grand final, or at least a big day out in a grand final somewhere. He did it last year in this tournament. I feel like this is his to go and do that, Rich. And I think you saw just a snippet of him across those 2 legs, not just of the style of FIFA he plays, how well he's been using those wing backs in that back 5 when he's used it, but more importantly, just the flair in the final third, some of the skill moves. That third goal he scored was ridiculous.
No, it certainly was. And I'll come to you just before we do head off for a little break. You said you think Dull and Mike will go back to back. Talk to me about what he's doing so well, because we saw, I think, 3 of the goals that he scored all come down the byline, coming down that wing play. Firstly, why is he trying to get into those positions? And secondly, why is it so difficult to defend?
Just going to say, I didn't say he will go back to back. I said I'm looking forward to seeing if he can go back to back. Yeah.
Okay.
I think he's got the chance for sure. But yes, as you said, and that wing play, that is something that Dull and Mike is using. We saw it in the chat saying, how does he do that skill move? He's inputting the La Croqueta to open up the space and get the different angle. But what he's actually doing is shooting during that mid animation. Because if he lets that animation completely play through, there's a chance that a defender may be able to get there and get a block in. But he says, no, I've got the angle that I want. Now I'm going to shoot. It can be quicker than a ball roll. It can be quicker than trying to look for a little agile dribble. And that's something that he has done to perfection. The reason why he wants to go towards that byline and go into that area is that for the defender, you're saying, I want to put pressure on you. But if I put pressure on you and I don't cover the passing lane correctly, you can just pass it off across for a simple tap in. But then if you just back off and you try and cover that passing lane and you don't put pressure on the ball holder, Dull and Mike will do exactly what he did, which is the La Croqueta straight into that shot. And if you give someone like Dullen that little bit of time and space in the 18-yard box, he is going to excel there. So how do we try and stop that? You have to be aggressive out on that wings. You have to try and stop them from even entering that box altogether. But that in itself is so difficult to do because Dullen can just turn, lay it back on the edge, look for a driven pass into the middle, and that'll be all she wrote. So Dullen right now has got a game plan and he's executing it to perfection.
Okay, just getting the tips down.
You're welcome.
What I want to be doing. Fellas, it's been a great first round of fixtures. I just dropped my pen on the floor. I'm having a calamity in my office. The second round is right around the corner. Scheduled to start in about 15 minutes' time. We'll be back before that to preview what is coming up. You're watching the Virtual Bundesliga live grand finals. Hope you do enjoy the action. We got 7 more rounds left to play, and we'll be back in a few minutes' time.
I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, run it. I really feel it's my time. Think it's my year. Yeah. I really feel it's my time. Think it's my year. Yeah. I really feel it's my time. Think it's my year. Yeah. I really feel it's my time. Think it's my pen ready. Used to hold myself back. Myself was thinking.
she knew what it was, and she smiled as she said to him, please twirl me one more time and don't stop spinning me. Please swirl me in your mind so I can be a color painting that you'll look upon. Spin, spin with me.
Bring the drums
Run
in.
it, I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, run it, gee. I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my pen ready. Used to hold myself back, my self-esteem damn.
To his wife. Then he said, now darling, why are you crying so? And she whispered in his ear, I fear you won't come back down to this ground. And he said, I'll always come back to you. Just help me this once to get higher up. And he kissed her and he said, please twirl me one more time and don't stop spinning me. Please swirl me in your mind so I can be a color painting that you'll look upon. And he was off and gone. 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 There once was a woman lying in bed with her lover's head upon her shoulder. She said, my darling, you sound so faint. Don't tell me it's time, I just can't take this. And she told her, please don't worry, dear. There's nothing to fear in moving on. But there's one thing I'd like to ask of you. And she said, just tell me, darling, I'll do anything, anything. She said, please twirl me one more time and don't stop spinning me. Please swirl me in your mind so I can be a color painting that you'll look upon. And she was off and away. And she was off and away. She was off and away.
Run it, I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, run it. Ooh, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my pen ready. Used to hold.
I really think's my time, think's my year. Yeah. I can like that. I can get on board with that. Welcome back to a Virtual Bundesliga 2023 Grand Finals. Richard Buckley, Alex B, Brandon Smith, keeping you up to date with everything happening throughout the next couple of days. We are one round down. We've got 3 left to play in the, I'm going to call it early afternoon, because it's not morning anymore. The early afternoon, and then the evening session, we will have 4 more rounds of action from Group B. We're getting underway with round 2 fixtures, and this is where I like to focus on the losers. The people who have lost their first game. They're not losers forever, but they're losers right now. And how they bounce back. Alex, I'll come to you first. You've just played your first game. You're competing. You're there. You're in the midst of it. You're 0-1. What are you doing to bounce back?
I'm a bit disappointed you didn't go, this is where I like to focus, on to focus Musty.
Yeah, true.
That's where I thought that was going to go, Richard Buckley. But
I'm still
when you've
hyped
just
off the
lost,
singing.
oh yeah, I mean, it was beautiful. It was beautiful. When you've just lost your first game, going into 0-1, it's very difficult purely because, you know, on the back of your mind, you're thinking, if I lose this one, I'm 0-2 and I'm looking like I'm on my way out of the tournament. It's such a massive game. Now, in the first game, yes, you have nerves, but it's a bit of a comfort because it is what it is. But this second game, if we potentially lose and go 0-2, it changes the tournament massively for you. The games that we've got coming up for these players arguably could be some of their best FIFA they have to play today to just kickstart their tournament and get them going. Because we know if they pick up that win, they go 1-1 and they're feeling a lot more comfortable. They possibly could go all the way through into the knockouts. But for the players and for the coaches, this is not the position that you wanted to be in.
And would you have rather lost heavily in round 1, Brandon, or lost marginally?
I think if you lost heavily, you could be like, look, fair enough, my opponent was a lot better than me. Otherwise, if you've just lost in the last kick of the game, let's say a 90th minute goal, you're going to be absolutely fuming, aren't you? I'm coming in to this round 2, but look at some of the games. I mean, you can see it when you screen our next matches. There are 2 featured matchups. Both players, as you rightly said, are 0-1. You know, well-known players in there as well. Denny, he had a great E-Champions League run last year for Stuttgart. He finds himself in a massive game against Mark LDW of Bayer Leverkusen. And then A-Man, I think he had quite a heavy defeat against Umit, but he was in the group stages of the E-Champions League. That was only a few months ago. Another one of these German players from Frankfurt that just popped onto the scene this year. So look, some big games there. On the flip side, players that are 1-0, we'll be keeping an eye on those in the background. You're right to say, Timo, he's been in the scene for years, still grinding away. Plays for VFL Bochum now. He could be on his way to a knockout bracket. 3 wins is what you need, but for a lot of those players, it's a step in the right direction.
And do you believe experience plays a factor in these games? Talking of experience, we're at the other side of it right now. These are the newcomers of the season. In these situations, Alex, what's more important, raw ability or competitive experience?
For me, competitive experience. When you're going into these games and your back's up against the wall ever so slightly, players that maybe haven't been in this position before can feel the nerves. They can feel that pressure. Just someone like Musty, you find yourself 0-1, been around for many years, he might feel a lot more comfortable going into that game. But as if you've not been here before, maybe this is your first LAN event, maybe you've only done this once or twice, or maybe you've never been in the position of finding yourself 0-1 after the first game. You don't have any experiences to draw back on. What as if you're a very experienced player, you've been around for plenty of years, you can go, look, I did that 2 years ago, we overcame that, we got through, we made it through into the knockouts. We can do that again. Not having that experience for FIFA players is so difficult. So that raw talent, yes, it obviously odds well in games, but if you've got that competitive experience throughout many tournaments for that sort of player and that sort of individual, you can certainly lean on it.
It's also important, Brandon, to have someone who has been around the block, lifted the championships, lifted the biggest trophies of all in the coaching position behind you, and that's what Musty has right now.
Yeah, Stylo in the coaching side of things. Wouldn't be happy with that first start he's had, but you're right to say, Coach Mo Alba to a World Championship victory not long ago. I think he was actually involved in the first ever females sort of championship a couple of weeks back in London as well. The ECL Women's Cup there. Stylo, I believe, was coaching in that game. As we said, we are waiting to get our second round of action underway. There's 8 matches per round. We'll be showing you just 2 of our featured matchups here in the Virtual Bundesliga. A lot of people are asking why Anders is not playing. Anders is not playing because if you haven't seen already, the RB Leipzig squad is massive, and I think they have to give everyone a bit of their fair and share and play time. Umit, no doubt, does play, but it's the Gaucho that comes in as that second German player from the club championship spot.
One thing I want to ask right now, if we've got a little bit of time, can we bring up the team of the season from the Bundesliga? Because me and Brandon spoke about it earlier. I'd like to get Alex's opinion on it. We can see the team here. A lot of these items are what is featured in the starting 11s. The question I've got for you, Al: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 7 Bayern Munich players in there. Mane, Sané, Goretzka, Davis, Kimmich, De Ligt, Musiala. You're allowed to pick 2 with the squad restrictions. Either 2, Davis and Mane. If not, who are you taking?
Well, actually, I'm quite surprised that not a single person has gone and picked De Ligt. Most people are going LaCroix there, obviously with that 2-player per club rule. De Ligt, obviously one of the best centre-backs on FIFA 23. So difficult to get past. He's strong, he's good in the air, good with the ball at his feet, can do everything. Bayern Munich have got 7 players in that team this season. You let us know in the chat. If you could only pick 2, who would you have? For me, I'm not a massive fan of Davis in game. He's very good going forward, but the defensive awareness sometimes just gets caught a little bit. But if you're someone like Dollar Mike, who we saw, but he uses these wing backs so well that you obviously want someone out on that wing who can do exactly what Davis does. And then you say about Mane, I think he has to be in that starting 11 for a lot of people. Obviously, again, brilliant finish with a ball. You want to beat that defensive line. He can do that for you. Musiala, Goretzka, De Ligt. There's just so many options that Bayern Munich have. It's so difficult to pick them. I would like to see a De Ligt maybe in over Davies at some point throughout the weekend.
A player that I'm surprised we've not seen. Eating into the Bundesliga items as well, so it might not be viable for you. But if you're not going to take Royce, Bellingham and Guerrero, it's a great combo to take.
You're missing a key man there, though, aren't you, Mr. Richard Buckley?
Who am I missing?
Say that again. Repeat that again for us. Who are you taking there?
From Borussia Dortmund,
Yeah.
Jude and Guerrero, and missing Royce.
Oh, see, I thought you said take Royce and Guerrero, and you missed out Bellingham.
Oh, no.
Maybe
I'd take the
get
2
VAR on
midfielders.
that.
No, I'd take the 2 midfielders. I think the central midfield area is really, really strong. There's quite a few options you can have there. If you want to use maybe an Nkunku, if you want to use, you can. Everyone's taking Jude, Mateus, simple pick. So you've sort of got midfielders there. Musiala, if you go in that option. I think fullbacks, if you're not going to take Davis, Guerrero can do a job there for you. Even Angelino, to an extent, I think he got up to a 91 foot item, maybe an 89 in that area. But he's good enough to do a job at wing back. And then you get another Bayern Munich player. Then you can bring in a De Ligt, a Goretzka, a Sadio Mane, Musiala. You get an extra body. So as much as we've praised the team so far, I do feel as though they've been quite rudimentary. We've seen quite basic selections in the process. There's a lot more items available outside of team of the season.
Yeah, there is indeed. And as you were saying, Bellingham obviously has to be that man. And I think we will start to see some variety as we get through more of the players' teams. Obviously, right now, we've only seen kind of 4 competitors. As we get through the different rounds of Swiss, I think we are going to see a big change up in teams. You're obviously going to have the same hero and the same icon that is picked. The chat has kind of been saying who they want in their team, and I think Bellingham has kind of been that number 1 player, which so many people will have. But remember, for everyone that is saying, you can only have 2 players from 1 club in that team. So you can run Bellingham and you can run Royce, but you can have no more Borussia Dortmund players. But then if you wanted to go ahead and have one Wolfsburg player, it doesn't mean you get an extra for Dortmund, for example. So that where it is, the squad restrictions kind of come through. And I think as we go through, we will kind of see many different players come. And for me, yeah, Guerrero at fullback, and then let's kind of mix it up a little bit and have some excitement there, Buckley.
Brandon, the Virtual Bundesliga. You're a FIFA historian. You're a FIFA enthusiast alongside myself. When you look back at this tournament, how important has it been, in your opinion, to the growth of FIFA esports? Because it's one of those leagues that have always been, I said it at the top of the show, but so much talent comes out of Germany. And is it part and parcel due to the rise and the real brilliance that the Virtual Bundesliga has?
Absolutely. I think, look, there's not many leagues out there that run this long. I mean, like, the reps that these guys are getting in esports. What I mean by that is they've got a gaming room in their stadiums. They've got streams running all the time. They're playing in these qualification games. And for players, you know, compared to other leagues, there's a need to play. There's a need to continuously grind the game. And their calendar is so much more fuller than, you know, turning up for an FGS qualifier every few months compared to literally you're always out there, you're getting the reps in, so to speak. And look, I think any league that invests like this, you're seeing, you know, they reap the rewards of these new German players come through. It literally goes without saying, some of the new names we've seen, especially in tournaments when we can see 64 plus players there. We'll see it in the playoffs. We'll see, I'm sure, an influx of German names there. But in the E-Champions League group stage, for example, 64 players there. So many names from Germany. There was so many of these Virtual Bundesliga grand finalists that were there. You're absolutely right. Investment like this needs to happen. We've seen it in other countries like Spain and even in France and Italy. The German scene has always been the ones leading the way. You can think back to a couple of years ago, Rich. Remember those FIFA World Cup grand finals where there was just like a quarter of the players were German?
Yep. It just dominated. A lot of proceedings in the FIFA esports landscape, and I'm not surprised, to be honest, that they have had such a rise and such a good sort of spell. As you can see, all the stations here, just the way that even it's set up, the stations that are being used there, the players all having the TV behind them so spectators can come in and watch, the live spectators in attendance there. This looks like just backstage here, a lot of these setups as we go back to the main stage.
I think I just spotted a wild Mr. Dory on the stage with A-Man. It's his birthday today. Happy birthday to him. FIFA coach, commentator, and qualified for the E-Nations with Morocco recently as well. He's out in Germany himself. I wondered what he was doing there. He's coaching.
Right. I'm the host of this show. I'm going to do something a little bit different. Okay. We're gonna while we wait for this game to get started, you two talk amongst yourselves for 2 seconds, and we're back, and I'm gonna bring you something very special.
Go on.
Okay. Here we go.
Please work. Right. Rich is doing something special, if it works or not. We'll bring him back into the shot. I think I know what he's trying to do. He's trying to get his FIFA gameplay on the screen so we can. Here we go. Right. This might be the smallest box ever unless we make it big. But Richard Buckley, we've got a live shot of his FIFA Ultimate Team menus.
I want to talk about
now.
Mario Gomez, okay? And this is what I want to talk about, because he's a hero that, look, Lucio's there, but there's a lot of good centre-backs, okay, in the Bundesliga. Do we need maybe a little bit of Mario Gomez off the bench to give us something different? I'm just going to that. The game is starting, so the gameplay's underway. Forget about me. Let's get back to the game. Brandon, Alex, you two can take this one. I'll be back very shortly indeed.
Well, here we go.
Going on from that, Brandon, I think I couldn't have Mario Gomez because I'd just be singing the Mario Gomez song all the time.
I mean, if I got Mario Gomez in any of these Foot Hero packs, I don't think I'd be overly impressed.
No.
But I love that little segment. He's made it his own. Richard Buckley will catch him very soon. We're underway for our second round of play here. Right for the Virtual Bundesliga. And you know what? He's back now, Richard Buckley. I'll let you take this one. Alex B, Richard Buckley taking you through round 2 of the Swiss rounds in the Virtual Bundesliga.
Yeah, thank you very much, Brandon. We are underway. Mark and Denny will be your featured game here in the losers, 0-1 game, should I say. We're not in a losers bracket yet. Still in the Swiss rounds of action. Mark from left to right, all in red. And from right to left, in the white strip with red trim, will be Denny. Apologies if you did see a little black screen there for a few seconds. The power of the technology. We did get there in the end, and we did speak a little bit about Mario Gomez and more segments like that throughout the day.
Well, I mean, I was saying to Brandon Buckley, Mario Gomez, yeah, very good player. You want to whip the ball in, he's there on the header. Strong, physical. And if you score with him, you get to sing the Mario Gomez song.
You do. Which
you know which one I'm talking about?
Mario Gomez. Mario Gomez. That one?
That's it. That's it. That's the one. Whoever thought on a Saturday afternoon we would have Richard Buckley singing Mario Gomez for us, chat? Right now, we have a goal that has gone in. Hopefully, I'll get a replay on that. There was a goal. I'm not too sure who for, but we will go ahead and see that very shortly. We're back in Musty main right now. Musty finds himself 0-1. Focus fans hoping he can get the job done. Mane, that is the goal at the near post. Beautiful. My man who manages to put himself one to the good. The Lacroqueta finding Mane. Goalkeeper, not much of a chance on that near post. Musty though. 0-1 and already finds himself with his back up against the wall. Goretzka comes across strong, taking that one away from Mane.
Yeah, I'm back, Alex. I'm just having a couple of technical issues on my end. But I am here with yourself to run through these games. Musty, it's just not been clicking for him at the moment. It's got to be said.
No, it's not. He's got the experience though to brush it off and find his way. It's 2 legs of FIFA. We know the first leg yet can be a shaky start. You've got plenty of action to try and pull yourself back into in that second leg. But Ayman's just moving very well right now with the ball at his feet. The skill moves and the ability to back himself. I'm liking.
Yeah, he's playing really well. It's got to be said. I mean, we're seeing a good sort of level of performance. I think Musty, he's such a confidence player and such a momentum player. When he gets going, I think there's not a lot better. But, I mean, this year in general, it's just not really clicked for him. Chance there, great. Oh, it's missed. About to say great finish.
No attempt at the time finish there from Musty. Driving through. Mane, you're just backing that to finish, right? You didn't want to go for that open up the body, finding the bottom side of the corner. Goes for that near post on the Trivella. Correct me, actually, I will come back on that. He did try to time it, Buckley, but unfortunately it was a little bit too late. Comes in with that white time finish. Chance goes begging.
Those small margins. And again, it's the confidence. A confident Musty flowing probably times that shot.
Yeah, he does. I've played against Musty a few times in Rivals, and every time I have played him, it's not been pretty. And when he gets flowing, when he gets in that groove, he's one of the most difficult players to stop. He just scored goal after goal after goal.
Well, live shots here from Denny and Mark. All the games that you're seeing right now on the screen are 0-1. For some of your fan favourites at home, Emmett, Dullard and Mike, they won their opening game. And we'll give you the results of their match after the conclusion here of round 2. Thank you for joining us. What's going to be an action-packed day of FIFA eSports. Great build-up play. Lucio with a good tackle at the back. I know I was speaking about Mario Gomez, but no one's going to play him because you only get one hero, and it's always going to be Lucio.
Maybe you can have a word with someone if they're looking good for knockouts. Got Lucio, Mario Gomez in. Have a little bit of a good time seeing that. But it's finding it interesting that we're seeing a 5 at the back here from Denny. It works so well for you to drive the byline, switch the play. For Mark, when you're playing against that 5 at the back, it all comes on how quickly can you hit on the counter. Can you try and isolate those 3 centre-backs? They're spread so wide when Denny has that ball. But obviously, when you don't hit on the counter, you give the opponent time to get their numbers back. Look at it right now. There is white shirt after white shirt after white shirt. It makes it so much tougher to break down.
We're just seeing the prominence of the 5 as well, the back 5. 4 in front. It sort of lends itself to these Bundesliga teams. And you've got players like Alphonso Davies who maybe could be exploited as a left back, but as a left wing back, just do such a good job at getting forward and getting involved in those attacks, similar to Guerrero, similar to Griffo. These items who are just such well versed in so many different areas of the pitch. Wing back is their role, as you see. Eman using Angelino, meaning that Alphonso Davies more than likely will not be in the team. At left back, that is. And Leon Goretzka into midfield. So we do know what we're talking about sometimes.
As we said, the more games we go through, the more teams that we see. I'm sure we'll see some variety in the squads. You making the big call, Angelino. Let's get him in at wing back. And your wish is granted.
I think it frees up the midfielders, and the midfielders such as Jude Bellingham as he just walks past the goalkeeper. Oh, I've got so many questions about the keeping.
I was about to say, Musty's he's bottled it. He got in, and he just looked like he just didn't want to shoot or heel to ball roll past him. Do you know what he just says? He goes, yeah, I'm just going to sprint past you, Trap, and put that one through. Goalkeeper definitely needing to do better there, not making himself big and strong, and that is a vital goal for Focus Musty.
He got caught in a trap, the keeper. Not knowing which way to go. It's going to be a long day. Plenty more of those to come.
Always.
Angelino linking up with Mane. Couple of step overs. Now when Kunku takes over, Lucio steps in, and that will do us for the first half of action here. As we are back underway between Denny and Mark. No goals yet registered. Been a pretty silent affair so far. However, we do have 2 legs to play. Musiala, what's he got? Green time shot, gets the rebound. It's falling nicely for him, but Odeki at the back, stepping in. You call him Odeki, I call him Doki, whatever you want.
I like the confidence there, though, from Mark. Musiala picking the ball up. That time in range. Green time finish. Not many players tend to go for long-range shots, which, if you do give a player of Musiala's quality that sort of chance, Mane.
Ooh, again, trap. Good save at the near post.
And you give him that sort of time and chance to pull that trigger. These pro players, they'll go for it. So already for Mark, you can take that with a bit of positive. But yes, it's been a bit of a cagey affair, but chances starting to come for both sides.
Diaby trying to twist and turn inside the box. The heel to ball roll. Only as far as Lucio. As Musiala tries to release Sadio Mane. Doki was the objective, if I'm not mistaken, for the Bundesliga team of the season.
He was indeed. 90 rating, 84 pace. 90 defended, and 95 physicality. But though,
yeah,
his agility and balance, 80 to 70, a little bit low. You know, players like Mane, if you're getting that 1v1 department to stand up and try and jockey him, that's just where you can look to exploit.
Rinsing, yeah. Did you complete the objective?
No, I did not, actually.
No, I didn't either. I was going to... Let's have a quick comment on him, but I've never used him, so I can't comment. Here is Diaby, a player that I have got a few reps in with. One of the most off-the-mark, pacey players in the game, and that's Musiala just onside. The flag went up, but it was for a free kick for the advantage. They're a little bit confused, Denny, there. Certainly caught us out when the flag went up. Beautiful play from Nkunku. The drag back fake, only as far as that last defender.
All I'm going to say is that if Denny's putting the trust in Ducky there at centre-back, I mean, he's 10 times the player that even me and you are, Buckley. I'm going to say that he's certainly good enough and up to the task for him to be there in that centre-back position. Especially when you have someone like Lucio on the cover as well. Even if he does get caught out on that agility and balance, you might find Lucio there to say thank you. Davis trying to drive down that left-hand side. Interesting that Lucio is the man playing that left centre-back role to kind of cover for Davis when he does go forward. 1-1 in the focus Musty Ayman game. Saw Ayman take the lead early on. And then Musty coming back with that vital goal with Bellingham. We are in that first leg. Both of these players are 0-1 right now. One of them will be 0-2. And 3 defeats in this Swiss bracket sees you out of the tournament. So that will be creeping into the back of their mind. This is only the first leg, though. As Musty drills that one through. Diaby. Nkunku in the box. He wants it. He receives it. The lovely Elastico. The shot across goal. We spoke about it and said Musty, when he gets going, he has the skills. He has the ability to take any player into those scenarios where you don't want to be. And a little bit of a breather now from Musty. You can feel happy with that 2-1 lead. But Nkunku, we saw it. Mane comes out to that wing. The driven pass in the middle. Diaby using that pace. The ball roll inside. Nkunku says, I'm not going to try and look for the man across goal. I'm going to tee you up. Look for the Elastico. And the most reliable finish you can find in FIFA 23, the shot across goal. Focus fans, very, very happy to see Musty take that one back. Beautiful, beautiful finish. And a great goal. Hello, Mr.
We always
Buckley
love a low driven.
Yeah, always.
No matter where it is. I think one tip to improve at home if you are playing, as soon as you get into those areas on the diagonal, you just hit that low driven, the goalkeeper can't really react to it. Still goalless between Mark and Denny.
It's where the goalkeepers with the saves with feet trait can be useful, because if you bring them out slightly and close that angle down, if someone goes for a low driven, you can get a foot on it. But when they're that far out and they put it so much in the corner and keep it low, it's so difficult for goalkeepers at the highest of level to get anything on it. You need to be quick on that goalkeeper movement to try and give yourself any sort of chance. This is going to be the last attack of this first leg.
Opportunity. Coming forward out wide, Alphonso Davies. He's been a menace. Frimpong steps across. And goalless is where we will find ourselves between Mark and Denny. Still got plenty of time left to play here. And Amen down to 10 men. But he's slowly getting back into the game at 2-1. Messiala. For Musty, it's all about exploiting that 10 men and killing the game off while you've got the advantage. You've got 30 minutes to go, and you're in a really good position to seal this tie before the second leg even starts. And just as these timings are lining up, Al, I think we might not have too big of a gap in between the games.
No, that we're not. I'm taking a look here from this that Ayman still seems to be in a back 5 with no striker, so a 5-4-0 essentially. Obviously, as he's down to 10 men, which that's going to make it tough. That if Musty finds the ball, he can just pass it around and just take time off the clock and say, look, if you want to try and get yourself back into this game, even though you're down to 10 men, you're going to have to take more of a gamble.
Bellingham, beautiful step overs, green time strike. Trap on that occasion with a strong left hand to send it out. There was a bit of contact as well, just as Jude took the shot. Didn't know if the referee would take us back. That was green timed, and another block from Ayman. Musty is knocking on the door to extend this lead and take this tie out of his opponent's reach. Munier dancing inside the box, trap again.
Musty's saying to himself right now, what has he got to do to get this final goal to put himself through 1-1? Because the step overs are coming in, the green time finishing's coming in, but Trapp is just saying, you shall not pass. We are going to give ourselves a chance, a fighting chance in that second leg at 2-1. And right now, to be fair, hey man, you're saying to yourself, well, look, if we can just keep it at 2-1 with 10 men, we go back into that second leg, 11 men on the pitch. It's 1 goal in it. Let's just try and shut up shop now, maybe for the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think there's a lot of positives you can take about being down to 10 men and taking a 2-1 loss. I say that, and I think I've just cursed him because he's 3-1 down.
Questions are going to be asked there. He's dribbling with Angelino. He's happy. He wants the ball at the back. He's going to take time off the clock. And LaCroix just kind of traps himself into a bit of a corner, and he wants to find the pass into Goretzka. And Goretzka's not moving. He's not dropping in. He's not showing for him. And then Mane on that heavy press, high up the pitch. You've got to do something different here. You've got to go back to the goalkeeper. You've got to keep it out wide. You just cannot go for that pass. That is always going to end up at Mane's feet. And Musty, yeah, look, he was doing the step overs. He was finding his way through. He's getting the green time finishing, and he wasn't scoring. Trapp was there. And then he can just go, cheers for that one then. We'll take that easy goal. And, yeah, we're looking very confident now going into that second leg.
It's a mistake that potentially ruins the game for Eman, to be honest. You 2-1 down, now you're 3-1 down going into the second leg. And not only, I think this is something that I often speak about that maybe gets lost in the shuffle. But not only are you going down 3-1 down, you've also let Musty score goals. So Musty is now, confidence-wise, on top of the world. He lost his first game. He's now feeling good. He's scored 3. He's looking to get a 4th and a 5th. And the scoreline is only half of the problem. The mental advantage you have given to your opponent is equally as strong.
Yeah, and we spoke about this before the game, saying about how experience or coming into it as a fresh player, let's say. Eman, yes, he competed in FIFA 21 and 22, but didn't make it in any events at all. 23 is his first proper season as a competitive player on the main stage. We know Musty's been doing it 2-3 years on the bounce, and that's just where that little bit of experience and composure comes through. And 2 goals down into that second leg. I think now Musty's starting to tick a little bit more in that attack and get that free-flowing football we know he can play. It's going to be a massive, massive ask.
Well, you just see, you talk about him ticking. You've not seen him pass the ball with this intent this entire tournament, in that first game at all. And now you've almost given him the tools to build the house. You've laid the cement. You've put the foundations in. All he has to do is go and stick some wallpaper up.
Or some tiles, maybe.
Maybe some tiles. Could be a nice wood finish. Speaking of finish, that's the first leg wrapped up here at the Virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals. Musty 3-1 up. On the other side of the stage, it is. Looks to be Mr. Dory in there, giving some words of advice, encouragement, maybe even criticism to get his player motivated.
Not sure if criticism, so to speak, but more so of just get back in the game, get out your own head. There seems to be a lot of conversations going on about maybe I didn't want to do this, I didn't want to do that, and that pressure getting to it. We saw LaCroix picking up that ball in defence, back, no one around him, and saying, I'm going to try that risky pass. And you put yourself into trouble like that. Dory would just be saying, look, keep things simple. Go right to the goalkeeper, play to a man, go long if you need to. But you can't give someone like Musty a goal like that because, look, you go 0-1 in the first game and you find yourself in a bit of a sticky situation. Musty's one of the players where you go, I'd want to avoid him. And you don't expect to play someone like Musty at 0-1, but that's the situation that Eman finds himself in. And 2 goals down with 90 minutes left to play. As you start committing more men forward, more numbers forward, Musty, look, he was flowing in that game. I think we can just see in that second leg, him hitting on that counter and just finding goal after goal. But we never know. Things can change.
Well, we do have the Twitch chat open. I saw a little bit of praise for you, Al, in there. Alex B. the GOAT from G-Book. He's a big fan. One thing I do want to ask you, to yourself and the Twitch chat, how important do you think that red card was? Was the red card the decisive factor? Is that where the game turned? Or was it going that way regardless?
I mean, you go down to 10 men in FIFA, you definitely look at it and you say, we've got that second leg, we'll be back on that 11-man pitch then. Let's get to that. And I think that's what Iman tried to do. He went into that 5-4-0. You don't give yourself any attacking threat or any outball, really. So it does make it difficult. And, there's no surprise that he got caught on his own press, essentially, by allowing Musty to come at him. You go down to 10 men and you're thinking, all right, we've got 20 minutes, 25 minutes left in this game. Let's shut up shop, or try to as best as we can. If we can get a corner, an over the top through ball out of nowhere to grab a goal, we'll take it. But trying to put numbers behind against someone like Musty and say, let's keep it to 2-1 and then I'll go again in that second leg, is so difficult to do, because you're inviting pressure, you're inviting the player to press, you're inviting numbers on. And as we saw it, 3-1 down, and obviously a 10 men makes it much, much difficult for you.
There is a few other games taking place right now. I can run you through those matches. Umut is leading 6-4, believe it or not, against Pipe Crew. You can see the games on the screen that we are currently... you can see the results and whatnot from the players. Kamal up against Nicholas Rank. 4-2, Kamal is leading against Bayern Munich's Nicholas. Timo and Dave drawing 2-2. Dave won the second leg. He's winning the second leg 6-4 up Timo. Anti-Max, we saw him in the last game, 0-0 after the first round of fixtures. And Kankos up against Henning. Kankos is leading 3-1. Plenty of games currently underway. If you are wondering where we're seeing these results, virtual.bundesliga.com is where you can catch all of the games and keep up to date with any of your favourites, Alex.
I'm rooting, really, maybe someone in the chat will agree with me here. I'm rooting for Dave. What name that is, your online name of just, I'm going to keep it nice and simple. Just Dave.
Do you know one of the best gamer tags, the PSN, you name it, whatever it is, ever, that went down as an esports player? Dave BTW. Dave, by the way. Even now, when I tell people there was a player called Dave, by the way, who used to play for Wolfsburg, they go, what, that's his actual name? That was his real name? Yes. Dave, by the way. You're watching the Virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals here in 2023. We had a few technical issues on the stage in between our first and second leg. The second legs will be ready very, very shortly indeed. Myself, Richard Buckley, and Alex B will be keeping you up to date with all of the action. But until that second leg is ready, we're going to go and get a quick drink of water, and we'll be back for all the gameplay from the second leg soon.
Time, think it's my pen ready. Used to hold myself
Well, apologies that you missed a little bit of the action here. We are back underway with the Virtual Bundesliga second leg of action. Myself, Richard Buckley, and Alex B in the commentary booth for you. And we have some goals already, Al.
That we do. And Kunku finding the back of the net. There was goals in the other game as well. We've missed a few. We apologise. I'm sure we will see replays at the end of this second leg and throughout. But Musty, 3-1 to the good in this game. Second leg, this is to go 1-1. And Kunku is so reliable on either finish, either foot, I should say. Heyman finding himself, though, back in, which the game plan would have been. Start strong, start quick, find that goal, 3-2, put that pressure on. Musty, all is to play for.
Whatever was said in the break certainly has a positive impact on him because he's looked really good from what we've seen so far. Granted, we've not seen a lot, but what we have seen
is a
been
goal.
A good performance from him. Yeah.
It's a goal, and a goal means good, Buckley.
Goals win games.
Cheers, Jeff.
Free kick. 23 yards out. Mateus lays it short. Goretzka, what's he got in the locker? Safe to say not a lot in the end as possession is turned back over to Musty. What are you doing there from that free kick?
Praying. I don't feel like you can really whip them in that well this year. So kind of going short and trying to find a man on the edge. As the defending team transitions back into their normal shape, you can actually catch a few players napping, as I'd like to call it. And you might be able to find that little pass in, little skill move, and then through.
Oh!
Musty, the step
What
overs.
a goal!
We keep saying it, Buckley, that when he's going, he's flowing, and the step overs, they're just instant. There's no thinking about that. There's no hesitation. The quick passes, Bellingham, Diaby finding each other, and Kunku in between two men. Reliable on both feet. As we said.
And do you know what it is? It's just that step over, you know it's coming. As we get to see it back here, it was a bad touch from Lucio. You know the step over is going to come. But what he's doing that people at home aren't doing, it's the exit of that step over. It's the slight body feint to the left or to the right to create the angle of exit.
Yeah, 100%. That allows you to just get that little bit of speed boost and dance away from the opponent. There was actually a bad player switch as well from Ayman. He tried to switch to his left centre-back, ended up switching to the left-back, which meant there was absolutely no pressure on Nkunku from goal side. So essentially, there was never going to be a block, and it was down to your goalkeeper. And when you're using these team of the season items, these top-end items available in the Bundesliga, Nkunku's not going to miss from there.
Yeah, he's one of the best, isn't he? Nkunku, soon to be Chelsea, the upcoming season.
Yeah.
That'll be a loss, certainly, for the Bundesliga, it's got to be said. Mark just seeing his way into the second half as it currently stands. We do apologise for missing some of the early action here, but we certainly caught it when it started to heat up, and that's the most important thing. A couple of step overs on the edge of the box. Reverse back inside, but doesn't fall to a red shirt, and Diaby will punt it into the crowd to get us into the half time.
And that's where, although I'm not a massive fan of Alphonso Davies at left back myself, he is so good, right? Because Mane's standing him up there and saying, I want to try and get past you. How do you get past a fullback that is quicker than basically any other winger on the game? It's a difficult position that you find yourself in. So unless you can commit Davies up and past you, it's so hard to get past him.
Looks as though we missed a goal. Well, we didn't. Must it 4-2 up, the step overs. It's the two red kits. It's throwing me off as we're going back and forth. But here we are. Did have a look over to the chat that is commencing. I'll get your opinion on it at half-time as Musty gets another one to send him into the ascendancy of a 1-1 record. And it will put Ayman down at 0-2, right on the bubble of being eliminated. And Nkunku yet again the goal scorer.
Ayman just finds himself switching all over the place. He was trying to get to a centre-back. He gets onto a man in the midfield that's not goal side, which meant Nkunku had no pressure. And then Musty says, look, if you're going to give me that time, I'm just going to skill past you. I can see that. Keep an eye on the blue icon. Switch into the centre-back here, but then it's back into Mane, into Bellingham. By that point, it's too late. And Nkunku says, see you later. Needs to be on that defender and standing him up and be ready for that skill move.
That's a bad right stick switch, is it?
Yeah, right stick switching, or maybe he's overestimating how close Bellingham can actually get back from the opposite side of the attacker. When you're not with a defender that's goal side or with a midfielder that's goal side, you just allow your opponent to say, look, you can do any sort of skill move that you want in these areas.
As we join back the action, Mark with a great finish to put him 2-1 up. Who else would it be? Seems like round 2 is Nkunku's round. Low driven past the keeper. Falls to the floor and puts Mark in a winning position. This is another 0-1 match.
Low driven there, so useful because the defender was slightly ahead, which if you go for maybe a normal shot, there's a chance of a block from the defender. Simply keeping it low and to the ground, we've mentioned it before, how difficult it is for goalkeepers, but it also means that there's a less chance of the defender getting any form of blocking. For those low drivens, potentially just tapping the shoot button, getting 40% or less power. And it is a go-to finishing method that a lot of these Bundesliga professionals will be running this weekend.
Mark looking to add another to his talent. Jude Bellingham, Mane, good tackle from Lucio. He's at the heart of every defence, but we've not seen him. I don't recall calling Lucio's name out a lot. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. We'll figure out throughout the rest of the 6 rounds we've got today. Alphonso Davies, he's been a player who's been keen in the final third as we join back here, Musty and Ayman. Ooh. It's the most simple yet elegant finish on the game.
Yeah, here's the ball roll past the goalkeeper. Ensures in those one-on-one scenarios where you can't maybe go for the chip, you can't maybe find that power across goal. Let's just take the goalkeeper on, take him out of the game completely. And right now, Ayman, I mean, we're going to say it. It may be game, set, match one. I'm not sure what coach you'd have in the background there that could say, look, we can pull back a 4-goal deficit against someone like Musty.
Anything is possible, but just doesn't look probable at this moment. As we do join back the other featured match that we're currently watching here. Sadio Mane sticking the ball into the back of the net, and that will tie us up at 2 apiece between Mark and Denny. Extra time, very well, could be on the cards here.
25 minutes left to play between potential of that. Bellingham finding it over the top, Richard.
(7-2) now, Musty leading. Getting a little bit misty for Ayman as he now trails 8-2.
Yeah, focus fans, I think you can maybe go and grab a drink, sit back a little bit.
Breath. Yeah, take a deep breath.
Musty. I mean, to be fair, Richard, going into this, yeah, you're going to be 1-1 now. To blow past your opponent like this, 8-2, scoring goals, that's just going to give you so much confidence in that next game. Especially as well, you're going to be matching possibly up against someone that maybe won their first game and then has just lost and is now 1-1 as well, and they might have lost. They're coming off that. You don't want to be facing a Musty who's just put 8 past the opponent, maybe more.
Yeah, he doesn't look like slowing down, really. Diaby trying to get to the byline. It's only 61 minutes in as well. Musty now will be looking forward at what is next for him. A match-up against a 1-1 player. Victorious in that game, you go within touching distance of the qualifying rounds. And Nkunku, green time strike, will go out for a corner. I imagine we'll be switching back to the other game in no time at all. It is currently in a pause. As I say that, we go back, and there has been a goal. Mark, 3-2 up. This is the replay of it, Al. Well, this was the Denny goal, should I say, to go 2-2.
Davis with that drive to the byline. Defender just letting Mane slip up him ever so slightly, and he's not going to miss from there. I made it all square, but Mark drills it into Bellingham, and Kunku with lovely footwork and feet. Pass off across, time and time again, and will sound like a broken record for probably plenty of times this weekend. We'll be saying it, the low-driven finish.
See that offside trap coming in there from Denny. Just about managed to get in behind there on that occasion. Did Mark. Across into the box, a little aimless. As Denny needs a goal with 16 minutes left to play. Davis, always the spare man, just offside, went a little bit too early. When you're playing this back five, if you were to play it, I'm sure you've made some YouTube videos on it that people can check out in the Twitch stream on the tactics and whatnot. How are you? For me, whenever I play or whether I watch a five back, the biggest area that you win the game or lose the game is with the wing backs. How would you be setting up those wing backs? Would they overlap? Would they be stay back? Would you have them more overlapping, inverted? What are you wanting to do with those wing backs?
The wing backs have to be on balance or join the attack. They cannot be on stay back while attacking. You give yourself not enough attacking outlet if you ran that five at the back with them on stay back while attacking. You can leave them on balanced width, or you can go overlap. Overlap for me is a favourite because that keeps them out on the touchline, and it really means that you've got the ability to look for that switch ball time and time again. The five at the back, one of the reasons, and the Twitch chat won't like this, but one of the reasons why it is so good is that, yes, it defends with numbers behind the ball, but when you get in that attack, you've got your central striker, you've got your four flat in the midfield, and then you've got that extra width coming from the left wing back and right wing back. The left mid, right mid moving inwards slightly to play off that central striker, and it actually gives you plenty of options. So you're getting the best of both worlds, Richard. You're getting a formation that is good defensively and strong in the attack as well.
That was the 7th goal there from Mustic. And this one was the 8th. We just saw it a couple of moments ago. Unfortunate with the tackle. Bounces straight back. And Nkunku at the near post. Yeah, it defends as a 5 with 4 in front. A back 5 with a flat 4. But it almost attacks as a 3-7. Like it's incredible if you can set it up correctly.
Yeah, you do need to allow yourself when you play the 5 at the back to actually transition slowly, I would say. So you let the wing backs move up the pitch and get into that final third. You don't want them on the halfway line. You actually want them in line with the opponent's defence. And then that's where you get that overload. That's where you can look to drive, lay the passes off across, have that big switch of play, and just give yourself plenty of options. With Ayman right now, I think just seeing that one out to 8-2. Got to reset after that. Put that one behind you. That's very difficult to do after that sort of loss.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I think the big thing for Ayman that he needs to do is just goldfish memory. Forget about it straight away. Move forward. Don't let that game affect you. And it's very much easier said than done, because it will affect you. How many times do you play champs, you suffer a big defeat, and then you go into the next game and you lose straight away because you're still reeling from the previous game? Imagine that, but on a much harder and bigger scale, is what these pro players are having to go through.
What did you say, Buckley? I forgot what you said there. My memory's gone.
It's the sort of banter that you can get throughout the next 6 hours. Jude Bellingham, last chance here. Lucio with a big tackle at the back, stopping Denny from salvaging extra time and penalties, and that will do us. Mark is on the board. 1-1. Denny at 0-2 has everything to do if he wants to turn around his Virtual Bundesliga 2023 season. You see some live shots here of the arena. Handshakes are in, and good sportsmanship all round.
Also, that's one thing about the German scene, from what I see, is that they are all great sportsmanship. They know each other so well. They play each other regularly in friendlies. They're one big whole community together. They want to win, obviously, against one another, but they also understand at the times of defeat just they're all together like a band of brothers. It's one of the reasons why I think the German scene excels so well across on that world stage is just that they're all there for one another. Yes, taking that loss is disappointing, but being good sportsmen
Well,
definitely goes a long way.
you joined us over in Copenhagen. When he won that world championship, the stage was flooded with German FIFA pros. Everyone was in there, wanting him to succeed. And if the difference between a lot of the other regions and I think Germany especially, I think you see it in Spain a little bit as well. If I can't win, I want you to win, and that's very different to. I mean, we know we live in the FIFA space. Sometimes it can be a bit selfish. If I'm not going to win, I don't want you to win because I want to see someone else win who I don't know. So I think that's something that definitely Germany is much better. It's a much tightly knitted group, and the community seems a lot stronger over there. One person who is strong in our community of three is the one and only Brandon Smith. Brandon, you had a little break. You're joining us back now. First things first, what do you think to the games?
I mean, look, some big results and must win for Musti. But on the other side, for Denny, he's an elimination FIFA right now, isn't he? He would not have expected this after, as we said, previous years and previous results that he has had. No surprise as well. Umit's found a second win in the tournament. He's 1 win away from knockout stages. Dolomike is about to see out I believe, a 4-3 win in his game, but I think he has just conceded, actually, so I think he could be going into extra time. 4-4 for Dolomike. I mean, look, Timox is in a 4-4 game as well. There's a lot of upsets. There's a lot of stories. I mean, I think the two for me would be Denny 0-2 and Henning is 0-2 as well. Two players that I thought would be in maybe a little bit of a better position after 2 rounds of the Swiss.
Do you put these high-scoring games down to the team selection? That people aren't used to maybe using a few of these items. They haven't got a Ruud Gullit, an R9, Mbappe, these unbelievable players that they're so used to using, that maybe it's a little bit unfamiliar, Alex?
In a way, yes, but these players also would have been doing their practice with this specific team. It's not like they've gone into this from using their normal team yesterday in friendly games. They would have been using these teams over the last couple of weeks because you've got to have that right selection. You've got to have yourself that little bit of confidence going into it. I think where we might be seeing a lot of goals come through, I mentioned it at the start, you've got an 89 rated in-form Kevin Trapp in goal, which it's very different when you're running someone like a Van der Sar in goal. And that's what a lot of these players will be running in their normal teams for qualifiers and other events. He fills the goal. He gets to every finesse, every trivela. The goalkeeper movement's quicker with him. And then you look at Kevin Trapp, it is clear as day. There's a difference between the two. So that is an area where if you are a little bit aggressive in defence, Van der Sar may bail you out. Kevin Trapp isn't going to be doing that as frequently.
And, I mean, we've been watching here, Brandon, a number of these games taking place. Do you see, is there a few patterns starting to emerge? 2-0, sort of starting to glide his way through this tournament. Dullen Mike, he's having a very good tournament as well. You said he's potentially going into extra time, but he's playing well. Is the cream already starting to rise to the top?
I think so. I guess you could say in certain moments, but if we're looking at front runners here, I mean, Timox looks like he's just snatched a winner there. He's going to be 2-0. I think Umit qualifying and being in the knockout stages by round 3 is something that we'd probably expect to see. Same would go for Dolomike. I think that's just gone into extra time, that game. As we said, he's 4-4 at the moment in that one. But, I mean, look, there's a lot of names there, Richard, in the nice way possible that we haven't seen much of in the FIFA ecosystem. And that's why opportunities like this in the Virtual Bundesliga is that best chance for a player such as Khalid, Nicholas Rank. What a chance that would be to go the extra mile of Bayern Munich. As we said, the team that have got the most team of the seasons this year in FIFA 23 Ultimate Team. But then Kamal, we saw him. He popped up in the Champions League group stages. He's been doing some great things. He's up for Rookie of the Season award as well. So make sure you get those votes in at the virtualbundesliga.com website there. Overall, though, is there any patterns emerging? I mean, Umit qualifying is probably the only one for me so far. And as you rightly said, ridiculous scorelines. It seems like everyone's finding the back of the net.
And you mentioned the newcomer of the season. These are the players that are up for said award. You can vote now through the Virtual Bundesliga sites. FC Schalke's Antimax, Hertha's BX Stip, FC Paderborn's Johnny, FC St. Pauli's Berkey Lion, and Julian from Bochum, all going to be up for that award. I mean, just on what we've seen today, I was very impressed by Antimax in his opening game. Didn't pick up the victory, but still a good performance. I think Johnny as well is a really tough customer in his matches. So maybe those two for me are the two that I would be looking out for in that particular award. The biggest award is who's going to be lifting the Virtual Bundesliga trophy tomorrow, live in Cologne, Germany. We'll be following the action over the next 2 days. Myself, Richard Buckley, Alex B, and Brandon Smith. And just before we do go to a break, before round 3 starts to commence, I'm hearing there is one game left to play.
Still a mic. I think it's still a mic.
Dolomite is in extra time, as it currently stands. We don't have the footage for that game, but Brandon Smith is intently watching the Virtual Bundesliga website. I am. I'm looking for all updates. The updates of it.
But we're literally there. We're literally there, as we said, Rich. I think we'll go to a break and we'll come back for the results.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, round 3.
twirl me one more time and don't stop spinning me. Please swirl me in your mind so I can be a color painting that you'll look upon. Spin, spin with me. I heard a story about a man. He came up with a plan for flying. He showed it to his wife. And he said, now darling, why are you crying so? And she whispered in his ear, I fear you won't come back down to this ground. And he said, I'll always come back to you. Just help me this once to get higher up. And he kissed her and he said, please twirl me one more time and don't stop spinning me.
I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, run it. Ooh, I really feel it's my time. Think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time. Think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time. Think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time. Think it's my pen ready. Used to hold myself back, my self-esteem damn petty.
So fake. Don't tell me it's time, I just can't take this. And she told her, please don't worry, dear. There's nothing to fear in moving on. But there's one thing I'd like to ask of you. And she said, just tell me, darling, I'll do anything she said. Please twirl me one more time and don't stop spinning me. Please swirl me in your mind so I can be a color painting that you'll look upon.
Think matter. Sorry, we are back. We are back for the Virtual Bundesliga 2023 Grand Finals. Richard Buckley, Brandon Smith, and Alex B. Your commentators, hosts, presenters, interviewers, everything in between, guiding you through all 8 rounds of Swiss today and what will lie tomorrow in the knockouts. I've had a little bit of a camera change because it's getting very hot in my office right now. Before we get the gameplay underway, we're going to play a very quick game of higher or lower in the Twitch chat. I've got a temperature gauge in my office here, and it's got a number on it. I'll give you a number, higher or lower, Alex B, than 26 degrees.
We're higher.
Brandon?
But it was 23 earlier, so I'm going to have to say higher as well.
Okay, we're in a bit of a delay, so I'll let the chat. I've got 50% humidity in my office right now, and I'll give it 10 seconds to let the chat catch up, and then we'll fire away with a number. If I don't see a higher or lower,
we've got a few people getting involved in the chat. They're coming.
There we go. Higher, higher, higher. I can tell you right now, and write this down because we'll be playing this in about 2 hours' time to see again. Right now, it is 28.4 degrees in my office. It is warm, and what else is warm is Elimination FIFA, because that is where we are headed. We've got a couple of games that are going to be eliminated, a couple of players that will be ending their Virtual Bundesliga season right now, and we also have 2 matches where players will be qualifying into the knockouts and getting a guaranteed spot into tomorrow's action. Brandon, I'll come to you first. You didn't watch that last round of fixtures, but you're stepping in now. Are you surprised by the players that we've got at the 2-0 and the 0-2 margin?
Absolutely. I think, look, to be brutally honest, right now, there's a huge chance for one of our games. You can just see it on screen there. Khaled against Kamal. One of those two are guaranteed to be 3-0 after round 3, and they are going to be through to the knockout stages. Nicholas Rank against Dave is a 1-on-1 game. They've won one, they've lost one. Umit's also in a qualification game. Unfortunately, that's not going to be one of our featured matchups, but we'll give you an update. And then you're right, there's people in elimination games that you maybe didn't expect to be there, like Antimax, one of the sort of newcomers of the season. He could be going out if he loses this next game.
And we had a bit of a shock result in the last round, Alex. Dylan Mike, before we went to break, he was in the last game that was taking place. He lost that game, so he is now 1-1. It's dangerous when the players that you expect to be going through 3-0, 4-0 start to fall into that danger zone on the bubble.
Yeah, but if there's one thing we know about Dylan Mike, last year when he won this trophy, he didn't have an easy route all the way through in that tournament. There was moments where he had to come out and dig deep to get through into those next rounds. So, look, yes, he's 1-1, but Dylan Mike, he has the capability. He's got Mark up against him in that 3rd round. If he goes through, gets that win, I'm sure he'll be feeling very, very confident for that. And I just want to say, it's criminal that we are not seeing Umit versus Timo, by the way. That game is just going to be so spectacular. I'm a bit disappointed, Buckley.
What I have done, what else is it is quite shocking, I managed to get the Twitch chat talking about weather instead of drops and rewards. People are saying how hot it is in their country or where they're watching from. The power of Richard Buckley as the host is something that cannot be understated. Brandon, we saw the games that are coming up there. I asked if you'd be surprised. I'm going to say it again. He's not been convincing from what we've seen from him, but I feel as though he is probably... There's 2 or 3 players in the FIFA esports landscape that are the ultimate safe player. They will guarantee a qualification. They will guarantee a championship Sunday. Umit is in that category for the last 3 or 4 years, going back to probably Atlanta, where he beat Tom Lees in the PlayStation Grand Final and went into that cross-console final. He has just been consistent. That's the best word to describe him. And it culminated top of the mountain last summer in Copenhagen, winning the E-World Cup.
I think we always say this as well, Rich. Like, there's a handful of players in there that are deserving players that earn probably fantastic contracts every single year, because they will guarantee you an E-World Cup. They'll guarantee you Championship Sundays, E-Champions Leagues, any major event they're always in the conversation. To have that level of consistency across multiple matches and so hard to do. And look how many players that we see were great last year that are nowhere to be seen this year. So to be that consistent and to have that much drive, especially after sort of already winning the best trophy of all, the E-World Cup, just shows what a player he is. And you're right, Umit, he can get through with maybe not playing the perfect FIFA, just shows how good he still is and how good he is compared to the others.
And just to add on to that, just to add on to that as well, we said that, you know, Umit didn't look great in that first round, but he got that victory. We didn't get to see the second round, obviously, of Umit. He scored 11 goals against Pipe Crew, which 11 goals across 2 legs of FIFA. We didn't get to see it, Richard, but that says to me that Umit is starting to find into that groove, and going into round 3 against Timox, you just scored 11 goals. You're going to be feeling confident.
Do you feel as though for a long time there was sort of a pressure on who the best German FIFA player was, going all the way back to some of the early E-World Cups when we came into this FGS era? For a long time it was Megabit, Niklas Razek, these players that were just so good at the top of their level. Mo Alba, 2019. I feel as though Umit has taken that mantle now, and I don't think this is any disrespect to any other players. I think he is the best German FIFA player right now in Germany. Yep. I'm going to say in the world, but it doesn't make sense because we're talking about Germany. But he relishes that fact. He's almost like, he's the aspiration. He's the person that people look up to and go, I want to be like Umit. Do you think that's a fair reflection, Brandon?
Yeah, unless another German player wins a World Cup or has a ridiculous domestic season, I'm talking, takes the VBL, takes the E-Champions League, and has unbelievable runnings in playoffs and whatnot, I don't think anyone will ever come into that conversation again of being the best German player, because Umit, like a world championship, that's a season-long grind, especially after like multiple heartbreaks last year, lost in a VBL final against Dolomitic, top 6 E-Champions League. There was loads of heartbreaks, and many FIFA players would be like, I'm done, I can't do it anymore. He just kept going and going and going. And we have to say, won on a penalty shootout against Nicholas in a $250,000 game of FIFA. Like, you can't hold your nerves any more than that against the Iceman.
Yeah, incredible stuff, and I'm sure that game will be living long in the memory of any German FIFA esports fan right there. You just saw a little bit of a glimpse of the arena. I bet it's warm in there as well. Looks like there's something just beating down in Cologne. Speaking of getting warm, we are getting into our 3rd round of games. No excuse for cold hands at this juncture in the tournament. Elimination FIFA or qualifying matches will be on the agenda. And to guide you through the 3rd round of Swiss, I'm going to leave you in the very capable hands of Brandon Smith and Alex B.
Thank you very much, Richard. And here we go then. Round 3 of the Virtual Bundesliga is officially underway. Why this round is the best, Alex, is because players qualify for the knockout stages and unfortunately players get eliminated at this stage in the competition.
That they do, and you're obviously going to be much happier if you're on that qualifying side of things. Being down there, knowing if you lose this game, that is it. That's your tournament done and dusted. It's always sad for those players as well, Brandon. Purely for the simple fact of, you rock up on the Saturday and you're not even coming back on the Sunday.
Absolutely. Well, let's have a look at this game. This is one of our featured matchups here. This is a qualification game. Win this, and in all honesty, you're playing round 4 without any pressure on your shoulders other than just a seeded matchup for who I play in the round of 16. What I want to talk about, though, Alex, is the fact that Khalid finds himself 0-2 right now, but outside of Germany, he's a pretty unknown player. Sits 458th on the European Global Series rankings, which shows you maybe how much of an outsider he is, but it could all change here if he has a top 4 finish in the Virtual Bundesliga.
Yeah, 458th in Europe. That's a player that's not going to be there for playoffs, play-ins, whatever. He's not going to be there at the end of the season, so this is his moment.
Oh! What a start! It's like he can hear you, Alex. We're beefing him up. And Jude Bellingham just takes matters into his own hands, times it green, just power drives that into the back of the net. 10 minutes in. He might be outside the top 100 players in Europe, but he doesn't care.
the first time over the top through ball to Jude Bellingham, just gives him that time and space out on the wing. But the massive part about that, he did a double player lock. He faked the opponent in to say, you got to put some pressure on me, then switch back, player lock again. And the composure for the green time finish, outrageous.
Well, there's also this game taking place as well. It's Bayern Munich's only representative in the tournament. Nicholas Rang, what is happening? We missed the first goal. We take a breather. And there's another goal straight away from Nicholas Rank again. These are two unknown players in Germany that have just come onto the scene this year. Both came through the open qualification. They won in the club championship. But Nicholas Rank, 7 minutes, 2 goals, Alex. What a start. What a game this is.
We're just missing goals left, right and centre here, Brandon. But what a start indeed. We said about how from set pieces, from corners, free kicks, defence, as they try to move back into their specific positions, you can sometimes find angles. And that is exactly what we saw there for Bayern Munich's Nicholas Rank. Putting himself 2 to the good. But Khalid and Kamal, we saw that early goal for Khalid. 1-1 back in at the equaliser. And this is Bellingham, the double player lock, as I was speaking about, to drive and then back that ability. That's why Jude Bellingham is one of the most fought for items on FIFA 23. Everyone wants him in their team, and this is going to be the equaliser. Kamal just slipping through Griffo out on that left-hand side, and Trapp palming that one out, unfortunately, into Diaby. Good composure, though, to work it off across. We have mentioned it a few times today, and I will keep reiterating it. Kevin Trapp, at times, hasn't been the greatest.
Just hasn't been there, has he? Or Kevin Trapp in between the sticks. Here's Khalid. And Kunku, there's the player lock teased again. Ball roll around the goalkeeper this time, Kevin Trapp. He's able to be in the right place at the right time. Just wanted to speak about Kamal, by the way. It's been a pretty decent FIFA 23 season for the ST Pauli FIFA Pro. He had 2 top 16 finishes in both FGS 1 and FGS 3, where he actually lost to Umit in that first European qualifier. If he wins this game, he will be playing Umit again. If Umit wins his game, obviously too, in a seeding matchup in round 4 of the Virtual Bundesliga. And he has ended his campaign this year in 33rd in Europe. Not a bad season, but unfortunately not enough to get playoffs. That's why he needs to get it here.
Same about Khalid as well. This is his first competitive season, ranked 458th in the European rankings. I have never seen a player double player lock as much as he is right now. He is using that to a massive strength.
Not another goal here. Oh my, what is that for a finish? Alphonso Davies getting a little bit too confident there.
Yeah, Alfonso, I'm sure Nicholas was trying to look for the Trivela, where you have to hold that left trigger, the L2 button, to get it on the outside of the boot. But that also is a flare shot, which if your body angle's not quite right, occasionally you get these little fancy finishes. And unfortunately for Nicholas, it didn't work out there.
Just to pick your brains as well, Alex, is someone that breaks FIFA down to a much deeper level than most fullbacks. We've seen it so many times across these first 3 rounds already. Just how important it is to get your fullbacks involved in an attacking sense, because it just allows such an overload, an overlap, an extra option, and I mean, a couple of them even got on the score sheet.
Yeah, the thing is that you have to think about, regardless of the formation, most of the times if you're not bringing your fullbacks in, it's man for man, which means that your attacking ability is very limited. You know, if you've got 4 attackers, you're against 4 defenders. The centre midfielders will be there as well. Giving yourself the ability to use the fullbacks on the overload, bringing them forward, you can actually look to take advantage of the attacking AI of the opposing team, not tracking back their right attacking mid, not pulling back into those positions, giving yourself the extra 2v1 scenario.
As we jump back across this game again, Khalid. This would be his best ever outing in a Virtual Bundesliga. Let's have a look at the goal again. 35 minutes in. Somehow keeps it down, does Nkunku. Diaby with quick feet. Matthias finds Griffo. There's the killer pass into Bellingham. Then where's the one more into Sadio Mane? Eventually finds his way into this man. A couple of skill moves. Not the most conventional finish, but it finds the back of the net.
A little bit of lady luck on the side there. You know, manages to pick that ball back up from that challenge. But then La Croqueta into the pass. Again, combining those 2 buttons together to allow you to get the cleaner animation, the quicker ability to release that ball. Mane finds it. He says, I saw your goalkeeper movement. I'm going to go for that low-driven shot, make it very difficult for the goalkeeper. And Khalid, coming into that first half-time whistle about to blow, he's going to feel just oozing with confidence right now.
And the one thing we have to look at, probably there's a lot of less pressure on his shoulders too, Alex. In a breakout year, I mean, maybe didn't expect to even have the run that he's having, playing up against some of the best players in Germany. Could be on his way to a knockout stage and an extra step closer towards the play-ins.
Yeah, definitely. When you're coming into this knowing, you know what, the season hasn't been great, but it's my first competitive season. I just want to use this tournament as an opportunity to build on my experiences and grow as a player. He'll be snatching your hand off right now if he can find himself 3-0 and into the knockouts already.
We jump ships over to this game. Both players, we said, have won a game and lost a game. In this one, it's SV Freiburg's Dave. Keep in mind who else is representing SV Freiburg. It is Dullah Mike, the defending Virtual Bundesliga champion. He did just lose a game in extra time, actually. Finds himself at a 1-1 playing field in the Swiss stages here.
Here's a question for you, Brandon. Would it be possible for Dave and Dullah Mike to ever match each other at that 1-on-1 in Swiss, even though they play for the same club?
I think you could be right. And if both lose or both win, there is a chance. Certainly would send the admin of SV Freiburg into a bit of a difficult situation. Who's he going to be backing? Ball goes out of play, half-time here. Nicholas Rank leads 2-0. We'll have to look at the start he had into the game. 2 goals in 7 minutes. FIFA players dream of those starts.
They do indeed. I mean, we came into it. First goal went in, and we're like, okay, let's take a look at this replay. Next thing you know, he found his way, set 2 goals to the good as well, which it is 2 legs. We always have to remember that. You have a lot of opportunities for Dave to try and find his way back in, but you could not ask for a better start. Clean sheet, 2 goals, puts yourself at ease.
Well, an update for you in our other qualification game, I should say. Umit against Timo. Timox is... That's a 1-1 scoreline at the moment. That's in its first leg there. Winner of that qualifies for the knockout stages of this year's Virtual Bundesliga. Dullah Mike is also leading by a goal to nil against Mark LDW of Bayer Leverkusen. I mean, those elimination games have all to play for. Ayman against Antimax. Antimax leads by a goal to nil. And Denny 10 against FC Henning is 2-2. All to play for there. We'll keep you up to date across the 2 legs of action. I'll tell you what also might be an interesting game. Could we potentially see, Alex, an all-focus matchup? I'm talking Musti against Dullah Mike, maybe. Could happen.
It could happen indeed. And again, if that comes across, you're not going to be a fan of that matchup if you are a big focus clan community member. You're not going to be wanting to see that. And just to add on to that, Brandon, Denny has just scored against Henning right now, so he finds himself 3-2 up in that leg. And I'm just fascinated. This is the first time I've had the privilege to watch Khalid play FIFA 23, and the way he plays this game and the speed that he introduces these player locks and just the movement and how comfortable he is on the ball. I'm just in awe right now on how well he plays this video game.
I mean, he seems to be controlling possession nicely. What a switch of play that is from Acquire. Finds Frimpong. Just taking his time on this one. Tries to shift it from side to side. Frimpong back inside. This is where he speeds the attack up now. Look at the control. This could be one of the best goals we've seen all day, unfortunately offside. We'll jump ships again over to this game, 56 minutes in to the first leg. It's Dave with a chance to try and claw a goal back. What are we seeing here from the set piece? I'm not sure what happened there. Did he go for goal or was he looking for a flick on?
A combination of the two. Trying to see if he can go for goal, but if it does go a little bit wayward, he might be able to get there at that near post for that flick on. I did just see a message in the chat from Glenn asking what's the cash prize today. We will have a winner of the VBL tomorrow, where the winner of the tournament will claim themselves a very important playoff spot, but also €40,000 in your back pocket which you'll be very, very grateful for if that's yourself.
Yeah, not a bad chunk of cash. Your weekend's work. Here's Dave now, still 2-0 down against Nicholas Rank, looking to build back into this tie now. Keep in mind there is still second legs to come from all of these games. With Matthias. Diaby, you find yourself a central position there. Does get dispossessed now. Is there a counter-attack on the cards? It's the Bayern Munich man. Sadio Mane. Pong, he's onside. Is there a cutback? Yes, there is. Is there one more pass for Am? To Bellew, where will the gap appear? He's taking his time on this attack. From distance, it was always asking a lot from that far out. If it was time green, who would have known where that was going to go?
Yeah, Nicholas is happy to rotate the ball back, recycle as and when acquired. But then, if he says, look, again, you give me that room with someone like Jude Bellingham, we know how strong long-range shots can be on FIFA 23. He's very happy to look for that and try and keep that pressure up, which right now he's doing exceptionally well.
Hello.
Ooh.
Green header there for a second chance for Khalid. Well, we haven't seen today that we might see maybe a couple of times across the weekend. That famous power shot which new FIFA pros have been able to add into their game at the highest level.
Yeah, for them to be executed, you need that little bit more time. As in Kunku nearly gets through. You need that little bit more time. You know, it takes a second or so for you to tee up that power shot. We do see them, though, on the volley. If the ball tees up in the air, so many players will go for that because if you can green time them as well, and that is the difference between, you know, these players and with people at home, is that, yes, the power shot's strong. You have to aim correctly with manual shooting, but pro players, the VBL players will say, not only are we going to aim correctly, but also then going to green time it, which just increases those chances of you finding the goal.
It also works well, Alex. It's sort of like a tease, isn't it? You can sort of bait your opponent, dive it into a tackle when you just tease the power shot. Next thing you know, you find the one more pass around the corner, and it's another effective way of just tricking your opponent on the edge of the box.
Yeah, something that these players do so well is that they'll cancel skills, they'll cancel shots as and when they can. It's all about saying to the opponent, if you come here and you put that pressure on, I'm going to fake you out.
Oh, wow! Musiala with one hell of a finish. And you saw the celebration from Callum as well. I tell you what, these Bundesliga players in this year's grand finals have had so much flair in the final third. We'll see it again on the replay. A little shimmy shimmy, see you later.
All in that drag back fate, just to bait in Khalid. Musiala, those 5-star skills coming in so crucial. Sorry, yeah, Khalid coming through. Just the ability for that is just so composed. It's so difficult to do as well, Brandon, because if you get that wrong in that great scenario, you're inside the 18-yard box, you're 8 yards out. It's such a good shooting position. The Twitch chat going crazy for that because you don't see that every FIFA tournament that we attend.
You don't. It's just not a I wouldn't say the most popular skill move ever, because I guess the exit would be so unpredictable. Diaby added time, last chance of the half for Dave to get a goal back. There is still a second leg, remember. Cut back, not good enough. Frimpong will clear that one out nicely. And if you're a Bayern Munich fan, you'll be happy. First leg you have had there. We'll jump back to the other game if we can. We'll jump back to us for a minute. There you go. Excuse the music. We are back here. Of course, this is your English feed. A lot of people asking, why are we not German? Why are the commentators not German? That's because we're doing the international broadcast of this year's Virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals. If you do want to watch the German commentary team that have been covering this tournament all year long, just type in on Twitch, the Virtual Bundesliga, and you'll be able to find that stream there. Drops are still here. They're still over there too. 60 minutes of watching. You can get your hands on some limited edition kits and tifos. But halfway point in the games, Alex, I mean, I think for me, it's obvious which game has had our attention a little bit more. It's that qualification game.
Yeah, definitely. Khalid is just, as I said, my first time watching him. This is his first season as well, but he's just showcasing what he can do. And we mentioned it at the start of the day. We said about how your experience comes into play, but there's always that one underdog, quote unquote, who just comes through and shows something a little bit different. And his double player lock, his skill moves, his comfortable ability on the ball in the dribbling department is outrageous. But on the other side of things, Nicholas is a little bit different of a player. He's in that other side of the games where he's going, I'm 2-0 up. And it's more of a composed, mature performance of just, I'm going to grind out the opponent. I'm going to recycle as and when I can. And for Dave, he's just not had a look. And it's not that he's done anything wrong. It's just that Nicholas has been so strong with the ball, recycling it, using that possession and making Dave kind of work for every opportunity. So it's two contrasting play styles we have in both games. We have one player that's willing to go forward, has got all those skills in the locker, and then Nicholas just saying, I'm going to take mine a little bit more slow and methodical. And that's how he's found himself 2-0 to the good. Yeah,
and he's been loving it, hasn't he? He's been enjoying his breakout year in the Virtual Bundesliga, Khalid. He did play last year, actually. Featured a couple of times in the FIFA E-Club World Cup on the FIFA 22 year. But this has been, no doubt, his best year. We have to say he's an unknown quantity, Khalid. 458th in the Global Series rankings he sits. He probably doesn't have the expectation to go the full way this weekend, but the way he's playing, he could be in the best 16 into the knockout stage. Just quickly to get your thoughts, Alex, at the halfway point. That team of the season, Musiala. I mean, look, we know that Bayern Munich have got so many incredible team of the seasons. You're allowed to choose two of them. When you've got him and he's doing that in game, it's hard not to get him in your team. But then you've also got Sadio Mane, Alphonso Davies, Leon Goretzka. The list goes on. De Ligt. So many good Bayern Munich players this year.
Yeah, for sure. But the thing is with Musiala is that he brings you versatility into your team. If you needed to, you can play him on the wing. You can play him centrally. You can play him up front. He's got the 5-star skill moves. He's unbelievably quick. Having versatility in your team to be able to switch through different formations and different tactics. That's why some of these players are going to be picked for that exact reason. If you needed to move Davis into fullback, you can go there. You can go wing back. You can go left mid in a 3-5-2. You could even put him up on the wing, at left wing if you needed to. He can do that as well. So that's why Musiala and Davis are kind of being the main picks from the players that we have been seeing. I am crying out for the De Ligt. That's what I want to see, Brandon, at some point throughout today.
I did see a few people comparing Bellingham and Musiala as well. Maybe in the real world of football you could, but in FIFA, I just think they offer you just such different abilities. Jude Bellingham's that player that can be that box-to-box midfielder and get back and do the dirty work too.
Yeah, Jude Bellingham, you know, we talk about him all the time so much in FIFA and in the real world because right now he is one of the best players in the Bundesliga and in the international stage. Just the ability for him to drive through. He's got those long legs. He gets the interceptions. He gets the tackles. He can shoot. And as you said, Musiala, in-game, they're two very different players. They offer you different outlets and different sort of scenarios that you may want for your players. If you're running a three-man midfield, you might be able to run Musiala and Bellingham together, and then maybe a more defensive-minded player like Kimmich, for example. But if we're going to go for what we're seeing a lot this weekend, you know, that flat 5-back, you're not going to run Musiala and Bellingham in the middle together because that would be a little bit too attacking for me.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, we always say this. It's so fortunate that these grand finals always finish just around the end of the team of the season. These squads are so much more stacked. If you compare, you know, your everyday standard Kimmich to a team of the season Kimmich, honestly, the difference is just uncanny. Have a little look around the other games in this round 3. It is still 1-1 against Timox. That's our other qualification game. After this round, there'll only be 2 players from the 16 on this side of our bracket that will be into the knockouts. As it stands right now, Khalid is that player. Is 1-1. If you're a Dolomite fan, he leads by 2 goals to 0. Musti, you saw on camera just a couple of minutes ago, he's 0-0 at the moment. In our knockout games, not much has changed, to be honest, Alex. I mean, Denny's still winning 3-2. Antimax finds himself 2-0 up as well. Keep in mind, all of these games mean so much because we are going to be losing at least 2 players at the end of this round 3.
We are indeed. And one that kind of comes to my mind there as well, seeing that, is Cancos versus Pipe Crew. Pipe Crew started the day off with not conceding a single goal across 2 legs of FIFA. And then he played against Umit in the previous round and conceded 11, which, you know, that's obviously not ideal across those 2 legs. And right now, he finds himself 3-1 down. So he started the day off super strong, going 1-0. Then he's 1-1. And then he could be on the brink of being 1-2, which when you started off so strongly, not conceding any goals, that mental switch of actually realizing, you know what, I've just had 11 put past me. He needs to kind of regroup and come back out. And man, we saw him being a little bit emotional, I would say, on the stage, you know, talking to Mr. Dory and being a little bit frustrated with what he was doing on screen, not happy with his own performance. And we said, how can that play a part when you go into your next round? Right now, in a game for him that is so huge, he's seeing that. He's finding himself on the verge of going out of the tournament already on this Saturday.
Yeah, if we can have a look at the graphic as well of all the players that are competing in this Group 1. Keep in mind that there are 2 sittings today here in the Virtual Bundesliga, day 1 of the tournament. Tomorrow, I'll say tomorrow, we'll be doing the knockout stages, but this afternoon, Group 2 will be in action. We'll come to that in just a second, but on this left-hand side, those are all the players that are currently fighting for a place in the knockout stages, and there they are all on camera right now. The man, the front-facing man at the front of the pack, the current Virtual Bundesliga champion. So much talent in that Group 1. But in that Group 2, Levi Finn. A lot of people have been saying Levi Finn is the current best player in the German scene, or even in Europe. I mean, even Anders Vergan came out of his mouth in Istanbul a couple of days ago. He said, Levi Finn is a joke. And for Anders Vergan to say that, he must be good, Alex.
Yeah, the Twitch chat been asking all day where he is. Anders Vergan, speaking of him there. Levi Finn, we know how good he is. We see it last year, and it was certainly a good performance from him at the VBL. And I'm looking forward to seeing him in action, expecting him to get through into that knockouts, and seeing, can he make his way through? Can he rival Umit, Dull and Mike? Only time will tell.
Well, then, back on the way. The part 2 here in round 3 of the Swiss rounds. While Group 1 sitting of the Virtual Bundesliga. Kamal will be kicking from right to left in this game. It was 3-1 down. Let's have a free kick just on the edge of the box. Is he going to take a direct shot offload for Matthias? He is. Wins a corner. That one played quickly into the box, headed away by Jude Bellingham, who rightly said he's happy to get back and defend for his team. And speaking of early starts, is it an early start again from Nicholas Rank? Kevin Trapp, you've got to look at yourself there, my friends. What has happened? But it looks like Nicholas Rank is leading by 3-0. Is this the goal back on a replay? Here we go. We'll see the goal on a replay. 4 minutes in. It's Diaby with a dig ball into the back post. And I'll tell you what, it's a bit of goalkeeping to never look at again.
Trapp will not be happy with that one, but that little L1 square to the back stick, just to keep the ball high up in the air, loft it. You don't actually see it that often for a lot of these players in the VBL, purely because unless you've got like Cologne Morani up front, you haven't really got that physical ability to win over that towering header. But we saw it there. Trapp, yes, definite questions to be asked of the goalkeeper.
Ooh, there's one back. Christopher Nkunku has been pretty quiet until this point for SV Freiburg's Dave. But he needed that, especially when he was 3-0 down, Alex. And time was slowly ticking away, and so was his chances of finding his second win in the Swiss rounds.
Yeah, and this is something that we spoke about previously, that Nicholas just wasn't giving Dave any sort of room or time to get in between that midfield and up against that defence. And it's all about having no hesitation. If Nkunku finds half an inch to get that shot off, can you back your ability with a green time finish? And Dave, although he didn't have chances throughout that first leg, he takes that one and gives himself a lifeline in the second leg to try and see if he can pull that one back. So he's going to be, yes, a little bit sad that he went 3-0 down, but immediate response, immediate reply, exactly what you want.
Absolutely, Arthur just conceded. 2 goals needed for both matches now on the losing side of things.
And I think
St. Pauli's Camel on the attack. Sorry, Alex, 1 second. This is building up nicely. Christopher Nkunku over the bar.
I think this is where we're going to see from both of these players, Khalid and Nicholas Rank, from that, we're talking kind of lack of experience, right? If this was Dull and Mike, or this was Umit, or Musty maybe, there's that little bit more there. Have they got the ability to see the games out and get themselves through? And right now, Nicholas Rank looks so much in control. David's got another goal.
3 goals in 15 minutes in that game. Diaby, look at this one again on the replay then. Diaby punched it into the feet of Royce. Somehow just about keeps his run. No, it's a bit of a fortunate bounce back, but he's going to be happy to take that every single day of the week. And a goal needed there.
And that was Castells with the goalkeeper in there, not Kevin Trapp that we've been speaking about. Nicholas was the one that gave the ball away there. He actually won it in defence, and he just tried an immediate driven pass out with Lucio, trying to kickstart that counter-attack. Loses the ball, puts himself back under pressure, and yeah, Dave takes his chances as and when they come. And right now, giving himself that big chance, big opportunity. And we're only 20 minutes into the second leg.
I'd love if we had a goal counter on the screen here at the Virtual Bundesliga. We've seen so many goals today. Nice touchdown there by Alphonso Davies. Feels like Dave's just got all the confidence now in the world to go and find a third. Alphonso Davies with that Travella. You know how dangerous it can be, but fortunate enough, Stella is able to match that one up. Christopher Nkunku now, switch of play. Something this game has come to life all of a sudden.
Fantastic goalkeeper movement there from Nicholas Rank. Seeing that Dave was going to be looking for that Travella. Moves the goalkeeper. Says, no, you're not going to have that one. Brilliant movement.
Bellingham. Musiala, reverse elastico. Tried to open up a pocket of space for Khalid. Just see the direct approach from Kamal here. Time's ticking away. Big switch of play, finds Griffo. Player lock tees. Drives it back all the way to Nkunku, who just snatches that into the bottom corner.
Leaf out of Khalid's book there with the player lock fake, driving all the way to the byline, saying, I'm not going to look for Musiala. Switches that one back with the driven pass, and Nkunku, first time, left-footed shot. No hesitation here, just to drive it into the bottom corner. Lucio not getting that vital block in, and the ability to just back yourself there on that finish. I think so many of us here and at home in the Twitch chat would have been taking a touch there, but no. Nkunku on that weak foot. Kamal, huge goal.
So direct for the first 2 minutes or so, finally reaps the rewards of it. Khalid now finds himself just a one-goal cushion. How quickly can he restore that? Diaby and Nkunku, it was a clever skill move. That's half-time. 45 minutes still to be played. Remember, one of these two will qualify themselves for the knockout stages at the end of the tie. This one still has 5 minutes, though. We'll be going to half-time with players 1-1, lost one. Good opportunity for us to have a little look across the board here, Alex, as well. Other results that are taking place. Umit against Timox is still 1-1. Dolomite still leads 2-0 also. Focus Musti's just scored his first goal against Yannick, the past Virtual Bundesliga champion. That's in the second leg there. That's been a goal back for Aban. He's only 2-1 down. That's an elimination match. And Denny 10 against Henning is a 3-3 scoreline as it stands right now. That's also an elimination match. Stay with us here. We'll give you all the updates as they come in, as it looks as if this game is about to go into half-time. There we go. Or not. Sorry, corner. Nice chance. Off the half. We've left the game because there's been an equaliser. Hello. It's St. Pauli's Kamau. It's a clever ball. Is it Griffo on his own? Oh, maybe there's a bit of goalkeeper movement there.
You want to hope there's goalkeeper movement there, Brandon. Otherwise, there is big questions of that goalkeeper in no man's land. What I'm going to assume Khalid has done, maybe we'll get another replay to see that. I think he's double tap triangle to get the goalkeeper ready for a potential cutback, a potential cross. But instead, Kamal, he reads it, he sees it. He says, if you're going to leave your goal, I'm going to take that shot direct.
walking on such a tightrope when you move your goalkeeper. Such a risk, but can be such a reward if done right. Unfortunately, that was not one to remember from Khalid. This is a 3-3 scoreline now. It's Kamal in the driving seat. But tying the match up. Looks like he's oozing with confidence in these attacks. Musiala Bellingham speeding this one up as he moves into the final third. Sadio Mane, Griffo. Getting faster and faster, so hard to keep up, let alone call the action. In Kunku outside the boot. What a save!
The feet on Nkunku there. The reverse Elasco finding that shot. Trap though, palming it behind for the corner. And thankfully he receives that one into gloves and says, thank you very much. Let's have a breather or so. I mentioned it not too long ago, Brandon, that across both of these games, the experience and the ability to try and say, I've been in this scenario multiple times, maybe not. And it's kind of showing. We're seeing it. You know, Dave has nearly pulled this comeback so far. And we've already seen it from Khalid and Kamal's game that Khalid was looking good, looking comfortable. And right now it's Kamal that's on top.
Just on that, Alex, how hard is it to defend, let alone play a switch, when a player like Kamal is moving the ball that quickly?
It's almost impossible in those sort of areas because when the ball is being moved, first line passes, one touch, then pass, and then they've got the ability for a quick step over, the reverse elastico. You're trying to read, you're trying to see where are the gaps, where are the scenarios that the opponent may go for, as Bellingham just drives through Nicholas Rank, mentioning how has he got the ability and composure himself to see this one through. We'll be very grateful to see that. But Brandon, going back to that point, it is so difficult to read when almost the opponent isn't thinking about the things themselves. They're just playing in that flow state. They're moving the ball. They're backing themselves on any player, on any foot. It's so hard to defend.
Yeah, someone else that's hard to defend as well is that step over into a speed boost. One player that might not be in this tournament, but he's very famous for it. Anders Vergang, as we call him, the step over king, knows how to use them and always find the perfect exit. Any chance for comeback there, back to square one. Or Dave, he finds himself 4-2 down now. But this is the game we have to keep our eyes on. 20 minutes to play, 3-3 all square. Who is playing knockout FIFA? Who is in the top 16? Is this going to be Kamal to do so? Musiala, it's a gift for Sadio Mane. And you just see the outpour of emotion after being 3-1 down at the start of the leg. They're probably playing the perfect leg of FIFA, Alex, you have to say. 3 goals in 71 minutes. What a turn of events.
Look, Khaled's not going to be happy with the goalkeeping, the fact that it's just gone back to Mane for that tap-in. However, it all came from his own mistake. Ball out with Frimpong out on the right-hand side. He tries to lay a simple pass into Mateus, just misreads the whole scenario and situation, gives that ball away, and Kamal, who is on top right now, says, thank you, give me another attack, give me another chance, I'm going to punish you for it. Gets a little bit of luck for that, but he just finds himself now in the lead for the first time across this leg.
Well, as it stands right now, it looks like it's going to be RB Leipzig Umit, but we'll be joining Kamal in a 3-0 seeding matchup in round 4 of Swiss. They will both be into the knockout stage, as we can confirm that. However, in this one, as it stands, it'll be Nicholas Rank that will find his second win. He'll be 1 win away from the top 16. And for Dave, it will be into an elimination match. If he loses again with a record of 1-2, he will be out the tournament. Let's see how Kamal's going to approach this last 18 minutes now. Substitutions have been made on the side of Khalid. In comes Kolo Mwani, for both players, in fact. And some fresh legs in at fullback. Then Sibani, the Algerian team of the season moments. From Mönchengladbach comes on just to patch over that defensive area. Do not write this man off though, Khalid. And Nkunku, reverse elastico, blocked again.
Cologne for Kamal out on his left-hand side, giving that physical presence. We're looking to use that as the out ball with that pace, using to play off him to see the game out.
Bellingham and Kunku. There's that top of the skill move again, just to try and buy him an extra yard or two. Here we go. This is a counter-attack potentially. Diaby's he got the legs over Lucio. He does. The Frenchman's through. One more pass from a Kamau into the knockout. Oh, he went on his own. Was there a pass? I mean, hindsight's a beautiful thing. The attack still is not over yet. Didn't see some Bellingham in a battle with Frimpong. Barney interchanges once or twice with Bellingham. Bellingham picks up the pieces again. Another little chance in front of goal, but he does well just to take minutes out the game. Can Kamau find the killer punch? Can he find the killer goal?
Huge goalkeeper movement there for Khaled to give him a little bit of a lifeline, but he needs to get this ball back and get it up the end of the pitch, Brandon.
Kamau's done well it.
Chance.
This is it. Last roll of the dice, Khaled. Keep in mind, he won't be out of the tournament with a loss here. He'll just be going back into round 4 with a record of 2 wins and 1 defeat. Another feed from Kamau. He's done enough. He's in the knockout stages. FC St. Pauli will be in the top 16 guaranteed. And I'll tell you what a turnaround. 3-1 down at the start of the second leg, Alex. 4-3 winner. First player in the knockout stages.
First player into the knockouts as Dave. Big chance there. But Khaled is just going to... That's a real tough one to take because, yes, he's still in the tournament. 2-1 he will move to. When you had that lead, you were 3-1 to the good and was looking the better player. But then Kamau just came back and started to fly forward and really feel himself as he got into those final third. And Nicholas seals the deal as well in this game.
Game over, headsets off. I'll tell you what, I've got news for you. Umit, 3-2 down. It looks like Timox is about to get to the knockout stage, and it looks like it's going to be Pauli's Kamau and Timox into the knockout stages, which could mean, it could still mean, we might see an Umit Dolomite game. We might see a Musti Umit game. A Dolomite Musti game. There's so many potential ties we could see in this round 4. This is a full time there. Nicholas Rank could also be in one of those matches. He's now 2-1 for Dave. His elimination FIFA awaits him.
Some potentially huge matchups for us to see. I just think there's been so much going on. There's been so much action. And look, Timox right now, yeah, as it looks, he might be finding himself through 3-0. If that is Kamal and Timox, do you think at the start of the day, we would have been saying that those are the first 2 players going through?
Great FIFA players by their own right. But if we're going off seedings here, Alex, and what we've seen in the last 12 months or so, you're going to be going Musti, Dolomite, Umit. I didn't expect that. Kamal, fair play as well. He could have been in there. Even Ayman, like, he's had a good season too in his own right. It just hasn't turned up today, but we are waiting for full-time results. The only 2 full-times we have confirmed are the 2 games you have just seen on stream. Me and Alex will continue to refresh the Virtual Bundesliga website to give you all the updates as soon as we can. But Umit, I just want to see this round 4 fixtures, Alex, because we could see some crazy games. And fair play to Timox as well. We haven't really spoke about him too much. He's been in the scene for such a long time. He could be going into the knockouts.
Oh, a bit saddened, really, that we've not had the privilege to see him on stream. You know, to go 3-0 and possibly take down Umit as well. That says that Timox has turned up and he's here to play and here to prove himself yet again, as he has done over many years. And Richard Buckley, you were sat there, you were watching. Timox, was that a man that you thought possibly going through 3-0?
I think the one thing that will always surprise me forever with FIFA esports, especially in this German FIFA scene, is the quality of the unknown, the quality of the forgotten, shall we even say. The players that you just thought, yeah, not a chance, and then just come and win. Like, there's so much undergrown quality and just under the surface, if you scratch just a little bit, remember you can just get the scratch and sniff bugs. If you just scratch just a little bit and you start to get that whiff, you know what that whiff is? FIFA talent. And that's what it is day in, day out in Germany. They live and breathe FIFA. The amount of tournaments, the amount of players who, there's probably 150 players sat at home thinking, yeah, I beat them on Rivals, or I've done this, or we've played and I've got the better of him here. The quality is so strong.
Absolutely. I mean, look, that's how deep the German scene goes, though, as well, that we're sitting here in Timox. Looks to be a full-time result. We're waiting on that full-time to come through still right now. Is it a full-time? I'm seeing this whole last round get updated, so I think potentially it could be a full-time result. Let's have a look at all the matches they come through. Is it a full-time? Is it a full-time? No, it's not a full-time yet. Dolomike's a full-time. Dolomike is in a winning position there. He's 2-1. But you're right. We have had to say goodbye to some players, I believe. And it looks like, is it a man that's gone? And it looks like Denny 10 could be on his way out also.
Yeah, surprising. Gotta be said, coming into today, I would have said Denny probably to go through, a man maybe just on the cusp, on the bubble. After 3 games, if you're not at the level today, unfortunately, the Virtual Bundesliga is over for you. So really disappointing for those two to be eliminated at this juncture. But moving forward, there's so many more games left to unfold and left to unpack. And look, that next round you're speaking about, it could be unbelievable if the matches line up. And you actually, if you're Dull and Mike, Musty, Umit at a 2-1 record, you want to play each other now, because that means if you play now, you can't play in round 5. So whoever loses, you know that in round 5 you're not going to be playing Umit, let's say, or you probably, the chances are that you're getting that game out of the way now, rather than if you match different players on at 2-1. There's a good chance at 2-2 if you both lose, that's where your qualifying game is going to be. So I think there is a little bit of luck involved in which order you play the games. The earlier on you play one of the favourites, the better, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would say that. I was just taking a quick look as well, Richard. I seem to remember you saying earlier on at one of the rookies, Antimax, that was doing quite well, and you're looking. It's looking a bit tough for him now, though. No.
Hey, look, there's always that's the problem with being a rookie. It's the first season. It's a learning experience. What they always say, Alex, you're a coach. You take people from 0 to hero, wins and lessons. Every loss is a lesson.
Yep, there's no such thing as losing. There's only learning. That's what we take away from that.
There you go. Brandon, plenty of learning left for you to do in FIFA. I think one thing that we can look at in particular, the matches that we were just watching there, it seems to me there's one player on the pitch, I'm talking in-game FIFA right now, that is just doing everything, and it's Nkunku. He is scoring goals, he's creating plays, he's that thing in the final third when you need a spark, when you need that 5-star skills, when you need that little bit of quality. It seems to be coming from the spine of the team. Lucio at centre-back, Bellingham at centre-mid, and Nkunku at the top of the pitch. The supporting cast, do you think we might see a little bit more change in those players, Brandon? In particular for me, there's one player that, because of the squad restrictions, we've not seen, but I was just looking then while you two were playing. Kingsley Coleman, not involved whatsoever, but a player that is really, really good. And I'm sure if you could have more Bayern Munich players, he'd be in the teams.
I'd say in terms of the supporting cast, I mean, look, I think Bellingham works so well because when you do tease that German run, that German cross, you've got a player there that can go forward and score goals. You're not really going to see Lothar Matthijs do that. He might could on occasion, but I'll tell you right, the problem you've got is the Bayern Munich pick. You're allowed 2 players from each club. So when you've got Musiala there and some players take the punt on him and then they miss out on a Sadio Mane or they miss out on a player on the pitch somewhere. I mean, Griffo's popped up occasionally. We didn't really see him have that special team of the season, but he's come in and scored a few goals. He just offers an overlap and an overload on that left-hand side and has actually scored quite a few goals. So I think you're right on the staples you're saying, and Kunku's been great, Mane's popped up and been great, but everyone's got their personal preference, haven't they? It's going to be the same 9 players on that team sheet. There's going to be number 10 or 11 that are just going to be maybe a different shout for each player.
I'm actually a big fan of Griffo. I completed the SBC, and I think he offers quite a bit. He's one of those players, Al, and we've talked about this before at previous tournaments, previous virtual leagues. You need players in the team that can play 4 or 5 different positions. And Griffo's one of those. He can do a job at wide mid, he can do a job at full back. You put him in centre mid, you can play him there. I think him and Guerrero, it's that battle off. The problem, the reason that you will see Griffo more than Guerrero is the club. Less likely to pick another player from the same team. But yeah, I do like Griffo. Have you used him? Did you complete him?
No, I didn't. I normally complete every single SBC, and Griffo was one of the ones actually that I missed out on, unfortunately. I must have been busy when that was expiring. But as you said, yes, versatility is huge. Me and Brandon were talking about it during those previous games about having players that can fill in here. If I want to move to this formation, I don't need to make a sub. I can move that player there, change into X formation. Having that versatility is so huge. Going back to Coman, though, he's quick. He can beat a man. He's got the 5-star skills. He can finesse it. He's so good at beating out on that wing. The biggest letdown, though, for that item, which is why we don't see him along with the Bayern Munich picks, purely the fact that he has a 3-star weak foot. If we need to trust him on that left foot at any point in these vital moments of these games, these VBL players are not going to be wanting a player that has that 3-star weak foot. That is why we're seeing players that, yes, if they've got 5-star skill moves, that is great. But minimum 4-star weak foot across the board, because then we can look to go onto our left foot or our right foot, and it then becomes a little bit more of a difficult decision to defend. So that's probably the reason why we don't see Coman. I think even if we didn't have the squad restrictions of having 2 players from one club, he would only probably make the bench for me.
Well, that's why we got you, Alex, to shoot down all my ideas. One thing that is going to be coming up very shortly indeed, I'm hearing that from live on the floor in Cologne, we got 1 game left to play. Unfortunately, we can't bring you that game live. So what we're going to do, we're going to go to a quick break. After this break, we have the round 4 fixtures from the Swiss stages. And as a treat, because it's round 4 and we've got some big matches taking place, you're going to be joined by all 3 of us in the commentary desk. Don't miss it. Round 4 coming up very soon.
I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, run it. Gee, I really feel it's my time. Think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time. Think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time. Think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time. Think it's my pen ready. Used to hold myself back. My self-esteem damn bad.
I saw a girl last night. She was standing in the light in a corner of the room. She was waiting for a hand. Then a boy came over and he asked her to dance. All eyes stopped to watch them. They moved up and down with the waves of the soul. Their moves keeping time for the rhythm. And the girl looked at him and she knew what it was, and she smiled as she said to him, please twirl me one more time and don't stop spinning me. Please swirl me in your mind so I can be a color painting that you'll look upon. Spin, spin with me. I heard a story about a man. He came up with a plan for flying. He showed it to his wife. Then he said, now darling, why are you crying so? And she whispered in his ear, I fear you won't come back down to this ground. And he said, I'll always come back to you. Just help me this once to get higher up. And he kissed her and he said, please twirl me one more time and don't stop spinning me. Please swirl me in your mind so I can be a color painting that you'll look upon. And he was off and gone. 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 There once was a woman lying in bed with her lover's head upon her shoulder. She said, my darling, you sound so faint. Don't tell me it's time, I just can't take this. And she told her, please don't worry, dear. There's nothing to fear in moving on. But there's one thing I'd like to ask of you. And she said, just tell me, darling, I'll do anything, anything. She said, please twirl me one more time and don't stop spinning me. Please swirl me in your mind so I can be a color painting that you'll look upon. And she was off and away. And she was off and away. And she was off and away.
Can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, run it. Ooh, I really feel it's my time. Think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time. Think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time. Think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time. Think it's my pen ready. Used to hold myself back, my self-esteem damn petty.
Welcome back to the Virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals. My name is Richard Buckley, joined by the two legends of the game, Alex B and B Smith Esports. Fellas, we're approaching round 4 of Swiss for the morning session of FIFA Esports here at the Virtual Bundesliga. What does that mean? I hear people ask at home. Well, we've played 3 rounds of Swiss stages so far. This is where Swiss, you play one game, you're 0-0. You win, you go to 1-0. You play someone else at a 1-0 record. You will always match up against people with the same record as yourself. You will then try and succeed and get to 3 wins before you get to 3 losses. If you can get to 3 wins, you will book a place into the knockouts. You see 16 players on the screen there in Group 1, 16 players in Group 2. 16 overall will progress to the knockouts. 16 will be eliminated. They are the Swiss rounds that we have had so far. In Group 1, we're going into our final round right now for today. And Alex B, I'm going to come to you first. Are you surprised with the FIFA action that you've seen so far today?
To an extent, yes. I think the names that we see going through already, now playing for Sweden, Timox and Kamal. Timox, which he's been around for so many years, right? We can expect it of him. So in an extent, yes and no from that. But Dulan Mike, he's had that little bit of that loss and now finds himself up against Focus Musty, which what a matchup that is. And then Umit as well. We were kind of thinking Timox, that's the matchup there for them to secure that knockout FIFA. I kind of backed Umit to do that, in all honesty, after recent performances throughout over the last 18 months or so. We're thinking, yes, he was a runner-up last year at the VBL. He will do that. Obviously, he's still got that chance as well. Him find himself up against Nicholas. So yes and no, Richard, but obviously where it all comes down to is that knockout FIFA. As we're getting through here, these games, some people kind of save themselves, just make sure they get through to knockouts, and that's where they come to life.
With this music in the background, it feels very serene right now.
I feel like I'm in a spa.
I was going to say an aquarium.
Mm.
And the reason I say aquarium is because we're going to potentially watch the great white shark of the German FIFA scene in Umit, the big dog. And that's where we are going, Brandon. I'm just being told the games that we could be potentially seeing coming up. Big moments coming up here in round 4.
I'll be honest, if we do not see Dolomite against Musty, that is a crime. What a game that one is, by the way, as Alex said rightly. That is a matchup where either or can get themselves knockout FIFA booked in with a 3-1 record. I believe we might be seeing an elimination game. I heard the words anti-max come in my ear. He takes on FCH Henning in an elimination game. It's up against Nicholas Rank. We've seen him quite a lot today, Nicholas Rank, Alex. He scores a lot of goals. He's an unknown name, an unknown FIFA player. His breakout year in the VBL. There's no reason why he can't go into a game like Umit and cause some issues.
Yeah, no reason whatsoever. I think Umit will put him to the biggest test that he's had so far throughout today. But look, if you want to be the best, you have to take out the best. And Umit, one of those players which you would definitely be relishing should you see yourself come up against him, which obviously for those players right now, 2-1. It doesn't mean that it's all set and match should either one of them lose, but you want to put yourself in that strong position. And Anti-Max, we said about it with Richard earlier on. He was impressed with him so far. That's 1 and 2. That is going to be one of the games that we keep an eye on, because whoever loses that game will find themselves out of the tournament with the 2 players that have gone already, Richard.
Well, we heard potentially, I think, where we're going to be heading, Dolomite versus Musty is on the cards. Brandon, history, the teammates. We saw him at the EA Sports Cup this season with Focus. They had a very good competition over there. Maybe a little bit disappointed not to have gone further, it's going to be said as well. But, I mean, they know each other inside and out.
Absolutely. Look, that is just crazy the way that, unfortunately, the tournament works. You're right, teammates. I think national teammates for a period of time as well, both under the Focus clan. I know Elias has got such a fan base. I think he's actually in Cologne doing a meet and greet, the owner or co-owner of that Focus team. This is someone that we will also be watching, I believe, to hear as well. It's FC Hansers Henning. This is his ultimate team that he's been rocking. As expected, everyone's pretty much got the same 9 players on the pitch. That's the team that he will use. No surprise, Lucio Mateus. His front 2 of Sadio Mane and Nkunku. And Musiala doesn't make the squad alongside the likes of Griffo or Thomas Munier, but that's the team that he's going to be using to hopefully keep his tournament status alive, because he finds himself in an elimination game. Just to say, by the way, 11.9 million coins. Imagine having that sitting around in your account. I know you're halfway there, Richard. I see you had 5 million coins last night, or have you already spent that?
I've got a decent amount of coins in the old piggy bank, waiting to be spent on a rainy day. However, one thing that I can guarantee is these games will be getting underway very, very shortly indeed. These are live shots from Cologne. Admin's in, having a little chat with Musty. You can see the arena slowly starting to fill up all the fans are out.
I mean, this is the games we can confirm. We are 100% seeing Musti against Dolomite. What a game this is, by the way. As we said, two teammates going head-to-head on the opposite side. We've got elimination FIFA. We've got qualification FIFA and elimination FIFA. This is exactly what we want to see. Anti-Max, one of the newcomers this year. This is going to be fireworks, this last round 4.
Let us know in the chat right now. I see a lot of Focus Clan fans in there. One word, Musti or Dullen. Who is going to win this game? Musti or Dullen? That's all I want to see. And as we wait for the chat to give their predictions, I don't want to know a winner from you, Alex, but I want to tell me about what you think this game might entail. How do you think it's going to go?
Actually saying one of the best ways for you to improve at FIFA is to play against the same person over and over and over again. And why do I say that? Well, these two are teammates. You know what it says to me, Richard? That they probably play against each other in friendly games, in warm-up games, on a regular basis, because they don't ever really to expect to match one another across all of the competitions that we see throughout FIFA 23. So what that means is that these players have got to do something different against one another. Dull and Mike, we've seen him go for that byline drive using the wingbacks, the Lakoketa cancel shot, cancel pass. He's gone for that so many times today, and it's worked. Focus Musti says, Dullen, I play with you on a regular basis. I know exactly what you're looking for. Think outside the box. You have to bring something more to the table when you're playing against a player that you play against on a regular basis.
You can see the title that everyone's wanting to get their hands on right there. As I look over and glance at the chat, a lot of Dullen Mike support in there. He's certainly the favourite expected in this matchup.
One thing for you, Richard. We saw the trophy. Are you a fan of these plate-like trophies, or do you prefer a trophy with a bit more oomph to it, a bit more physicality, and you can pick it up and lift it? Would you like the circle ones?
It's a great question. How long do I have?
The thing is, you're never going to be lifting one, right? So you can just go with what you would like here in your dream world.
How do you know? How do you know I'm not going to be? I like the plate. I do like the plate trophy. However, I'm always a fan of something a bit girthier to get my hands around, lift up, and really sort of a bit of weight to it. I think that's where I would go. But I do like the plate trophy. I think some plate trophies are better than others. Okay. As well. What about you?
I like a proper trophy that you can lift and have it there. I think backdrop for either one of us. You know, if we could get our hands on a trophy. Maybe we run the Alex B. Richard Buckley tournament and we make it so that me and you win it, and then we can have our own little trophy in the background.
Just design your own trophy, couldn't you, at that point?
Yeah. I mean, many could. We could just have the tournament so it's just me versus you and have our own little matchup. Oh, who knows?
Yeah, and we just draw and we both winners.
Could work.
It's win-win. Brandon, we've got a big game coming up. We were talking to Alex there. I want to go down the path. These two are teammates. Very rarely do we see teammates playing against each other. Do you think either has an advantage, or is it just a 50-50 who takes it?
I generally think we saw this like in a case in point of the Champions League this week. You saw, I think, Jesus against Obrun, two Italian players that literally play every single day. I know Musti and Dullen are really good friends. Like, you spar that much because you don't expect to play each other. I mean, often, let alone at all, in the normal season, just because of when you go outside of Germany, there's just so many players, European players. It's going to be, I think you play this game 10 times, one wins 5, one wins the other. But unfortunately, this is a qualification game for the knockout stages.
Yeah, absolutely. As we get our game underway, Dullen Mike versus Focus Musti. What we're going to be starting with, a big game between Henning and Anti-Max. Elimination FIFA.
And do you know something, Richard? I love this from all the players. This is a reminder for every competitive player out there. Whenever you load into that game, get that pause in, double check, make sure the controller settings, the camera settings is everything that you want. Too many times we see players forget. They think they have time finishing on, they don't, and then they're getting on goal and they're trying to time finish and they don't, and they miss a shot and then they're blaming that. So always, first thing to do, get the pause in just to be sure, just to give you that peace of mind.
Well, before we go back over to that elimination game, let's go to a qualifying match. Dylan Mike against Musty. Musty started today with 0-1, but he has been flying ever since. It's going to be Dylan Mike from left to right, all in white, and from right to left, in red, will be Musty. Freiburg's Dylan Mike looking to start here. The stronger of the two players. Wakaketter on the edge of the box. Jude Bellingham once again, he's just tenacious in the middle of the park. Spread out wide. And Nkunku looking for the cutback, but Griffo, as we talked about earlier, a player that is always so versatile.
I'll tell you one thing we're going to see in this game is just goals between these two giants. Musiala for Musty. Thomas Munier tries to get back and defend this for Dylan Mike. Just about keeps it in play. There's the first one. Musty 10 minutes in. Will open up the scoring.
It was all about the work from Musiala out wide. He managed to keep it in down the byline. It was so tight on that byline. We'll get to see the replay here very shortly indeed. He recycled the play across the box. And just watch this here from Musiala. Look how tight this is to going out of play. Right there. Inches, centimetres for Nkunku with a simple tap into the back of the net.
Well then, we've gone from qualification to elimination. Henning against Antimax. FC Hansa against Schalke, and it's an early start in that one. From the FC Hansa man. 15 minutes in there. Loser of this game is out of the Virtual Bundesliga. There's another great thing we have to talk about, Rich, is the fact that if you finish 2-2, you'll be back tomorrow morning for the first game of the day in a qualification game. We won't officially finish all of the Swiss games today here for the VBL finals. We come back tomorrow and it's our first round of play. Anyone that's left at 2-2 will play in our first round. Then we jump straight into the round of 16.
Yeah, it is something that I love, just the fact that you know that you're going to be going into tomorrow. Today, you could start 2-0, lose a couple of games, and then you're not playing a game on the back of a losing streak. You can regain and go again tomorrow. However, if you were 0-2, 0-1, and you found yourself at 2-2, it's then a little bit of an annoying factor because you're losing your momentum as you head into the second day of action as Dylan Mike levels up the tie at 1 apiece. One of these two players will be back tomorrow in the Swiss round, and one will be a guaranteed knockout player.
Yeah, well, here's the goal from Dylan Mike. 20 minutes on the clock. Kevin Trapp just cannot get two hands on the ball. He's not had the best of performances, to be fair. A few people have pointed him out as the weak link in these Bundesliga teams, unfortunately. Can't take another team of the season goalkeeper because they've already maximised your Borussia Dortmund picks.
I feel like Kevin Trapp is going to be ringing us up at the end of this weekend saying you lot were not doing me a disservice. I tried my hardest, all right, but he's done quite a few times where a shot comes in. You probably expect him to just catch it, but he just parries it out, and Mane there, right place, right time. Dylan Mike will be very grateful for that.
Yeah, just needs to probably get a bit better at trapping the ball.
Oh, no.
Needs to hold on to it when it comes into him. Get a good clinch.
You really wanted to do it, didn't you? You really wanted to do it.
Like a Venus flytrap.
You ever played in goal, Rich?
I have, yeah. Always get your W behind it. There was a Barnsley FC yellow away kit that I wore when I was younger. And as a goalkeeper in the yellow kit, nickname was Custard the Clown.
Was that for the kit or because you were a clown in goal?
Both reasons.
We have two goalkeepers in the Coventry booth. Brandon, midfielder, right?
It were a one and done in goal. Don't worry about
was
that.
it? Oh, okay.
I thought you were a striker, Alex, anyway.
Me? No. As I got through the latter ends of my career, and I missed 2 open goals, I got put in goal, basically.
Let's jump across to this elimination game. Still 1-0. FC Hansa, Henning. Sadio Mane battling. Is there one more pass? Back post. There it is on a play. Christopher Nkunku will tie the game up just before half time.
Simple pass across the box. Anti-Max looking to max out his potential here at the Virtual Bundesliga.
That one was discreet. You're enjoying them all, aren't you, there, Buckley?
I know, I'm laughing through it.
He's slowly finding his flow. The RB of all the skill moves in the book. Royce. Somehow still Marco Royce! Look at that for close control dribbling.
Just setting the wrong way. Rattled it into that near post area. Straight from the kickoff. Goalkeeper movement a little bit suspect, Al.
Yeah, but so slightly. It's difficult because you're taking a gamble on where they're going to go and where you want them to be. Just the feet was so good. He's expecting Royce to maybe take the touch to get it on the right foot across goal, as so many players would in that scenario. But calm and composed. A brilliant finish.
Royce again. Before half time, in added time, can he get another one? Just dispossessed there by Lucio, and into the break will go Anti-Max. Finds himself 2-1 down. Let's jump ships. Back to Dolomite against Musti. That's just kicked off in the second half here. 2 teammates going head to head.
Is he on?
Qualification game. See Crosses in the chat saying that left stick dribbling from Marco Royce. I mean, it was pretty ridiculous. Just pivoted on the spot. And somehow able to send the goalkeeper the wrong way too. Griffo. How good's he been today? Finds Sadio Mane. Diaby Matthias will try and punch it into the feet of Nkunku. There is Griffo, could do it all. Rightly so, Richard could play in all different positions, so it seems.
Just the versatility and the stats that he has been awarded with that Team of the Season item, just so good in really any midfield or defensive situation in the wide areas, any side on the wing back, any side on the midfielders, and in the central of the pitch. He is a real solid option.
Big high press there from Dolomite. Matthias stepping in strong.
Games in the second half now. Keep in mind, as soon as this round is done, we'll have a quick break and then we'll do it all over again. There are still 16 more players that are sitting there waiting to get going. Well, that's the question I put to both of you. Would you rather be in the first 16 or the second? Rich, you go first.
Well, as soon as I'm going first, I think I would rather go first as well. Just get the games out the way with. Don't really like waiting around in general in life. Like, if I've woke up and I know I'm playing FIFA today, I want to play FIFA early doors and get my games finished.
For me, a lot of these competitions that these players play in. You participate in as Mano drives. They play them midday and onwards, right? I would want to be getting my games in that sort of similar routine. The FGS qualifiers, you know, they start 10, 11 a.m. finish as and when they get through the games, really. Well, if we're kicking off at 4 p.m. and we're going into 8, 9 p.m., that then for me is not how I would want to be replicating the game.
Oh, absolutely. I don't think there's any real benefit of playing second. You're just sitting there, aren't you, waiting and probably overthinking about the talk you've got to play. As we just joined him, we missed Dolomite's goal. This is the goal that Dolomite did score. It came from the original save from Kevin Trapp. A corner was to come in, and then this is where Dolomite, I believe, was able to find the goal. Man at the back post. Oh, it's just a bit of a pinball in the box, isn't it? It's not the most beautifulest of goals, but they all count in the end. That's all I can say.
If anything, he's given the ball away on the edge of his own box.
Musty's trying to find that way out, Richard, and you have to give a little bit of credit to Bellingham, really, purely because of the ability to step up and Dolomite putting that pressure on, knowing he wants to lay the pass, and it was almost just a game of cat and mouse, and fortunately enough, Dolomite read that to perfection.
Got a question for the pair of you. Who is the most influential player in the team, in these Bundesliga squads?
Bellingham. Hello, Dolomite! I mean, he might not be the most influential player, but I tell you what, off the bench, he can certainly cause some problems.
Brandon, that's who I was going with as my most influential player. Krug.
What a ridiculous finish, by the way.
All came as well from his first time over the top with Diaby. The key part to that is in the runners. The full court had to be set on that run there to breach that defensive line, taking the attention away of Musty towards the ball where Diaby was, and then going for it. But Musty just says, you know what you can do, I can do it just as good as well. I'll bring myself back into the game, Brandon.
Well. We said there'd be one thing, goals in this game. 5 goals so far in it. Said Bellingham was influential. Here's the build-up of all build-ups. Diaby been such a menace for me in every single FUT Champions I played. I think he had like was it Europa League item?
Europa League road to the final, yeah.
A couple of months ago, and it was causing all sorts of problems. When I saw him get a team of the season, I was thinking, oh God, not round 2, but he's luckily been surrounded by so many good team of the season players that don't always see him in the FUT Champions. But big goal for him there. Over to this game now. The woodwork has been hit for Antimax.
He'll feel really hard done by. Green timed, shooting at the near post, and doesn't see the net bulging. Marco Reus as well in a 5-star weak foot.
Yeah, you're going to be a little bit sad with that. However, or Antimax just need to regroup, carry on. Plenty of opportunity still to come.
Last 5 minutes. Pause cue by. On the right-hand side of your screen there, maybe he's trying to bring on Fulkrug, or at least some fresh legs. If he'll have a chance to even make the pause. This is Swiss round 4. Local time in Cologne, Germany. Just gone past 4 p.m.
Wow, look at those results coming in.
Tell you what, well, we know that Kamau and Timox are both qualified for the knockout stages, but Timox has had a perfect day, and we haven't seen him once on stream.
Umit was winning, I just didn't catch that one. 3-0 up. See the results cycling through once again here.
That means Umit's through to the knockout as well. If he can hold on to that performance across the second leg. Full time in that game. We jump back to Dolomite against Musti for the last closing stages here. Diaby Dolomite looking to add a fourth onto the tally. And the air does well. Kevin Trapp can play it out. Just a minute of added time to be played. Will Musti have enough time to get that ball forward?
No.
There we go. Half time across the games. To ask, thoughts so far? 3-2 to Dolomite. Certainly, this one isn't done yet. There's a lot more to come in this second leg between these two teammates. As we said, it's a game where you could play it 10 times, and I generally think either player would probably win evenly amounts.
Yeah, I think when you look at this game as a whole, when we see it after 2 legs, there will probably be very small moments where a player has done what he needed to do to get the victory. I mean, maybe a mistake. Musti gave the ball away for the second goal. Dolomite capitalised on it. That ball over the top very quickly after he went 2-1 up, going 3-1 up with Fulkrug. But there's not been a lot, to be honest, at all, you would say, Alex, in that all-focus affair.
No, it's gonna be tight in that second leg as well. Both of the focused players are gonna need to be focused in their second leg. Musti needs to pull something out of the bag. And that was, I learned from the best, Richard. Well, I learned from the best, what can I say? But for these, as I said, when you play against one another so many times, you start to read and understand how they want to play the game. What are their routine sort of scenarios that they go for? How do they like to attack in the build-up? How do they like to defend? All of those sort of things come into play when you're playing against a teammate of yourself. So we'll just have to see whether Musti can pull that one back, or if Dullen, the previous champion from last year, can say, no, I'm going to edge this one out and go through into that next round.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really do think that small margins, it's a phrase that's thrown around a lot in FIFA, but this is a game of the very smallest of margins. 2 players who know each other inside and out. They've played against each other. They've probably practiced against each other a lot. And these are the games that, if you win this, you guarantee knockout FIFA. If you lose it, you go into a 2-2 game on a brand new day tomorrow, where it might not be your day, Brandon. As we have a little break here, I'm going to come over to you. Do you have the Virtual Bundesliga website open? Do you have any...
How can I help?
Any results potentially starting to come in? What's the verdict on a few of these games?
Well, most are in the closing stages of the first leg. Some have actually kicked off in the second leg. RB Leipzig, it looks like he's going through to the knockout so far. He may have had a defeat against Timox, but it still leads by 3-0. That's just kicked off for the second leg. In terms of any other big storylines, I mean, Timox against Kamau is a match for seeding. They're both already through. As it stands, Timox won that first leg 4-1. They've not kicked off for the second game yet, but Timox has had an unbelievable day, we must say, from that player. That's the second leg as well for Khalid. Looks like the man who's ranked 458th in Europe might also be getting his knockout FIFA guaranteed. Keep in mind that after this round, there'll only be 5 players. Only 5 players that are into tomorrow's knockout, because it's worth mentioning, Rich, anyone that's 2-2, 2 wins, 2 losses, will come back tomorrow. They'll have to sleep on the result, wait quite a long time, and then come back to do it all over again. Now, here's some of the highlights from that first game that we did see. It ended 3-2, remember, between Dolomite and Musti, but here are all of the goals that went in.
And you see some of the best moments here from this game. Took us a little while to get the goals flowing. That was a green time strike across the keeper. It's 1-1 and we're still in the 66th minute. I've still got a few more goals left to come. Floated to the back post. Lucio was up. Bellingham just trying to dribble out of the box. There was Musti. The rebound fell nicely to Mane as Dolomite stuck it in the bottom left corner with the team of the season moment. You just see Fulkrug starting that run off the back of the defender there. Span it in behind. One touch out of his feet and powered. And I say powered into the bottom left corner. However, Musti didn't lie down and let this game get away from him, because Diaby threw on goal, almost scuffed it, you would say, past the keeper into the back of the net. 3-2 the scoreline. That is where we find ourselves going into the second leg, Alex.
Yeah, we do indeed. And that low driven, again, from Diaby coming through. You could tell Dolomite was still a bit like, goalkeeper maybe could have got there. But Musti has given himself that fighting chance.
Yeah, absolutely. So, well, we've got plenty more games left to come. You see the local time in Cologne right now for our matches. I'm getting told that the next games are ready to go almost. I think we should be not waiting too much longer whatsoever to get into the second leg of action. The Virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals 2023. Round 4 of Swiss is right around the corner. Your hosts, commentators, Richard Buckley, Alex B, and Brandon Smith joining you throughout the second leg of these games.
Well, here we go then. Leg 2 underway. As we said, one will qualify, one will be eliminated. Let's keep a close eye on both of these games. Here we go. Henning against Antimax is the first one to kick off. Henning, who kicks from left to right, is leading this game 2-1. We have already seen 2 players be eliminated from the Virtual Bundesliga. Who will be next? We shall have to wait and see. We'll keep you up to date with all the other games as well, looking to find out who will be the 3rd, 4th and 5th player to find themselves into knockouts for tomorrow as well. Could be an early start for Antimax here, and Kunku does get dispossessed eventually.
And the nerves, the trepidation will all be starting to build up now within these two. You know what's on the line. You know it's a make or break situation. And who can handle that pressure the better will be the decisive factor here.
Henning. His first chance of the game. Where's that killer pass going to come? It's a battle between Bellingham and Bellingham. Royce finds Diaby. And a runner race with Davies. 2 players that have got so much pace this year on FIFA 23. And Kunku, there's that left stick close control dribble with a couple of skill moves thrown into the mix as well. Matthias. Man to man. The same player on the opposite side of the stage. Diaby. Still on his own, the French winger. Tucking and diving, all the tackles. Look at this close control dribbling still. Diaby. Back to Royce. Bellingham. Sadio Mane, La Croqueta, Elastico. Oh, it would have been so nice if it found the back of the net.
All that dribbling, all that work. It was a red time shot in the end now.
You've got to be disappointed with that. To do all that hard work, all that grafting to get into the scenario. But then that is what separates these people, is having that ability to use the skill moves, use the dribbling in that area, and they go for the green time finish every single opportunity they get. And sometimes it pays off, and other times, probably 1 in every 20, you get a red time finish.
We are waiting for Mike against Musti to kick off. As soon as it has kicked off, we'll jump over it. There's a couple of words there between Antimax and his coach on this corner. I don't think that was meant to happen like that, but unfortunately it was a corner to forget about. Oh no, we've missed the first goal of this game. Mike has added another one to the tally by the looks of it. And it's just a long ball towards the back post. It's Jude Bellingham doing what he does, gets involved from the centre of midfield, makes that German-esque cross run into the box. Right place, right time for the English midfielder. And Mike makes it 4-2.
If I was to predict it, I think it probably is a run from deep that's been whipped into the back post area for Jude. Obviously, we just saw the crowning touches for the goal. But such a solid start here for Mike. He seems to have started a lot of his games quite well. He's getting that first goal in the majority of his matches, which is just settling the ship ever so slightly.
Also as well, with that quote-unquote German cross, it doesn't always have to be a runner from deep. Sometimes just setting up that man who's on the edge to drive into the box for you then to go for the cross. It still is a variation of the German cross, as we call it, but not always from deep. So hopefully we get a replay to see how early did Jude Bellingham actually make that run? And was it something that Musty could have maybe spotted out that a little bit earlier? But either way, though, Dollar Mike, yes, starts strongly in this second leg and finds himself looking comfortable against his teammate. I have just seen in the chat Kepper saying that he's recently picked up FIFA and wants to know skill moves that are effective. What would you say, Richard?
I mean, probably the easiest one is the step overs to learn. Super effective. Loads and loads of different FIFA players in game can use them because it's not a specific 5 or 4-star skill move. The roulette is a favourite of mine to create a little bit of space inside the box.
And what we've seen loads of today as well is the La Croqueta.
Yeah.
But the variation where they then cancel it with a pass or a shot, which that's kind of taking it to the next level. And that's the thing with a lot of these skill moves. You know, there's always different levels of how they implement them in the game. Basic, intermediate, and advanced, we'd say.
Just on that as well, Richard's point, those step overs just so unpredictable, aren't they? The exits that you can get. A little speed boost. I mean, you're right to say the best FIFA Pro players in the world use them. Speaking of further, Manders Vergang will pretty much every tournament he plays in.
Do you know what? I'm going to agree with what you said, but I'm going to disagree. He's not even the best FIFA players. Any elite Division 1 FUT Champions player who is wanting to succeed will do step overs. I think that just shows how good step overs are when they've crossed almost across the entire game at that intermediate to hard level. As Dull and Mike, we see the 5th goal here. Musiala into Nkunku, back to Musiala. Reversal Elastico inside the box, gets a little bit fortunate. Recycling the play, and Sadio Mane sticks it in the near post.
And to add on the point with step overs, the reason why they're super successful for so many FIFA players across the world is that if you body feint left or right when you exit the animation, it's a 50% chance you're either going to get past the man or not, because you're either going left or right, and it's all down to whether that opponent defends and reads it that way, which, if I told you, Brandon, you've got a chance here of a skill move being 50% successful or 50% not, you're going to take those odds there, aren't you?
Absolutely. And that is why those that do take the risk in those big match moments often can find the reward, as we've seen pretty much across every single round of Swiss today here at the Virtual Bundesliga. As Dolomite looks to be running away with this game now slowly. It's a 3-goal cushion. Bit of a mountain to climb for Musty. He does everything he can to try and find a way back in the tie. Updates from the other games you may be asking for. Here's Umit on his way to knockouts. I tell you what, Umit is 6-0 up on aggregate. 3-0 and 3-0 as it stands right now.
I think they made him angry when he lost.
In the other game, I tell you what, we might have a bit of a comeback on the cards. Kamal is only 4-3 down now against Timox. As we said, both those two have already qualified for the knockouts. Just a match for seeding. That could be going the extra mile into extra time.
That was 4-0, wasn't it?
He was. Potentially. I mean, he had a big comeback in his last game as well, Rich, to be fair, which he was able to beat Khalid. On the other side, looks like Khalid is actually going to qualify. He might be one of the outsiders of this tournament, but 6-2, Khalid does lead. He looks like he's going to be going through to the knockout stages as well. Remember, 5 players will qualify for the round of 16 after this game has concluded.
From what I'm seeing here on the screen, we're watching Henning and Antimax. It's a big, big game for the future of both of these two players' tournaments here at the Virtual Bundesliga. There's just so much nerves on the pitch. When you're seeing the over-the-top through balls, it's like you're urging the ball to go through rather than crafting that opportunity.
Here's a chance. And Nkunku Did he go on his own? Yes! Is that a red time finish? And it's still went into the back of the net. All I can say is count your blessings, because in an elimination game, you need everything to go on your side, and that finish has.
It's actually really funny you say about how the nerves and, kind of going for plays that not always have logical sense to them. That there from Henning is showing his confidence, but also showing his nerves, because the ability to say, I'm not going to pass that off across, I'm going to stick on the left foot there, is confident. And the ability to go for the time finish is confident, but then to red time it shows how the nerves are coming through. So, fortunately enough, the low driven and aiming correctly has still done enough. But Richard, when you red time that, you're expecting that to go nowhere but wide, right?
Yeah, I'd be annoyed if I was anti-max and I've just seen my opponent red time it and it's found its way into the back of the net.
Tell you what, could get worse. Royce, clever skill move, but even better defended. Is he on? And Kunku, he is! Oh! If you can time it red, well, so could I.
Maybe we play the game wrong. Let's watch his back. And Kunku, yeah, red timed.
Is it just because his stats that good that even with that much error, somehow it still goes in?
I think when it comes to red time finishing, what you have to remember is that when you green time it, it increases accuracy, it increases power, right? When you red time it, for me, I feel like it then comes down more to how you have actually aimed the analog stick. And if you're aiming at goal, there is still that small percentage chance that the shot may end up on target. Now, they're not going to hit it clean. They're not going to get a solid connection on it, meaning the keeper may have a chance of saving it. As we've seen, goalkeeper's not got near them, and both of them are kind of biting their lips and saying, well, you had one, I had one, that's fair play, let's carry on.
I'd say it's not with the ref that evens out the game, but it was the red time finishes that have evened out that elimination game there. Only a 1 goal in it between those two. Back to this one now. Winner will qualify for the final 16, the knockout stages. The loser will have to wait until tomorrow to play their next round of Swiss, which again is very simple. Win, you go through, lose, you're out of the tournament. But by God, you'd want to get it done now, wouldn't you? You wouldn't want to sleep on it and come back tomorrow and work out who you're playing, because I believe you're probably going to be playing someone else on the opposite group.
Yeah, it's not football game whatsoever. Football isn't really more musty, as it's going to be musty with this game as it currently stands. You can watch footage back, you can watch VOD, you can start to see how things will play out as well, who you're going to be taking on. And he will have eternal confidence in himself. He's not going to be flustered by being in a 2-on-2 situation.
Still the mic. For a 4-goal cushion. You can see Styler there. Tap Musty on the shoulder to cue a pause of some sort. Clearly he's seen something that wants him to change.
That's what the coach is there for. At times, players, as the 5-2 down 25 minutes ago, they can always give up hope in the game. Well, he'll be there saying, look, we can use all of our substitutes, we can make a tactical change. If we can get the next goal in 5-10 minutes, the pressure is on. It's not done yet.
It looked like there might have been a chance there as well as he came away from it. Antimax did get a goal back, 3-2 now, with 12 minutes left to play.
Hello. Henning. Qua was looking in no man's land there for a split second. I thought he was going to give away a penalty. Last 9 minutes here. As it stands, it's Antimax that is crashing out of this year's Virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals. He could with this goal here. Oh. It was originally a shot on, but he went for the La Croqueta into the finish instead.
Yeah, he screwed it wide somehow. Not too sure how. We do have a mod in the chat. Can we please ban Lino? Just a little bit of public service.
Last roll of the dice for Antimax. Thank you very much to the moderator.
That was quick, wasn't it?
Here we go. This could kill the game. Back post. Defended well, just about by Griffo. Last roll of the dice for Antimax. Is there a break in? Is he onside? Sadio Mane has to score to keep Antimax's chances alive for the VBL knockout stage. Just fluffed his lines. And is that it?
I think that's coming the tournament over. Oh, one more chance. It's got to go. It's got to go now.
Surely not. Clever foul. Oh, it's a straight red, but it won't matter unless he equalises. It will matter.
Oh,
No, he won't. Full time. The referee didn't want to play on, and that is going to do us as another player is eliminated from the tournament. Antimax is out of the tournament, and Henning is in a 2-2 game. We'll see him tomorrow.
Ow.
Richard,
He's got to put it in the box.
you asked me earlier on in those sort of areas, what do I do for those set pieces? And I say play it short and try and work something, because putting it in the box is so difficult to do. You have to have some form of routine there, which when you know you have literally no added time on, yes, you do have to put it in the box and hope. But if you've not brought a big man on, if you've not got someone who can have that physical strength, and we've seen it from Dolomite, he brings on fulcrum. You can use fulcrum to just hold up the ball and have it into feet, into chest, on the head. You can do everything. Poor Antimax, he is going to be looking at that, thinking, what should I have done? And maybe he'll come back to the drawing board, and this time next year, he'll have some sort of routine in his locker.
One man could have saved the day there for him.
No.
Mario Gomez.
No.
Mario Gomez.
No.
No?
You just want the song to come out when he scores.
Yeah, I do.
Mario Gomez, Mario Gomez. And I just want to add on from this game as well, Dull and Mike, how confident are you going to be feeling of your ability, which we know he has the ability anyway, to just say breeze, but grind through the result and beat your teammate 5-2, especially in a player of Musty's ability.
He's made it look pretty faultless as well, I'll be honest. Like, there's been a couple of mistakes here and there, but for the most part, he has been championship winning, Dylan Mike, I want to say.
Well, he's had to turn up. He has done that. Yes, he lost a game, but it's a 3-1 record, and he will be amongst the best 16 in Germany this time round. The defending Virtual Bundesliga champion, that story still is on for tomorrow as his last ball comes into the box. And that'll do us there. Musty goes down into a 2-2 matchup tomorrow. Dolomite is safe and sound though. He's through to the knockouts.
GG's all round. It's a handshake on the stage, and that will do us for Swiss on day one from the Group 1 of action. We've had 16 players. Before we start analysing things, Brandon, do we have any results, any full times? How are people getting on? Did Timo hold out? Did the comeback come through? Umit full time? What can you tell me?
Well, I can tell you a few things. Umit is through with a 6-0 win. Very, very impressive. Khalid is through as well. As we were saying earlier, me and Alex were commentating on the game. 458th he's ranked in Europe. An unknown quantity. He's in the final 16. Timox did win the game in the end. 5 goals to 4. That one was a bit of a nail biter at the end. And in terms of some of our last games, it looks as if we're going to be looking at Pipe Crew being eliminated, I believe. He's currently 5-4 down. Loads of results coming through as it stands. We may even be seeing Yannick eliminated from the tournament, past VBL champion there. Plenty more updates to come, as we said. And also, keep in mind, we've still got another group of players to compete. If we can get that group 2 up now, if possible, just to show you some of the players that will be in action in roughly about half an hour, 45 minutes time.
Before we go there, you can see Group 2. We had our 5 people who are through. Umut, Kamal, Dylan, Mike, Khalid, and Timo, all through. They're 5 guaranteed. And then Nicholas, Rank, Dave, Kankos, Henning, Mark, and Musty all heading into tomorrow. So it's going to be 6 players against 6 of the players on the screen right there for you. This is Group 2 action. This will be coming up in 15 to 30 minutes, I would say. All being well, gameplay will start to commence. Obviously, we don't know the official timings as we're not in Cologne. We are remote, but we are trying our very best to keep you up to date with all of the action as it unfolds. We'll do a deep dive on Group 2 when we get back and when we start to analyse who we think could be going through. Let's have a look before we get into Group 2 and have a quick chat, fellas, about Group 1, because we are done for today. Al, any surprises from what you're seeing on the screen there?
I don't want to do him a disservice, but I think we weren't sat here today thinking Timox was going to top this group 4-0. I think that's probably a fair assessment. We know he's got the capability to go through and make it through into the knockouts, but if there was any man that we were saying is going to be there, we were talking Dylan Mike, the current VBL champion, or Umut, the current world champion, right? That's what we were thinking on that side of things. Now, they've still got the job done anyhow, so they're through. They're going to be happy enough as it is. But Timox definitely going through that 4-0 and beating some big names along the way. I think the biggest shock, though, is Khalid. 458th ranked in Europe. Played a little bit last season competitively in the VBL, but then this season is his first full season into the VBL and competitive FIFA. 458th in Europe, that's a long way off where you need to be to make playoffs and possibly go all the way to the World Cup. And right now, he finds himself into the knockouts. And then if he can put a good run together, he could be looking at a possible playoff playing spot should he be here again at this time tomorrow.
Yeah, he absolutely could. Brandon, for the 5 players, should I say, that have been eliminated so far, I think the biggest surprise for me, maybe Pipe Crew. I thought he might have had a better run at it. Anybody else, or were you expecting maybe the tournament to unfold the way that it has so far?
I think there's a few names there. I mean, you've got like previous Virtual Bundesliga champions, Yannick out the tournament. I think if you're a previous champion, you expect to at least make it into day 2. I mean, look, Denny 10, A-Man played in the Champions League this year. You know, players that are higher up in Europe rankings than some that went through. I think Khalid is a surprise package, but I mean, his story is incredible. For his team, it was him and Sakul that got through from the club championship, and how it works is you get 2 spots in the grand finals. He might not have had that many reps in terms of the club championship. In the 2v2 would have played a little bit, but look, he comes in, he's qualified for the knockouts, and he'll be thinking, look, I can go and beat anyone tomorrow. He's through, he's done it very well, 3-1 record. Congratulations. But yeah, I think alongside that, Kamal, Timox, Umut, and Dylan Mike, a lot of those I think we could say we expected to see to go through.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Well, round 1, Group 1 is finalised for today. Yeah, I hear you ask, what's coming up? What we got left in the locker? We've got 4 more rounds of Virtual Bundesliga Swiss action coming your way. It's going to be Group B. Group 2 coming up in about 40 minutes time. We're going to go for a break, get a bite to eat. We'll be back in roughly 30 minutes time to bring you all the action live from Cologne for the Virtual Bundesliga Grand Final. We'll see you soon.
I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, run it. I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my pen ready. Used to hold myself back, myself esteem pen petty.
saw a girl last night. She was standing in the light in a corner of the room. She was waiting for a hand. Then a boy came over and he asked her to dance. All eyes stopped to watch them. They moved up and down with the waves of the soul. Their moves keeping time for the rhythm. And the girl looked at him and she knew what it was. And she smiled as she said to him, please twirl me one more time and don't stop spinning me. Please swirl me in your mind so I can be a color painting that you'll look upon. Spin, spin with me. I heard a story about a man. He came up with a plan for flying. He showed it to his wife. And he said, now darling, why are you crying so? And she whispered in his ear, I fear you won't come back down to this ground. And he said, I'll always come back to you. Just help me this once to get higher up. And he kissed her and he said, please twirl me one more time and don't stop spinning me. Please swirl me in your mind so I can be a color painting that you'll look upon. And he was off and gone. 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 There once was a woman lying in bed with her lover's head upon her shoulder. She said, my darling, you sound so faint. Don't tell me it's time, I just can't take this. And she told her, please don't worry, dear. There's nothing to fear in moving on. But there's one thing I'd like to ask of you. And she said, just tell me, darling, I'll do anything, anything. She said, please twirl me one more time and don't stop spinning me. Please swirl me in your mind so I can be a color painting that you'll look upon. And she was off and away. And she was off and away. And she was off and away.
I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, run it. I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my pen ready. Used to hold myself back, my self-esteem damn bad.
Welcome back to the Virtual Bundesliga 2023. I think it's my time. Think it's my year. Whose year will it be? 2023 is where we are. Richard Buckley, Peace with eSports, Alex B official on the mic. Come on, fellas, we go again.
Where did that come from?
Energy.
Did we just change the Stormzy there or something? Buckley? That was incredible.
Thank you. We are back for the second round. We're going into Group B action. We have had 4 rounds so far of Swiss. And now we're heading to the evening session. 16 more players will take to the stage to try and get to the holy grail of 3 wins. If you can get to 3 wins, you book your place into the knockouts tomorrow to fight for the Virtual Bundesliga 2023 Championship. If you fail, if you lose 3 matches, your tournament is over. Fellas, we've talked about this morning. Group 1 is finished. Group 2 is right around the corner. And now we can have a look at the 16 players who will be playing in Group 2 and start to pick out who we think could have a very good tournament. I'll go first. I'll take a name, and that name is going to be Levi Finn. An incredible FIFA player. He's been one that's on the tip of the tongue for a long period of FIFA this year. And I really do think that I'm going to go out on a limb. I think he's going to go 3-0. I think he will guarantee his spot very quickly. And I think he's going to be the front runner from this pack of players. Alex, what about yourself?
You took my name, so I'm not going to go down the same route as you because we don't like to be boring here. I'm going to go with the man's tackle. He's been around for a long time. I see him playing a lot of Formula 1. He's very good at FIFA. He's very good at Formula 1. And I expect him to be very good here in Group B.
Brandon?
Always a selection. Honestly, there's a handful of players that I could predict are going to go through, but I'm going to give you one. I'm going to go for Antonio Radelja, played in the E-Champions League. If you remember that game he had against Umit, that penalty shootout extra time thriller that happened in London a couple of months back. The guy that just stands just to the right of Levi Finn in the Frankfurt red and black jersey. Those are all the names on the screen. This is an absolute stacked roster. We must add of players on the right hand side. Sir Hatinho, what a player. HSV Daniel played in the E-Champions League final literally about 72 hours ago. Fanilio, Julie on that as well. De Gaucho, the list goes on. Berkey Lyon from Werder Bremen to ST Pauli. I mean, look, there are so many good players in this bracket, Richard, but only 5 of them today can guarantee themselves in the knockout stages. As we know, 3 more names will qualify tomorrow.
We can have a look at some more information about the Swiss rounds and what is coming up. This was this morning's action, how it did unfold. If you are just joining us, 5 players were eliminated. Yannick, Emain, Denny, Antimax and Pipe Crew all will no longer be part of the Virtual Bundesliga 2023. The 6 players on the right-hand side of your screen, all with 2-2 records. They have finished playing for today. Mustig, Mark, Henning, Kankos, Dave and Nicholas. They will come back tomorrow morning. The first game of the day will be those 6 players taking on the 6 players from Group B who finished on 2 wins and 2 losses. The 5 players on the left-hand side of your screen, Timo, Khalid, Dulan, Kamal and Umut, are all in the knockouts. They have solidified their place into the knockout round tomorrow. Hope that all makes sense. You can find out any information required about this tournament online, virtualbundesliga.com, and you can also follow all of the Virtual Bundesliga on social media, VBL_official, Twitter, TikTok, Twitch, and Instagram. If you are watching us as well, and you're wondering, is there some viewership rewards? There certainly is. Link your Twitch and EA account. Watch for 60 minutes, and you will win a player swap token, as well as some cosmetic Virtual Bundesliga items to kit out your stadium. and your club. Final bit of news for you. The newcomer of the season. This is a tournament and a trophy that can be won. You can vote now online for the newcomer of the season. BX Stip, Johnny, Becky Lyon, Julian, and Antimax are all up for the award. And if you do want to vote, you can find out the information on the Virtual Bundesliga website. I am hearing that the walkouts are coming very shortly indeed, live from Cologne. We are in Cologne right now, as you can see from our backdrops. I'm in Manchester, Brandon all the way down south near Brighton, and Alex in in the Midlands. I'll let you have that. Where would you like to be from?
Isn't it? Yeah, it's Birmingham.
Where
It's
would you like to
definitely
be
not
from?
Birmingham. No, it's not Birmingham.
It
West
is
Midlands, if you want
West
to go
Midlands.
easy,
Okay.
but Worcestershire theoretically.
Worcestershire. Good sport. You
Got
can see
good
the-
crisp as well, actually.
You can see the confirmation of those matches that we're going to be watching first. Levy Finn up against Berkey Lyon and BX Stip against Johnny. 3 of the 5 players up for the Rookie of the Year and the Newcomer of the Season, all in action, which I'm looking forward to seeing how they get on in their opening matchup. You can see the local time in Germany, 8 minutes past 5. We are starting to get into the evening, and we hope that you do keep with us to catch everything FIFA esports here from the Virtual Bundesliga Grand Final. Alex, the 16 players that we've got coming up, what are you expecting? Do you think we'll see somebody run away? Do you think we'll... I mean, this morning was surprising. Nobody expected Timo to go 4-0, but he did it. Once again, probably experience proving to be the pivotal factor there.
Yeah, for that factor, definitely. I think for this group of players that are going in the latter part of the day, they've probably got to the arena an hour or two ago, had a bit of a warm-up game and get ready. I think we're going to see a slow start from these players. As the stages go forward, we'll start to see them progress forward and obviously get more attacking and score some more goals and put on a show for us. But I wouldn't be surprised if the first round, second round, it may be a little bit slow. Players kind of struggling to warm into it, purely because it's later on in the day. They've been waiting around. All they've been thinking about is, this is my first matchup. This is who I'm playing. How am I going to play? This is the formation. A lot on their minds that when they actually get onto that stage, they might lock up ever so slightly. Or they could go the other end, Richard, which is just, I just want to get my games over and done with and make it through to tomorrow. So let's score, let's win, and let's go ahead and get that 3-0.
Do you feel as though there's an opportunity here, Brandon? I mean, name value, Dolomite, Umut already played, Musty already played, Timo already played. I feel as though there's an opportunity for one of these players, maybe a couple of these players, to stand up and go, I'm here too. Don't forget about me, and I can make a run for this tournament.
Absolutely. I think if you look across the 16 players that we've got in this group too, you've got a lot of names that we've seen in bits and pieces across the last couple of years in FIFA, popping into events, having so-called runs. Yes, you've got a couple of big names in there. Sakul, we haven't seen him at his best for a little while. To Gaucho, we don't really get to see him as much as well. It's sort of been Anders and Unumut that have been the front runners there. But there's names in there. Faninho, Julie, Serratinho, Furky Plays, Denny 10, who made an E-World Cup final back on FIFA 21. I reckon there's going to be 2 names in the first 5 that qualify that are going to be a little bit of a surprise.
Well, look forward to seeing it. It's not only the Virtual Bundesliga trophy up for grabs, there is some prize money as well on the line. And we can tell you that the prize pool is €100,000. The winner will take home 40 grand. Second place, 20. Third, 7.5. Fourth, 7.5. And you can see the prize pool breakdown from there on out. As well as that, playoff spots for the FGS playoffs taking place at the end of June for the first and second place. And I believe the play-ins, which are taking place in like 48 hours time on Tuesday, they're starting in Europe. They will be for the semi-finalists. So guaranteed FGS season extension, maybe for some of these players who haven't already wrapped up the playoffs. Decent prize pool, to be honest. 40k for the winner. That will certainly be life-changing money for a few of the players who maybe aren't as privileged to have won FIFA tournaments in the past. I imagine Umit is a splash in the pool for him when he won 250 grand last summer. But for some of these players, maybe some of those rookies of the season, this could be the money that you move out. You build up your equipment, you start to make content as well, you can really start to change your life with prize money like that. And it's always great to see players change their life around through the power of esports. Right, I've just been told that the walk-ins are coming up very shortly indeed. I did see someone in the chat say, we don't just want to watch the guys talking, we want to see some gameplay. We want to see gameplay as well. Don't worry, we're not just sitting here wanting to chat to you all day long. As much as that would be nice, we do want to see some games. So as soon as that gameplay is ready to go, we won't be here anymore. You'll just hear our voices and you will see some of the best players in Germany taking to the stage. And speaking of the stage, the walkouts are here, Brandon.
We are indeed. Kicking off with this man, Sakul. Qualified through the club championship. This man fresh off the plane from Istanbul. It's Hamburg's Daniel. Top 8 finish. 55th in the European rankings. He needs a good run here to get himself into the play-ins or playoffs. Next up we have Julie. Previously of Schalke. Plays his FIFA for VFL Bochum.
Good player. Real good player in his own right. Making their way to the stage. Hassi Umut. His namesake already there tomorrow. Umut, can he maybe get some of the FIFA ability of him as well? We'll have to wait and see. Schalke Esports, Serhatinho, a player that's been around the block, Brandon. I'd expect them to have a good tournament here today.
Yeah, had a top 4 actually 2 years ago in this tournament. Denny 10, FIFA E-World Cup Grand Finalist in FIFA 21. Recently played for Bernard Leno's esports team. Now, FC Cologne in his home city where this tournament is taking place.
Fabio up next. Making their way to the stage. Can't forget about this man. A player that we've seen many a times at many a FIFA esports events. The Gaucho, RB Leipzig.
I feel like for him, Rich, he's got a bit of a point to prove. He's in a ridiculously stacked team. The Gaucho has been a top FIFA player, as you know, when he used to play for, I think it was Borussia Esports. Yep. Now of RB Leipzig. Fanino, teammate of Daniel. Hopefully they don't match in the Swiss rounds. It could happen. Berkey Lion, should say, or Funky Plays. There you go. Not Berkey Lion. Funky Plays up next to Bayer Leverkusen. Another good player. Sits outside the top 100 in Europe. He needs to have a good running here to get himself into the playoffs. This was the man I said to watch out for. Did play in the recent E-Champions League knockout stages. Antonio Redelja.
It was close as well. It was close to getting there.
5th in Europe. No reason why he can't have a good run today.
Real close to qualifying and getting that spot. Julian FNGK. One of the more historic teams in the German Bundesliga. And Bochum, what a history they've got. Really brought onto the scene by Megabit. There is Berkey Lion, Brandon, making his way to the main stage for FC St. Paul.
Main featured matchups. The last few players come on. This is Hertha Berlin's BX Stip, one of our rookie players of the season, up for an award. He'll also be on main stage as well. This is a player to keep an eye on, though, is Johnny. Currently 27th in Europe, just outside of the qualification spot directly into the playoffs. With form like that, keep an eye on him today. And this is the man. Honestly, many call him the best FIFA player online this season. 8th in the Global Series rankings in Europe. Anders Vergang's words were, he's the best player for me. He's the best player currently in the world. Well, let's see it today.
Levy Finn, playoffs guaranteed. We were talking about Johnny as well, just very quickly. Potentially some permutations could come into play if Umut was to go on and win. Would that spot come down to him? I don't know if it would come far enough, but I'm sure if it was a Levy Finn Umut final and there's 2 spots going down the rankings, potentially could sneak into the playoffs. I know we were talking a lot about the Champions League permutations and what could potentially happen, but I think there's probably some people watching hoping for an grand final spot, so that playoff spot does go down to another player. For Levi Finn, Al, he is the highest ranked player in this side of the bracket. Is there any extra pressure on him, do you think? Or could it just be that he's better than the rest?
I think for this season, obviously because he's kind of got that playoff skilled already, he can just have that freedom to come into this tournament and say, look, I am quote unquote maybe one of the favourites, but if you're Dull and Mike, if you're Ummet, those are the names and those are the people that you're expecting to go out and win that trophy. While as for Levy, it's just about him going out and just playing with freedom, wanting to lift that trophy for the first time in his career, and obviously securing that €40,000 in the process of doing it. So the pressure's there in a sense of he wants to win, he wants to perform, but everyone knows how good he is. It is just about him coming out, playing with freedom, and obviously trying to lift that trophy.
Yeah,
Did you just flick the fuse in your house, Rich? Or...
the camera had enough. It's been a long day. The camera just went, you know what? Yeah, I'm done for the afternoon session. You can go back to the webcam. No, I agree. I agree with what you said. I did hear it, Alex, even though I wasn't here present. So I think for Levi Finn, as long as... I think that first game's important. If he loses that first game, I think maybe the nerves could potentially start to play a factor, but I don't expect it, to be honest, as we do join back to the live feed here. These live shots from Germany in Cologne. Just seeing a little bit of the preparation going onto the stage. You always say it, Al. When a player steps onto that stage, they can't rush into it. They need to make sure the settings are right. They need to make sure they've got the custom tactics set up, because the last thing they want is an excuse.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we go into champs games, and how frustrated are you if you load in and you forgot to set up the right tactic, you didn't put on an ultra attacking where you can press, maybe you didn't change one instruction, you didn't go in and sort your settings out to make sure that your time finishing's on, your player locking, everything that you want normally is set there in stone. You get annoyed with it in champs, in rivals, right? Imagine being on the line where this is your job and there's money for you to go and win. There's playoff spots, play-in spots available as well. You need to make sure that everything is set right. You are ready. You are in the right mental state, and you are prepared for the moments that are up to come. This is what these players live for. They will be wanting to kickstart off game one, round one, with a very, very good display.
Well, here we go. Round one action of the evening session is right around the corner. Levi Finn up against Berkey Lion. It's a great game to kickstart, and FC Paderborn and Hertha's representatives, Johnny and BX Stip, Bastian versus Jonas, will be our secondary featured matchup. You're going to be getting all three of us on commentary for this first session of the afternoon. Myself, Richard Buckley, Alex B. But firstly, Brandon Smith.
Well then, round one is done and dusted. 5 players have already made their way into the knockout stage of this year's Virtual Bundesliga. However, we have to go and do the same again now for 16 more players. What 5 will book their ticket into the top 16 tomorrow? We'll kick off with this one. BX Stip 7 against Johnny. Whilst we wait for Berkey Lion to take on Levi Finn. A bit of a rematch, that one. They actually played in a semi-final of the Virtual Bundesliga Club Championship. Maybe a bit of revenge there. Well, that was RB Leipzig that did win that. It was FC Hansa Rostock that did come second. They'll be after some silverware this year. And I mean, look, they're in good hands, aren't they, Rich, with Levi Finn?
In extremely good hands. A player that is just so mechanically brilliant. Maybe not shown it at a big LAN sort of major event, but he is certainly, as we come into this back end of the season, a player on the tip of the tongue as we head into the playoffs.
If you have just rejoined us for the Virtual Bundesliga, no surprise, it is team restrictions that follow the top flight in Germany. 2 players from each club is a maximum, so you won't be able to see the full Bundesliga team of the season in action. However, you're allowed one icon, 1 foot hero. Basically, any other player, but as we said, capped at 2 per club. This one has kicked off. What has happened here? Berkey Lion, 8 minutes in, has just been gifted a penalty and a dream start in the Swiss round 1.
We didn't see why it was given, but the favourite finds himself 1-0 down.
Well, here's the penalty. Let's have a look at it again then. What happened? Sadio Mane just did not give up. Alphonso Davies had the ball on the left-hand side. Then where was the foul? And Nkunku into Diaby. I mean, it's a body check. It's harsh, but the referee says that's a penalty and it's a dream start for Berkey Lion. But how long will it last for? And Nkunku. Back to Levy Finn. Minutes was the answer.
Yeah, seconds, if that. He's got the penalty on the 8th minute. 1-1 on the 12th. Marco Reus getting Levy Finn back in the game. Great play as well. It was fantastic work inside the box to open up the space.
Well done. What starts that game? 0-0 over in this one. Royce back to Davies. Is there a cutback available? Ball roll inside. Royce looked for the outside the boot finish there. It was blocked.
We do have Alex B joining us in the commentary booth for this game. As we head back, Berkey Lion back in front.
We're going to replay of that in just a second as I speak. Right on it is a switch out to Alphonso Davies. Always in that attacking role. The runner coming in from deep, centre-back, going on that overlapping run. Manages to just go for the reverse pass. It looked like Mane was facing the other way. Marco Reus. He would have felt like he had that kind of covered. You know, the passer was just not even facing where he wanted to play that ball, but still managed to find that man and take that lead again.
As we leave,
We are jumping.
yeah, Johnny scored.
Here's the goal that Johnny did score. As I said, 27th in Europe. Not a bad season. Punches it into Nkunku. The one more pass that makes all the difference. And no surprise, Jude Bellingham with this second afternoon evening sitting will pop up within the first game just to show his value and worth in these squads. Another goal. Berkey Lion, we can't catch any of his goals live. 17 minutes in, this was 2-1. We already saw this one. Did we get to see goal number 3? Levy Finn, after all the hype we gave him, is 3-2 down. There's another goal in this game.
These two are just saying, Alex, you mentioned before the game about how we've been waiting around all day, might be a little bit stiff, waiting to get onto that big stage, and there won't be too many goals in the first round, is what I said, I believe. Well, I'll retract that statement, shall I? Because right now we've got 5 goals in game 1 in the first leg within 30 minutes, and we've already got 2 goals for Johnny.
They've not messed about at all, have they?
I mean, we saw this recently at the E-Champions League as well, though. Goals galore. Like, yes, you know, a lot of players are using these 5 at the back formation, but players are managing to find ways to score goals, be quick and direct and put numbers forward. That you might have 5 in defence, but let's score goals.
Sorry for the reaction there. I just saw the goal and the shush to camera. What a start. Sadio Mane, Levy Finn looking for an equaliser. He's got 3 on 2. Cut back and Nkunku. Tell you what, this replay, man, is having one hell of a day.
He's all over the place.
He is in for one of the hardest round 1 games I think I've ever seen. What are these matches? I'm jumping around. I don't even know what's real life and what's a replay anymore. Hello.
Oh, the knockdown as well. That is a wonderful. That's my type of football, that is. Get it in the box, knock it down, and get the simple tap in. Now, thankfully, Brandon, when there is a replay, we get to see on the right-hand side replay. However, with the amount of goals that are going in, I feel like we're living in replays right now. This is real life. We've got 2 minutes left in this half. Johnny just wanted to see it through to half-time. But the cameraman, he's making his book today. I'm telling you that for now.
Have a nice deep breath at half-time and try and recompose ourselves.
Johnny looking for a third. Royce dodges a tackle or two, and Kunku just tries to bundle his way through the box. Half-time, they could have a breather.
Oh!
As this game, there's another goal in it. Berkey Line makes it 4-2.
What are we seeing here? It's a short corner, played to the edge of the box. Lacroix and Lucio getting a little bit fortunate. Lucio hustling for the badge. Slid through to Mane and a finish past the keeper.
Cross whipped in deep. Oh, Berkey Line. Nearly finding goal number 5 before half-time. 6 goals in one half of FIFA, Alex. I mean, if you're new to FIFA esports, it doesn't get much better than that.
It doesn't, but Levy Finn, as much as we know his ability and how good he's been this season, he is not going to be happy conceding 4 goals in the first half of one leg of FIFA. Look, there's 2 legs. There's plenty of action still left to play, but you cannot be happy. You cannot be satisfied with conceding 4 goals in that first half. It's just simply not quite good enough.
Yeah, it's a little bit leaky at the back, isn't it? And the player that's ranked 8th in Europe at the moment. One of the strong favourites to go the full weight in this year's German Championship. Across the games, actually. What's happening in the other matches? Let's have a little look. Between everyone else, Serratino against Antonio Adalgia. That's a 1-1 scoreline at the moment. It seems like we've chosen the right 2 games to watch here, because everything else has been pretty low scoring. De Gaucho's leading by a goal still against Denny 10. And HSV Daniel leads Wolfsburg's Fabio by a goal to nil as well. Sakul 2-1 down against Fernino. All in the first leg.
We had a few questions about maybe a couple of the games being selected in the opening session, but here in the afternoon, can't complain. Lovely pass.
It's a great ball. Is he onside? Sadio Mane is a bit brave to go on your own from there. Into corner. Plays short to Nkunku. What can happen here? He cycles back to the edge of the box. Where's that killer pass going to come? Or he's going to try and work it into the box patiently. That's Reece Oxford that gets the nod as well, actually. Comes into the team.
I like the pickup as well, because it's another player from a different club, which allows you to sort of open up a different avenue to then double dip into maybe Bayern Munich, where you're not having to take a midfielder, or Borussia Dortmund, where you're not having to take a centre-back, etc.
Mane.
I like the gamble there. We've seen Kevin Trapp so far this afternoon not be the greatest in those areas. That's an absolutely beautiful through ball to Royce.
My football vision
Oh!
is incredible off the woodwork.
I want to know how Johnny, A, has executed that through ball, B, even seen it, and Nkunku just cutting it open as easy as you like.
Levy Finn needs a goal.
This game. The best defensive first half, was it? From Levy Finn, Diaby. And Nkunku, little skill with into the exit. He did time it green. Good save, Kevin Trapp. Playing in the smallest of areas, offloads it. Diaby, step over. Qua stands in the way.
Driven pass into the 18-yard box, working a treat there for Levy. Trying to find the fancy footwork with the Elastico, but Cologne just happy to know that's what you want. I can cover off those angles and get the blocking as and when.
Davies plays deep. Nicely timed it, green. Let's pull out a save. Pong. 99 pace on that team of the season on. Bellingham. And Kunku!
Seeing a lot of driven passes in this final third. Just allows you to fizz the ball into one of your attackers. Makes it so difficult for the opposing defence to step in, make an interception and trap that ball and take it away. Those driven passes working a treat for all of these players.
Rich, I know you've been sitting back watching the game for a little bit. What have you been able to pick out for us?
The way that the driven passes have been in and around the box, just as we say that, Levy Finn gets one back, 75 minutes on the clock, Sadio Mane. Couple of things, like the driven pass into the final third, they're not playing it from the wide area straight in. It's almost you recycle. Then as soon as you get onto the edge of the D, just here, that's where you fire it. And that's where the real success is coming from it. This is a replay. Bad loss of possession for Berkey Lyon in his own box to just give Mane the ball.
That right there is what I call the knee-jerk reaction. It's where you win the ball and then you just immediately press pass. You don't know why you do it. You just do. And it happens. And you just have to remain composed. You need to make sure that you think about what's to come instead of just going, oh, I've won it and then press pass and giving it away. You've worked so hard to generate that 4-2 lead, to give Levy Finn that chance and put it back on. You wouldn't be surprised if Levy takes control of this game.
I think what was more impressive on the flip side from that, Alex, as well, is how, I mean, any normal FIFA player just gets the ball and presses circle, right? But then for Levy Finn, just to add in a little clever skill move there, open up the space, shift it onto the left foot, find the back of the net.
Yeah, that's what separates. You know, there's a reason why.
Johnny's reaction there, it tells you all you need to know. BX Stick back in the game, and Cuckoo, you will not see an easier goal than that, my friends.
We're going to see it here, the recycle. Jude Bellingham, again, the driven pass. Look, we can't keep on going on about Kevin Trapp, but
He parries a lot, doesn't he? And unfortunately, he parries it back to the player.
I think when we're so used to seeing these top goalkeepers, Van der Sar, Schmeichel, being in goal, it's just so much more noticeable now you go to someone like Trapp, like Van der Sar. I just don't feel like we pick up on that anywhere near as much. Obviously, we're restricted to the Bundesliga players here for these players, and they're having to go with the likes of Kevin Trapp. It's just more noticeable.
still on for Johnny.
Last chance. Off the half. Johnny will get it. Bellingham does get dispossessed. That was for half-time in this game. 2-2 all square. But this one is the goal fest. 1 goal in it, 7 goals scored. Berkey Lyon leads Levy Finn, still 4 goals to 3.
Yeah, I'm not too sure with Kevin Trapp. Just the decision-making. It seems he's just so fragile. He's got hands made of pastry. Like, just flaking anytime he's in and around the box. As what comes to an absolute cracker of a game. Levy Finn 3, Berkey Lyon 4 after 1 leg of FIFA.
Surprised you know with the pastry, Buckley, with the gluten.
I still enjoy pastry.
What pastry would he be?
Probably a croissant.
I think I'd say that because people, as much as he keeps spilling everything, people just keep coming back to him.
Yep, probably a croissant.
Here's a question for you both then. And for Twitch chat as well. Tell us. If Van der Sar was in there or any top level goalkeeper over Kevin Trapp, we've seen so many goals throughout today and we've been crediting the attack and how these VBL players are using what they have. Do we think if we have a better goalkeeper in net, we might have less goals conceded? Maybe, I don't know, 10 less or something? What do we reckon?
I thought you were going to say, for the Twitch chat, what is your favourite pastry? I thought that's where we were going.
You can answer that as well if
I
you want
thought
to.
you were about to say what pastry would Van der Sar be. I was going to say chocolate twist.
Good shout. Good knowledge.
But
No, I was trying to
unfortunately,
keep it
that's not
more
gonna be the case.
formal, actually, to you both. But you two seem to be away with the pastries right now.
No, I don't know. I think maybe because he's just front and centre and we're seeing it is why we think he's playing so poorly. But, I mean, goalkeeper's such a... It's the one position you don't have that much control over, right? You're going to move him right to left, but whatever the goalkeeper wants to do, the goalkeeper's going to do. I've used Van der Sar. He's okay. I think if as long as the chemistry's there for you, you'll do a job. We've played one leg so far, and this is how the table is currently standing and shaping up.
Yeah, as it stands right now, to be honest, remember all these games are in the first leg. These aren't full-time results, but just as it currently stands, if someone is 1-0, they could actually be drawing as well. So Dennis Tennies against the Gaucho is a draw. Fanino against Sakul is also a draw at the moment as well. So don't look too much into those results as it stands right now. 3 wins, remember everyone, is the magic number. That gets you to the knockout stages, and 3 defeats will knock you out the tournament. A special mention as well to the Twitch chat today. I've had over 7,000 plus viewers that have been here since the start of play today. Say hello in the chat. We will try and read out as many messages as we can. Let us know who you're supporting as well. I can see some love for Fergie Play in the chat. Some love as well for Levy Finn, who might find himself 4-3 down, but as much as he might be leaky, Alex, I think, look, Levy Finn's going to create chances, and there's probably a very good chance we could see another 7 goals in this second leg.
Yeah, he's going to come out into that second leg and say, okay, I'll tighten up in defence, but we can see how good he is in that final third as well. We've seen the class throughout this season for himself. So, although conceded 4 goals in the first 90 minutes, he definitely won't be happy with it. Just said, look, I know I can defend better than that. I know I can carry on creating my chances. Let's go out there and let's try and replicate it while being a bit tighter at the back.
I think the big thing that we've seen in these games compared to what we saw this morning / this early afternoon, not only are we seeing more goals, but we're seeing more goals on both occasions. I mean, we can't... The Musty game, it was all one-way traffic. He won 8-2. None of these games seem to be out of distance. If it's a narrow margin, it's a 1-1, it's a 2-1. If we've seen loads of goals, we've seen 7 goals scored. It's not 5-2, it's not 6-1, 4-3. Like, every game is really, really tight, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how... I do want to say maybe this younger group of players, I think that's fair to say, start to deal with the pressure and the expectation put on themselves and from the fans and punters watching online and even ourselves.
But one thing I want to say with Group A and Group B, the differences, do you feel like Group A has got maybe bigger names or a little bit more stacked than Group B? Do you think Group B is a little bit more there for the taking for anyone?
Yes, I just think you're right. Maybe less experienced names, less names that have won big trophies and had big outings outside of Germany. You're right, there's a huge opportunity from this side of the bracket, Alex, to find some new faces.
Well, here we go. Second leg of action underway. BX Stip and Johnny is where we'll turn our attention to first before Becky Lyon and Levy Finn get underway.
Massive opportunity to get yourself that first win under your belt. Build that confidence that you need. Johnny kicking from right to left. BX Stip. 2-1 down. Found a late goal into the game to tie it up. Here's a chance. Early doors. Marquardt back to defend that Sadio Mane shot. Still possession, finds his way back to Johnny again. He looks to bring in the fullbacks this attack. Frimpong through just an overload on that right-hand side of the pitch. Matthias Bellingham, Royce. The idea was there for Davies, but defended well. Angelino gets a nod in. There's been a couple of interesting picks here. We're seeing Reece Oxford and we're seeing Angelino.
We were speaking about Angelino earlier when it was myself and Al doing the commentary, and I wanted to see him. I wanted to see him in the team. I think he offers you just... I mean, you're not clamouring for left backs. It's either Alphonso Davies or the rest, you would say. And it frees up another Bayern Munich player if you're not going to use Alphonso at left back. So I don't mind it. I really don't mind it.
I think an interesting approach would be if you could find a way, if you could take a player that maybe is a lesser of ability, that you could gain an extra in the club. So you were entitled to 2 players from 1 club. But if I take Angelino, can I have a +1 from Bayern Munich, for example? Maybe adding a little bit more flair to these squad restrictions.
Do we have a goal? Oh, I thought we were joining a goal.
Believe it or not, for once, we've joined this game where there hasn't been a goal. Or is there going to be a goal right now? Levy Finn, Royce, looking for that all-important equaliser. 17 minutes in. He's always been on the back foot in this first leg, which is a key thing to do when you're playing against a player of Levy Finn's quality. Just to keep him an arm's length away. Oh no, what's going on at the back there? And Nkunku, it's good feet. Perky-Lyon can't get himself out of this pressure. He can now. Just about. So much pressure on him there. Good feet. Brings in Nkunku into this one. Terrible pass. Didn't want to forget about. Completely missed. Low for Matthias. Now has a chance to counter-attack.
I think we're just seeing a little bit, I want to say reckless FIFA at the minute. Both players know the importance of scoring this next goal in the tie, and both are trying so very hard to get it that there's been a few occasions where a snatched pass, a rushed pass, just starting to creep in. It's like when you're in the rush to mow the lawn or trim the hedge in the garden. You just do it a little bit messy. It's not as neat as it usually would be if you had all day to do it.
One of your... That was great.
I think it's because I heard the hedge trimmer from your window.
Oh, is that it?
Hello!
Perky-Lyon 5-3
Perky-Lyon?
Yeah.
He's just added another one onto his account. Here's the goal on the replay again. It was a very high line. It was a running race. Alphonso Davies proving his worth up against Frimpong. That was literally the ultimate battle of the two 99 pace fullbacks. Alphonso Davies coming out on top that time. A little 1-2. And again, it proves, Alex, why the fullbacks are so influential.
Yeah, the hold-up play from Mane, just outside that centre circle, just looking to turn and then playing a through ball, which again, not many players are spotting or seeing, but Perky-Lyon just finds it, drives all the way with Davies, says, I've got no one with me, I might as well take a shot. Let's see if we can test trap, maybe get that ball falling from the goalkeeper, but if I can find the back of the net as well, I'll take that. And he did exactly that.
I mean, what did we see this morning? Dull and Mike scoring goals from tight angles as Thuram getting himself on the score sheet here. Marcus Thuram through on goal. Goalkeeper comes out and a very simple finesse shot, just tucking it past him into the far post.
I'm quite surprised we've not seen Thuram as much as we have done throughout this day so far, purely because he's got the pace, he's got the power, he can drive. If you let him break away from you like you do there, you are not catching him. He's so difficult to take off the ball. Reliable in front of net as well. Not everyone's cup of tea, purely because he can't turn as good as maybe someone like Marco Reus or Nkunku, but if you're a player that can use that drive and ability, the physical battle, He'll offer that for you.
Last chance of the half for Johnny to find an equaliser. There's the step over into the little speed boost, allows Mane to pass Angelino only for a second. Half time there, only one goal between the two, and in the other game, still a 2-goal gap for Berkey Line. It would certainly shake up a couple of predictions, no doubt, and it will also send a message out to the rest of the competitors. If you see Levy Finn at 0-1, you're thinking, oh wow, we're in for a tough day, and whoever's just lost the game has got to play him now, which is not going to be a nice game at all.
Berkey Lion is playing real instinctive FIFA. There was a period of time in this match, up to that goal being scored, the 5th goal, the first in this leg, where it was just a little bit scrappy, a little bit sort of wasteful on both players' occasions. It seems as though since he scored and went 5-3 up, the balance of play has really shifted into Berkey Lion's favour.
Yeah, and instinctive FIFA, what we call flow state, is one of the best ways that you can play because you don't hesitate on anything. If you receive the ball, you go with your gut instinct, you go with what works for you. It's when you start thinking about things in FIFA, you take that half a second too long to get that pass off or to input that skill move, and then your opponent clamps you out and takes it away. If you want to be the best, you have to get into this flow state, play the way that you know is best. Don't overthink things, play the game, and the results will show. And right now for Berkey Line, he's doing exactly that.
Back on the way. Berkey Line looking for a perfect start. Bellingham, step overs, cuts back, might bounce back kindly. Possession just keeps falling back inside. Good save, Kevin Trapp. Off the knee. He's able to get there on the second time of asking. But he's simply just taking this game to Levy Finn. And has always been the front runner. He's always kept Levy Finn chasing him.
What he's also doing as well, he's not trying to craft this is a 95% chance that I work a shot at goal, as a lot of players can do. He's just saying there might be a 60% chance that this finds its way in. But he's happy to shoot from different angles, different positions, from different ranges, which makes it very hard to read.
Backing up Levy Finn. When we jump over to this game a second, sort of been his breakout year. He sort of did the hard work last year, but this year he got involved in the E-Nations Germany team that has qualified for those E-Nation finals. And it was only 10 days ago where in the FGS 5 he had a top 8 finish. He lost to Anders Vergang 7-6. I mean, that must have been a game that went to the very end.
I think with Germany, it was the German national team couldn't be ignored anymore. I mean, flying up the rankings, one of the highest ranked players in Germany and in the rest of Europe. It would be bad decision making from the people making the decisions not to have me involved.
I think you simply just could not ignore him. The runs and the stats that he was having. He was involved in the Champions League, unfortunately. Only up to the group stages. Those tournaments did earn him important ranking points, which has put him in the best 10 players in Europe. Here's Thomas Meunier towards the back post. And there's a 2-goal cushion.
Big, big moments in FIFA matches as BH Stip, with 25 minutes left on the clock, sent the bodies forward. It was Meunier inside the box, just floated in. You talked about Thuram. You wanted him in more teams, and that's what he offers you.
Yeah, the ability at that back stick to just find the man who's there. He's going to tower over the likes of Frimpong, Davis. And if you can find that, it's exactly what happened. Just Thuram was there up against Frimpong, and it's just not a battle you are ever going to win. Jumping, aggression, heading accuracy. Frimpong is not going to be the man that you want in that area. But Levi Finn grabs a goal back against Berkelein as well to bring that one to 5-4 on aggregate. Goals galore in this game. And it also looked like Johnny was just beaten from that.
He looked dejected. Yeah.
Yeah.
Last 20 minutes. Berkelein add another one onto the tally. Not surprised with Levi Finn. Somehow flip this game on its head and won 6-5.
I think we're learning more about Berkelein than we are Levi Finn here. You mentioned that Anders result, 7-6 was it? He will give you an opportunity to score goals against him, but he's also going to score, and that's a guarantee. And typically he just scores more than you. But I think what we're doing here, I don't have any doubt that Levi Finn won't go through into the knockouts. I think he will outscore many other players he plays against, but we're getting a real litmus test here for Berkelein and what he can offer.
Putting 5 goals past one of the tournament favourites is going to fill you with confidence during those latter rounds.
Huge chance, Berkelein to put the game to bed if he wants to. Seemed like there was so much space, then suddenly
He's in.
everything just closed up for Ram. Keeper's off his line. Does he go for a shot from there? It was brave. Rebound, recycled, another big block from Lacroix. He didn't know anything about that, but may have just been a hero.
Incorrect decision making, you think, Al, to take the shot, or we'll get your opinion after this chance has come in.
Why not in the air? Diaby, end-to-end last 10 minutes. Only a goal in it in the round 1. As we leave this game, is there a comeback here? There's 50 minutes there. We'll leave this for now.
See the goal.
We're going to see the goal on the replay very quickly. Bellingham Royce. There's that reverse elastico. Times it green. Punched into the back of the net. Let's jump back if we can to the closing stages of this one. Was it a chance we missed? Mane back inside. Oh my days, what a save. Kevin Trapp with a massive save for a change.
Late corner to force extra time.
So he got up his sleeve, Levi Finn. Last chance of the game, edge of the box, back to Jude Bellingham. Are we off to extra time or not? No, we're not. Berkelein, big win. Massive outpour of emotion.
I'm surprised he didn't fancy it with Jude Bellingham. I thought there might have been a finesse on.
It was exactly what I was thinking as that came out. For your last kick of the game, you're going to be
go
and
for it.
ahhing. You're trying to find that extra pass just to see if you can work the perfect opportunity. But the finesse was on. Should Levy wish to go for it? Instead, he said, no, I'm going to try and find it through. And it's really, really good defending. We move back over to this game, which is currently 4-3 on aggregate BX Strip. Trying to see if he can weather the storm of Johnny. We will be trying his hardest to take this one through to extra time as well. We haven't had an extra time and penalty shootout in Group A. Group B, we will see if it can deliver.
So many tightly contested games as well across this whole round 1. 8 games underway. We'll give you an update as soon as we get out of this one.
Chance.
Diaby. Conclude the game. Oh, boys, there's one more pass maybe.
I can only assume that up here, that looked blatant for us to lay that extra pass off. In the heat of the moment, BX Strip just wanting to go for the easier option, the easier chance of maybe let's get the shot off, see if we can work the goalkeeper. But he's going to want to hope that doesn't come back to haunt him because it was a huge, huge opportunity missed.
Chance wasted for Johnny. BX Stip, it's in your hands, my friend. 3 minutes to look after possession. To give her for Berlin. A 1-0 record, the first win on the boards. Bit of a panic cross. Give Johnny enough time for one last attack for Ram. First time into Nkunku.
Good defending.
Just throwing everybody in the way. Kevin Trapp! Terrible touch!
What's he given?
Ken? Did he make a last tackle lunge?
I don't know. Johnny's reaction doesn't look happy.
I think it's a pen. No. A random tackle?
Oh my. Kevin Trapp, you've just got away with not giving away a huge win. It feels like anything that comes to Kevin Trapp, it just pings off his body in all directions. That's a full-time result. BX Stip with a 1-0 record. Johnny just looks absolutely deflated there because he knew what a chance there was at the end of the game.
I don't know whether it's more passionate players in this Group B, but you can really see their reaction from what's happening in the game, post-game. The emotions that are going through. Some happy, some ecstatic, some others not so much. Yeah, on the opposite end. Whereas I feel like in Group A, it was very calm and collected on both wins and losses.
Team Johnny. See, they are one very unhappy man as the camera gets put away. I'm not surprised.
I will say, though, that was the first game to put you 0-1. To have that reaction like that there, imagine if that was knockout FIFA.
That's heads gone as well.
Being sent out.
Yeah, it's just the way that he probably thinks back, why didn't I pass it? Why didn't I take a touch? I rushed it. Keeper's not in the goal, and I've tried shooting. I mean, Kevin Trapp, he needs to put the gardening gloves down and get the goalkeeper gloves on because he is all over the place at the minute. I'm not too sure what to say about him. But then he pulls out a save like he did earlier on. What was it, 85th minute in the Levy Finn game where he's tipped it onto the post. So he's a wonderful bean. You don't know what to expect.
Yeah, he still parried it, but luckily he parried it onto the post. Did Kevin Trapp. I don't know if you saw BX Strip's reaction there. He looked fuming as well. He just won the game, but I think they both went through such a mental battle across those two legs. I mean, what a game it was in the end. As we said, I'll be honest, not many games have finished yet, gents. I'm looking across the board. They're all in the second leg, but this is our first two games that have really concluded. Our two featured matchups. Everything else is still currently playing, and everything looks really tight. I'm looking at 3-3s. I'm looking at 2-2s. I'm looking at 5-4s. There's so many tightly contested games at the moment. As you said, this is how it currently stands. As we said, only a few of those are full-time results.
Can you give us any results as it currently is shaping up?
The only one we can do that we didn't see on stream was Furky Plays. Furky Plays winning 5-1. Another player to keep an eye out for.
Okay. So we got plenty more games to unfold. Fabio in a good position. Levy Finn 0-1. Real surprising turn of events here. You're watching the Virtual Bundesliga. If you're liking anything that you're seeing, let us know on social media. #VBLGF. Or you can watch on YouTube, all the best moments, Virtual Bundesliga. Or let us know on social media. Twitter, Twitch, Instagram and TikTok. Virtual Bundesliga is what you want to search for. Alex will be joining us very shortly indeed. Just going to have a little break while me and Brandon break down what we just saw. Some real top-level FIFA on action. I think we had a combination of youth, mechanical brilliance, and nerves all on show right there on the main stage.
I think what we had there as well, Rich, probably for some of these players, their first Bundesliga, Virtual Bundesliga grand final. So there is nerves playing on that main stage when there's a crowd there. You know, you're not at home playing, grinding those online qualifiers that a lot of these had to do in the open to get to this stage. So it's a very new experience. You saw some people with their family sitting behind them, their coaches sitting behind them. And I think that's why it was such an emotional game on one side. But on the other, credit to Berkey Line. I think we really saw, as you were saying, Richard, in commentary, you know, a really top-level FIFA player that made it a very difficult game for Levi Finn. He took the game to him, and he always made sure that he stayed in front by a goal or two.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, mechanically, was there anything in particular that you saw Berkey Line doing, Al? Did you pick up on anything, or was it just a good level of FIFA on display?
Good level of FIFA, but not hesitating to say, I'm going to not go for the perfect scenario, the perfect percentage chance every time. He was happy to shoot from angles where it may get blocked, the goalkeeper might have a comfortable save. And when you've got someone that's saying, I don't want to work the perfect chance every single time, they then become so much more unpredictable. They're really difficult to read in what they want to do. And that's something that he excelled at. Just saying, I'm going to take the small margins. I can then play off that and put that pressure on Levy.
Yeah, absolutely. I really do think that I do think both of those two players will go through. I think the level that they can get to is too good, and I think they will beat their opposition. However, Levi Finn at 0-1 is a real tough matchup for anybody.
You'll be human, wouldn't you?
But how many times have we seen it? Someone goes down 0-1, they end up being 0-2. I think Tex has done it at a couple of occasions. Champions League last year, I believe he was struggling in Swiss and then had to turn it around. It is the elite of the elite on action here in Cologne, and it's a privilege to be watching it live on display. And look, will we see the winner of the E-World Cup, the winner of the Club World Cup, the E-Nations, potentially coming from the next 2 days of action that we are seeing? Ladies and gentlemen, we'll just have to wait and see. What we got coming up next, I hear you ask. Well, we have 3 more rounds of Swiss to go today. Round 2 will be myself and Alex guiding you through everything happening in the second round of Swiss. Myself and Brandon. Anybody who wants to... I'll do it on my own if you need me. You two, you can get off. I'll do it on my own. I'll do it. The next round of Swiss will be coming up very shortly indeed. Don't go anywhere because the Virtual Bundesliga rolls on in a little bit.
saw a girl last night. She was standing in the light in a corner of the room. She was waiting for a hand. Then a boy came over and he asked her to dance. All night stopped to watch them. They moved up and down with the waves of the soul. Their moves keeping time for the rhythm. And the girl looked at him and she knew what it was, and she smiled as she said to him, please twirl me one more time and don't stop spinning me. Please swirl me in your mind so I can be a color painting that you'll look upon. Spin, spin with me. I heard a story about a man. He came up with a plan for flying. He showed it to his wife. Then he said, now darling, why are you crying so? And she whispered in his ear, I fear you won't come back down to this ground. And he said, I'll always come back to you. Just help me
I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, run it. Ooh, I really feel it's my time. Think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time. Think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time. Think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time. Think it's my pen ready. Used to hold myself back. My self-esteem damn bad.
Welcome back to the Virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals 2023. You are joining us remote from the United Kingdom, where the finals are taking place in the Strassenkicker Base, live in Cologne. We have played 5 rounds of Swiss. That's 4 from Group A, and now we're in Group B. We have played 1 round, and we are starting to see a pattern emerge that the so-called favourites aren't doing as well, shall we say, as we expected them to do in the first set of games. Suffered a defeat early on, and here we are with Levi Finn, who also suffered a defeat in his opening game. 8th ranked player in the world is 0-1. What is things that I love to see? The players in the chairs ready to go. Everyone's setting up, and we shouldn't be too far away, fellas, from this next round of fixtures getting underway. Joined by myself, Richard Buckley, Alex B and Brandon Smith in the commentary booth for this 6th round of games. Brandon, I'll come to you first. I believe you've got some fixtures for us. Careful, you nearly got the trophy over. I think we've got some games, Brandon.
We have indeed, and I'll be honest, I think we can see the 2 matches we're going to be following on the main stage. Just like we're taking Neo Julia VFL Bochum against Serratino, and it will be Denis against Antonio Rodelga. What that means, there's a game off stage that's taking place right now, which is an absolute cracker. RB Leipzig Gaucho against Levi Finn in a 0-1 matchup. We said you don't want to play Levi Finn in a 0-1 matchup. You don't want to play the Gaucho in a 0-1 matchup. What a game that is. That's taking place off stream. We'll try and keep you up to date with that as best as we can. But for me, that's the game of the round. Unfortunately, we're not going to see it on main stage. Also, Sakul got his first win of today. He's up against Berkey Line in a 1-0 matchup as well. That one taking place off stage also.
I was just about to say, do you want to run us through a couple of those other matches? We can do that while we're in the game. Our featured matches are here. Denis versus Antonio Deo and Neo Julie versus Serratino. Before you leave us, Alex, what do you think from these matches? Think it'll be Antonio Rodea or Denis taking the win?
I'm going to go for Antonio Rodea in that game. And then in our other matchup as well, which I have completely gone blank on, it was Julie and Serenatino. I'm going to go for Serenatino, actually, in this one. I have a bit of faith in that man.
Well, we'll catch up with you very shortly indeed. Take a break. You've got a big last couple of rounds, rounds 7 and 8. Alex B will be on, but for right now, myself and Brandon will be keeping you up to date with everything going on in the 6th round of action.
Well then. Here we go. See who's having an interesting start. Oh my. Finesse off the post from Julie. 5 minutes in, another, that's a guaranteed goal. I'm not sure how he fluffed his lines there. Very interesting start. Both games officially underway.
Wow.
Antonio Rodea up by a goal to nil against Dennis of FC Cologne, the only player that's playing in his home club City, I should say, in Cologne. That's 4 minutes in. What a start for the Frankfurt man, but we said he's no stranger to FIFA eSports this year. He has been around the block, and including trips to London for the Champions League, where he was involved in that crazy game against Umit. Well, Umit won on penalties to qualify himself for the ECL Final 8.
Yeah, incredible scenes that, wasn't it, when we saw it unfold. Umit so jovial in his victory. Antonio Rodea, unfortunately, wasn't able to get over the line in the end.
Hello. Outside the boot. Just like that, all square. Didn't take him long.
Beautiful play. Just the extra pass into Mane. Travella at the near post. Level game. What a piece. After 8 minutes of action.
Interesting to know, actually, by the way, that Julie against Seratino game is a 0-1 game. One of those two will be on the brink of elimination after it. Both these two will be full of confidence, though, after winning their first opening games. Antonio Rodea helped winning 3-2 against Seratino. Who's in our other featured matchup. And Dennis beating the Gaucho over the 2 legs. Kevin Trapp goes down to ground, just gets a hand on it.
It weren't convincing, was it? Just getting something on it. He's been backed by everyone still, though, hasn't he? There's no one else really that you can go for. That's the problem.
I was going to say, who is the backup goalie? Castells?
Castells, Kobel, but you'd have to be using a Dortmund player, so
No, you don't want to waste that.
probably don't want to do that. I mean, it's not a fruitful position, to be honest. Galaski, I think he got a Centurions item.
What a great deal is that? Options. Let us know at home any other Bundesliga goalkeepers that could feature in these teams. Just looking through the list now. I mean, yeah, if you're looking for promo items, Peter Galacci, Kevin Trapp still comes out as the highest rate of all the informs that he's had. Other than that, you'd be looking at Jan Sommer, but I don't think you want to use his gold 85 rated back to goal. This could be a chance for Julie. Still goalless coming up to the 30th minute in this one. Some other goals as well that have gone in the other games right now. Levy Finn leads the Gaucho by a 0-0. And Furky leads Fabio by 1-0. Could be an early goal. Oh, he timed it red. First chance in the game from Seratino. It's a corner. Musiala does get the start here. There's Bayern Munich team of the season picks. Diaby runs that one out of play. Won't want to see that one again in a hurry.
You see the pitch, always so wide. The switch of play always on, especially when you play that back five. The wing backs high and wide, offering the exit pass almost, the exit strategy is that one pings from left to right or right to left.
Nunez. Bellingham. For the run of Sadio Mane there. I've just tuned in. This is the Virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals. This is day 1 of 2 of the tournament. As we jump back across, still 1-1 in this one. After the early start from Antonio Budeja, 4 minutes in. Dennis was able to equalise before the first 15 of the match had passed by.
Love how effortlessly he's just pinging his ball around in the middle of the pitch, I've got to be honest.
Get a passing count on screen of how many successful passes. Guerrero comes in. Richard, you'll be happy with that pick from Antonio. Still possession. Just keeps on working it. Bellingham. Mateus. Where's that killer pass going to come? Waiting for it. Bellingham dispossessed. And eventually possession changes hands.
Just lost the pace, and that's 2 styles of FIFA completely
Is he on?
Opposite.
And Nkunku, fake shot. Fluffed his lines in front of goal.
So maybe 25, 30 passes from Antonio. Ping, ping, ping. Couldn't quite register a strike in the end. Dennis, 1 ball over the top. In on goal. And to be honest, should have done better with Nkunku. It looked like a red time shot as the final product.
As we jump back over here, Saratino, first blood of Schalke. He's got a goal. It's Diaby that scores. That one coming just before the end of the first half. Just drilled into the back of the net. As that game actually literally blows for half time. It was on. The last kick of the game. De Gaucho has got a goal back against Levy Finn. Here's the replay of the goal that you may have just missed. Musiala back to Nkunku. A fortunate bounce back, and I mean, no one should be missing from that far out.
Yeah, a bit scrappy in the end, wasn't it? But he'll not care. Musiala, 97 rated. He do a job at wing back for us. The beauty of FIFA, eh?
I think I saw Dolomite rocking in there as well.
I'm surprised. I don't know. I think he's so good offensively that you'd want him further forward. But if you are going to use those wing backs as sort of out-and-out wingers more like, and wide midfielders, it does make sense.
You see some live shots of our main stage in Cologne. Some other updates as well in the 1-0 matchup. The 2 winners head-to-head. It's Berkeleyen that leads Sakor 2-0. Furky plays, leading Fabio. Wolfsburg 2-0. Round 2 matches are live now. If you are watching or wanting to find out how Umit, Dolomite and So got on, they've qualified for tomorrow's round of 16 knockouts. As we jump back across, is it a second? Well. He scored on the stroke of half-time, and he scores at the start of the second half. There's the goal on the replay again. Mane back to Musiala. Keep an eye on Nkunku's movement here on the edge of the box. Pops it there. Good close control dribbling. Little reverse elastico into the back of the net.
Yeah, I'm not surprised off his feet. That was an incredible goal. The left stick dribbling, the reverse elastico to just scoop it around the corner. And as we see Nkunku going on one player's POV, he also gets a goal here for Antonio Budeja. Sadio Mane, couple of step overs, opening up the space in the middle of the pitch for Nkunku, who just takes it off the toe of Bellingham and pokes it past the keeper.
front. Remember, playoff spots on the line and play-ins for the FIFA Global Series. It's the last chance for a lot of these players. Try and get into the E-World Cup Grand Finals. Riquetta finds Griffo. Will Bertha spin back inside. It's
still a big fan of Griffo. I like everything that he offers.
sort of finds himself here and there everywhere. I'll tell you what, there's been a massive result in leg one as this chance comes in. Antonio Redea. Is there a cutback available potentially? As Frimpong does his best to recycle, reuse possession. Berkey Lion 6-1. He leads Sakul with leg one there. Levy Finn finds himself 2-1 up against Gaucho. Goal back in this one for Julie. He's not out of this one yet.
Been a big fan of Diaby throughout this broadcast. It's a player that I've not really used too much, to be honest. I know we talked about him earlier. He always seems to score against yourself, Brandon. But other than the pace, I've always wondered what else does he have. But I mean, he's in everyone's starting lineups, it seems. I'm starting to see why.
Well, I think from our morning session, you're right to say that, because he didn't really score that many goals. He may have been involved in the build-up, but it's not really been the big striker, the goal scorer in the teams. Here's Munier down to ground. What's the referee going to give there? Surely nothing more than a yellow.
It could be in danger, yeah.
Julie waits to see what's happened. Nothing more than that. More than this is a proper POV of the free kick. Plays short. Deligan. That would have been a very audacious finesse shot there from 30 plus yards. Timed it green. Clever pass inside. Patient defending from a player that needs to be careful now, because he's on a yellow card, Lucio.
I love the idea of the through ball. It looked like it could have just been on the wing back, but played too far infield, offered way too much to the defender.
Musiala. Corner. Over to this one now. 12 minutes left, Antonio. Rodea still in the lead. Frimpong.
Still hard done by.
Corner's coming from Dennis. Power shot.
Well,
no. Musiala. Steal. Risky at the back, but gets himself out of there just about.
Very casual, isn't it? Across that back four. Keeper just taking it on the half volley. What I was just going to say before that corner came in, I think he'll feel very hard done by. The build-up play was nice, and just as he went to pull the trigger, player emerged out of nowhere for Antonio Redea.
And Kunku. Step over with a pace boost inside. Great save, Kevin Trapp. Get rid of it, says Frimpong. Just about. Boys. Dennis could have been finding himself going down into a 3-1 scoreline. Mane, nice step overs again. Timed it red, fluffed his lines. It finds its way though. Still into the back of the net. Somehow.
I mean, we could talk about that after the game's finished. To be honest, Brando, you get to see the replay from it here. It was scrappy. It was all over the place. It was a bad clearance to start with. Munier, he just didn't play the ball where it's a first-time pass from Lacroix. The step over is nice there. Red time strike, and look, he's a little bit fortunate to fall to Musiala, but he made his own look from creating the chance seemingly out of nothing as we go into the final moments here between Julie and Serratino.
Julie, equaliser. Is it there? Yes! Last kick of the game. Who else would it be? Jude Bellingham. Once again, pop it up in the goals.
Did very well to recycle it, play the extra pass, move it across the pitch, and we get to see the best moment here in the final seconds. Kolo Muani just offloading it to Nkunku. That driven pass there. It wasn't the Thuram assist, it was the driven pass earlier, firing it straight through the legs of the defender into the path of his attacking players, and a very simple finish in the end to stick it into the bottom left corner past the keeper.
It's one of those now, isn't it, for Julian Serratino? When you 2-0 up and you throw away a game like that, yes, there's still a second leg to play, but mentally you're going to be thinking, oh my, how have I just given away a 2-0 lead? But for Julie, he should have been 1-0 up after 5 minutes. He had that finesse shot that hit the post. He'll be feeling like it was justified that he was able to find a way back in the tie. I tell you what, it's getting hot in Cologne. Players have got little portable fans to try and keep themselves as cool as possible.
Yeah, I think the temperature's certainly building, as it is here in the UK as well. I mean, in my office, we're getting up to that 30-degree mark right now, Brandon. It's getting warm, and FIFA action is certainly not cooling down anytime soon. Admins are in to set up the next match. Hopefully not too long of a wait before we get the next games underway at the Virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals.
Absolutely as well. And for those that have been watching on the EA stream as well, remember, if you connect your EA and Twitch account, watch for 60 minutes to become eligible to get your hands on that VBL Grand Final Special Stadium Dressing Tifo and that all-important FGS swap token. Only so many of those FGS swap tokens can be claimed via watching streams such as this for plenty of FIFA events, whether it was eChampions League to Virtual Bundesliga. 60 minutes is how long you need to be watching for. You are watching the Virtual Bundesliga Grand Final, so I won €100,000 FIFA 23 tournament, where tomorrow we will be crowning potentially a new German champion.
You got some birds near your house, Brandon? I think you can hear some.
I've got my headphones on, so if there is some birds coming through, I do live near the south coast of England, so if there's a couple of seagulls,
I think so. You can see the back room here. Plenty of the games about to get underway. Unfortunately, we can't provide you the gameplay of those backstage matches, but what we can do is give you a few of the results and current scores from those games. Brandon, can you provide some of the goods of those matches that are taking place behind the curtain for the people in attendance in Cologne? That looks surprising. Tell me.
Results. Berkey Lion 7-1 after one leg. After one leg of FIFA against Sakul. I think that's game, set, and match. If Sakul pulls that one back, fair play to him. Levy Finn pulls away as a 4-1 winner in his first leg against De Gaucho. Remember, that's a 0-1 matchup. HSV Daniel against Fanino. That's 2-1 to Fanino in that one. Johnny, who obviously just come off the back of a defeat, is 2-0 up against Julian. Antonio Rodeo, we've been following that game, as you know. I tell you what, Furky Plays was 2-0 up. Fabio, 3-2 in front in that one. And we cannot forget BX Stip 7, a player that we saw just about grind out that result against Johnny in his first matchup does lead Hassi Umit by 3 goals to 2. Keep in mind that this is, as it stands right now, these are all sort of at the halfway point in the second round of Swiss. There is a second leg still to be played. If you don't know FIFA esports, it's an aggregate scoreline, which will be the final result to find out who will get themselves 2-0. If you can find yourself 2-0 after 2 rounds, you can guarantee yourself one thing. You've got 3 more chances to basically get yourself into the knockouts.
Well, I can hear the rock music picking up, and if that means one thing after 7 hours of Virtual Bundesliga, I think it means that the gameplay is right around the corner. And here we go, back underway. Great work from the admins, getting these games flowing as quickly as possible. I'm sure the players don't want to be in that heat any longer than required. Dennis threw one down against Antonio Rodea. This is second leg action. You're on the Virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals.
Well, it could be an early start for a man who needs 2 goals. Dennis! Good save, Kevin Trapp. Just see underneath the scoreboard there, the aggregate scoreline. Antonio Rodea of Frankfurt. He's 3-1 up in the tie at the moment. There's a corner now to come in. What can we see from this? Quick change of kick taker, just to try and catch his opponent off guard, potentially. He did play to the edge of the box earlier. What we're going to see this time, cross towards the front post. A chance to break for Musiala. There's a running race there available. If he can get the ball into Diaby, and he can get round the defender. Griffo, here, there and everywhere. He might be a left-sided player, but happily to be slotted into the right-hand side of the pitch here, apparently.
I think because he played it in the air, it gave Griffo the advantage. If that's on the feet and played on the floor, just a straight running race, and he can't use his physical dominance over Diaby, I think he might have him there. I think he might have the pace on him.
I've applauded him before, Antonio Rodea. How good he is at just ticking over possession, especially in the midfield between both Matthias and Bellingham, and more importantly, punching into his forwards. Mane timed it
great
green.
finish.
Just like that. Can make a chance out of nothing. And that becomes a 3-goal cushion.
Antonio Rodea, man on a mission. After E-Champions League disappointment, he wants to make the Virtual Bundesliga his. Keep on scoring goals like this, you're on your way there, my friend. Jude Bellingham, waiting, twisting, turning. That driven pass into Nkunku, and then the green time finish from Sadio Mane. No doubt whatsoever in his mind where that was ending up. Do we have a goal?
All square at the moment. Cannot forget, Saratino was 2-0 up in the first leg. A 90th minute equaliser from Julie. He was actually playing against his former club. If you remember last year in Copenhagen at the Club World Cup, Richard Julie was playing for Schalke at the time. Potentially, I think he was actually playing alongside Saratino. It could be a former teammate matchup. Here's the chance. Offside. I love the people that are behind Antonio Rodea, by the way. They are literally
Support cast.
they're going through the emotions. Every time he scores, they're hyping him up. Big moments of the game happen. Just like that. Just calms him down.
That's what you need sometimes, isn't it? You need those people behind you as they get up off their feet once again in his face. 5-1, Antonio Rodea. Not much else we can say about him, to be honest. He's doing the business.
Just to correct myself, actually, sorry, it's Julian Hasso that were teammates last year in Copenhagen, but you'll see the goal again on the replay in our other featured matchup. Antonio Rodea, 4-goal cushion. It's that point in the game, isn't it, where mentally you just think, is there actually any chance of me getting this back? Maybe a little bit out of reach.
Saw some big goal margins in the first session. Intrigued to see how this result potentially starts to positively and negatively impact competitors here. Antonio Redea, does the confidence continue to build, and he could be starting to make a dent into the knockout bracket tomorrow as well.
And Kunku. Some updates in the other games. Let me Finn 5-1 up. The Gaucho is going to be in a horrible round 3 matchup by the looks of it. It's going to be 0-2. It's not going to be looking great for the RB Leipzig player. Wolfsburg Fabio 4-2 up. He leads. Berkey Line has conceded but still leads 7-2 on aggregate. These are all the matches that are playing off our main stage. 8 games per round here.
Is that another goal? One back. Start of a comeback potentially. 5-2.
That's a 3-goal cushion. Here's the goal on the replay. Bellingham finds Nkunku. Just drives, goes left, right, just drives forward. As we have our first breakthrough in this one. Looks like it's got the way of Schalke. Serratino and Nkunku, we may see it on the replay. Yes, we will. 7 minutes away from half-time. Here's the goal on the build-up. Possession started out on the right-hand side, punched its way across. Musiala found Nkunku. Quick 1-2. Just into the near post, squeezed it in. I think Judy's asking questions there of Kevin Trapp to say, how have you not got there?
Yeah, especially because he moved him to that near post as well. He was covering the space, but still nothing you can do about it, unfortunately. But if the keeper's being moved and you're ready there waiting, you'll feel a little bit hard done by, to be honest, that he's still managed to sneak it in.
Last chance of the half. Musiala, Julie. Trying to find a equaliser in the last kick of the game. Half time there. Still a lot to unfold.
Still lots of FIFA left to play. Yeah, I don't think we're anywhere near the conclusion in that match, to be honest. These are the best moments from the first half of action between Dennis and Antonio Redea. Dennis did get one back. Griffo. Oh, that should have gone in, to be honest. He's done so well there. He did get a goal back, though, in the end. 5-2 the scoreline.
And I think that's why you're going to see shots of that as well from so far. Alex was touching upon it earlier about just being unpredictable. You've got players that are team of the season items that have got 90-plus stats across the board. If you time it green, you could Trivela from that far out, maybe have a power shot on the odd occasion. Just to mix things up ever so slightly. Another day, maybe that one rustles the back of the net.
For the games that kicked off slightly before us here at the Virtual Bundesliga, do we have any full times coming in? I'll get you up in a second. Musiala with a green time strike should have hit the target.
The day does. No full times yet. All the matches are in the second leg. Not really too much in terms of scoreline changes, but we could be seeing players find themselves in a really difficult position. Lofted in. Oh, wow, he done so well there, did Sadio Mane. Just to find that sort of flick on header into the bottom corner.
Just guided it goalwards. Didn't get too much power on it. What a header that is. We get to see it again here because it was so good. Meunier down the wing. Just guided into the box and he just got a contact on it. Great header. Levy Finn, 6-2 up as it currently stands against Gaucho.
Square here again. As we jump back, it's still a 3-goal cushion. Just over 30 minutes left.
Dennis hasn't given that game up yet. As we say that, someone who else hasn't given the game up, Serratinho and Julie. What a match this is.
What an end-to-end game. See it again on the replay. Lucio, very unfortunate. They won the ball back. Terrible heavy touch. And Strassenkicker to come in. Oh, my days. I mean, there's being unfortunate, then there's that. Lucio, you've had a shocker. Down both ends.
Yeah, I mean, you can't defend that, to be honest, can you?
Is it Kevin Trapp bouncing off him again? Yes, it is.
Lucio, there's nothing Lucio can do about it. Kevin Trapp. Serious questions aren't needed.
Well, you can guarantee a few things with Kevin Trapp on our Ultimate Team. He'll save it, but the parry is not going to be...
Go rebound straight back in.
Yeah, it's not going to be confirmed of where the destination's going for that. Time parries it the right way. And Kunku. That's Lacroix, who finds himself very far forward for a centre-back. Have to be careful not to get picked on the counter-attack here for Serratinho. Last 20 minutes. Matthias, nice. Back to Mane. This time Lucio doing the right thing.
Extra time and penalties potentially be needed. I think this will be the first time we've seen extra time on the main feed here. I'm sure we've seen them behind the scenes, but
Yeah,
on our broadcast, yeah, we've not seen them yet.
In the other game, we must be getting to a full-time conclusion very slow. Looks as if it's going to be Antonio Redeja on a 2-0 situation. 1 win away from knockout FIFA guaranteed. You see Serratinho there coming with a pause, looking to bring on a substitution maybe. Could be a Curly Mawani.
Still think we might see a winner in this. Just as the game's starting to die down ever so slightly, there's still going to be one chance each for Julie and Serratinho to win this game.
Switch of play, Munir, Diaby, Bellingham. Here's Julie looking to take the game. She goes for a goal kick in the end there. Looked like it was going to be a corner. Over here, are we near a full-time result? Scoreline still the same. 10 minutes left. I think Antonio should be home and dry on this one. There's a very good chance as well, Rich, that you could be playing Berkey Lion, who's also going to be 2-0, come off the back of a 9-3 victory.
Jeez, what a performance.
Against Sakul.
What a tournament he's having so far. Sakul and Levy Finn in his opening 2 games.
Levy Finn running away with his game as well against Gaucho. 7-2 leads over there. Last 5 minutes. Is extra time on the cards in this one, or is there going to be a last-minute winner? This is it.
Last attack. He's taking his time. Will it pay off for him? Patience will prevail in the end.
Added time of 2 minutes. Seratino. Last chance of the game. Bellingham. Oh, he tried just
Corner.
to squeeze it past, but there was an offensive block in the way. He gives him a corner. And another chance to get the ball forward. Bellingham plays it deep. Kevin Trapp gets 2 hands, and extra time will be needed. Between these two, 30 more minutes to play. To find out who's going to be going 0 and 2.
See the players off their seats there. I'm not too sure what the... If there was anything being said. I think just maybe a GG all round. As our featured matchup here is about to go into extra time. No one's leaving their seats in the arena on this one. Kolomuani Taram off the bench. As you can see the sweat there as well. But it's so hot in that studio.
We were saying about which sitting you prefer to play. I think you prefer to play in the first because it probably gets quite hot
It's a bit
now.
cooler as well.
Yeah, probably quite hot now on this second sitting here in the Virtual Bundesliga. Back underway, extra time. Here we go. Seratino of Schalke from right to left for the first half of the additional period. 8 goals, nothing to separate the two. So much on this game, with it being a match that could put you 0 and 2. 0 wins, 2 defeats. On the brink of elimination. Kalimawani comes on. He's going to try and spice things up in the final third.
Just seen the 6 PM as well. Let us know in the chat the content for today. We'll provide the content on the FIFA eSports. The penalty shootout is looming.
As the full-time results start to come in, that Antonio Medea was a full-time. 5 goals to 3 in the end. He's 1 win away from knockout FIFA. Full-time as well, Berkey Lion, he's 2-0. And Levy Finn finds his first win in the group stages. Here's
Chance.
Kalimawani! Back in front again, Seratino.
Talks about the importance of substitutions. Kolomuani Turam off the bench. And it was Kolomuani in the right place at the right time. 1 touch out of his feet and then lashed it past the goalkeeper. You get to see the build-up here. Jude Bellingham into Angelino, fresh off the bench as well, another player. Mateus fired into Nkunku, round the corner to Kolomuani, and that touch just opening up the entire box for him.
Half time and extra time, 50 minutes away from a first win on the board. Of how this game has gone, expect a 5-5 and probably off the penalties.
Still lots of FIFA left to play here. 2 more rounds of Swiss. For today. And we'll head into tomorrow's action. The final round of the group stages before we head underway with the knockouts, and these subs coming on to try and make a difference. Griffo, Fulkrug, Thuram, Cologne, all entering the pitch with 15 minutes left to play.
We'll look across the board as we get more and more full-time results here. Tell you what, BX Stip 7, 5-3 win against Hasayumi. He's 1 win away from knockout FIFA as well. We said there'd be a few surprises that would make it to knockout FIFA tomorrow. Very much keen to keep an eye on that to Gaucho match in round 3. Serratino back against the wall, 7 minutes away from his first win. Frustration building there from Julie. Not the greatest of touches from his winger. Possession in his hands. It's his match to see out now. Frimpong. Does he need to score again? Not really. Can he take more time out of the game, Lucio? A big win. And it's time to follow if it's just 1 minute. Should be an easy result to see out.
Yeah, managing the game really, really well. It's got to be said.
Heads it off from Julie. Looks as if he's already given up. He's not going to be in the best position. He could be up against Gaucho in a 0-2 elimination matchup. Full time. Extra time was needed for the first time on the main stage. There may have been 9 goals in it, but there was only 1 goal between them, and it was an important one. An extra time in the end that came from Cologne.
After so long. 2 legs of FIFA, extra time, all the way up into the 120th minute. You'll feel, if you win that game, exhausted. A little bit of relief. If you lose it, you're devastated. Put all that hard work in and can't quite get anything to show for it in the win column. But that, the small margins of FIFA esports as the fan comes out to try and cool down before you know what's coming up next. The 3rd round of Swiss stage action. Incredible stuff here at the Virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals. Myself, Richard Buckley, Brandon Smith, keep you up to date with everything that is happening. Brandon, before we go to a break, do you want to run us through all those full-time results from the previous round of fixtures?
Yeah, if we can get the graphics up as well from the Virtual Bundesliga website. This is the lay of the land right now. The players that are 1 win away from knockout FIFA. Again, at the end of this next round, we'll have 2 players out the tournament and 2 players through to knockouts. BX Stip 7, Wolfsburg Fabio was 2-0 down against Ferky Place, came back and won the game. Berkeleyen, a massive 9-3 win in the end, I think it was. Antonio Rodea, we watched his game. They're all in a great position. But I tell you what, I don't know if he's still tired from Istanbul, but HSV Daniel, 0-2, right at the bottom there. You can just see him in number 16. De Gaucho, 0-2. Julie, 0-2. Those guys have really got to pick it up, otherwise they're going to be saying goodbye to the hopes of being this year's German champion.
Well, I'm not sure if we know the next round, but it could be a Daniel Gaucho elimination game. The both for 0-2. It's going to be one of those 4 players, 2 eliminated after this next round of fixtures. Middle of the pack, Furky Play, Saratinho, Dennis, and Levy Finn. Antonio Rodea, Berkeleyen, Fabio, and BX Stip leading the line. After this next round, we know 2 players who will be eliminated and 2 players who are guaranteed their place into the knockouts tomorrow. Not many more rounds of FIFA left to play. We've played 2 games so far. We've got 2 left to play today, round 3 and round 4. Round 5 will commence tomorrow. After the break, myself, Richard Buckley, and Alex B will be keeping you up to date with everything happening in the next round with a preview of that round 3 matchup alongside Brandon Smith. The Virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals rolls on after this break.
I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, run it. Gee, I really feel it's my time. Think it's my year. Yeah. I really feel it's my time. Think it's my year. Yeah. I really feel it's my time. Think it's my year. Yeah. I really feel it's my time. Think it's my pen ready. Used to hold myself back. My self-esteem damn petty.
I saw a girl last night. She was standing in the light in a corner of the room. She was waiting for a hand. Then a boy came over and he asked her to dance. All night stopped to watch them. They moved up and down with the waves of the soul. Their moves keeping time for the rhythm. And the girl looked at him and she knew what it was. And she smiled as she said to him, please twirl me one more time and don't stop spinning me. Please swirl me in your mind so I can be a color painting that you'll look upon. Spin, spin with me. I heard a story about a man. He came up with a plan for flying. He showed it to his wife. Then he said, now darling, why are you crying so? And she whispered in his ear, I fear you won't come back down to this ground. And he said, I'll always come back to you. Just help me this once to get higher up. And he kissed her and he said, please twirl me one more time and don't stop spinning me. Please swirl me in your mind so I can be a color painting that you'll look upon. And he was off and gone. 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 There once was a woman lying in bed with her lover's head upon her shoulder. She said, my darling, you sound so faint. Don't tell me it's time, I just can't take this. And she told her, please don't worry, dear. There's nothing to fear in moving on. But there's one thing I'd like to ask of you. And she said, just tell me, darling, I'll do anything, anything. She said, please twirl me one more time and don't stop spinning me. Please swirl me in your mind so I can be a color painting that you'll look upon. And she was off and away. And she was off and away. And she was off and away.
grand finals. First thing I want to say, thank you if you joined us from the first game today, if you joined us from the 7th round today. You are the heart and soul of this show. We're just keeping you up to date with the goals and the games as they happen. You're the real winners of this. Swiss Group B is live right now. You see the time in the bottom corner, and you see the games that have been picked for selection. Julian up against HSV Daniel. That's a 0-2 match on the other side of the stage. Furky versus Johnny at 1-1. Alex B, you're joining us back in the booth. I'm going to get your opinion on the games coming up. Before I do that, I believe you've got some information for the other matches taking place in this round. Enlighten me, good sir.
We have indeed. We do see Berkshire Line up against Fabio. Obviously, Berkshire Line, we saw that performance from him doing exceptionally well so far in this. And I will say, before I went off for my little break in the last match round, I got both my predictions right. We saw Antonio Regella pick up that victory as well. He is up against BX Stip in his matchup. Those games are underway behind the screen. So obviously, as soon as we have any sort of goals in, we will let you know. Fernino up against Serenatino, who managed to get that victory up against Neo Julie in that last game. He was very disappointed, and he plays against RB Leipzig's Gaucho. Both of them are 0-2, which that is a very big matchup with one of those players, Julie, Neo of VFL Bochum, or RB Leipzig's the Gaucho, will be leaving the tournament already. They'll be 0-3 after this game. Only one of them, though. And the other one will fight on. But into this game, Furky versus Johnny. I'm excited, Richard.
Yeah, I'm always excited whenever we get to see something for esports action played at the very highest of levels. Pinged over the top. This is Johnny from right to left, all in red, and from black, from left to right, will be Furky. Paderborn and Leverkusen, respectively. Nkunku with an early chance. Kevin Trapp just about gets a thigh on it to send it out, but even in these first 6 minutes, we've already seen 2 over-the-top through balls, proving to be a little bit dangerous.
Berkey is going to be very disappointed there that the ball just didn't settle down for Nkunku to get any form of shot or take on that goalkeeper. Interesting enough, that Cologne Rouhani is starting out on that right-hand side, as we do see a goal over in this game. Jude Bellingham picking it up inside the 18-yard box. It's going to be a green time finish in at that near post, which has been working exceptionally well when you get that time and room. If you can back yourself at the near post. Daniel finding himself down.
Yeah, this is the goal in full as well. He talked about that green time finish from Jude Bellingham 2 minutes into the game. HSV Daniel, he was on top of the world in Istanbul about 72 hours ago, now finds himself in an elimination match. However, that is a real emphatic way to silence the doubters.
First time over the top through ball. Mention it time and time again. Coming straight back at the opponent. Just sending that man on the run. And again, Royce is there to say, I'm going to find you, Goretzka. And I can't emphasize this enough, that it is all about the setup, right? Goretzka doesn't just make that run on his own. That is down to Daniel triggering the runner and then going elsewhere and finding that over the top through ball. As we do see Johnny pick up the first goal in this game. Bellingham
on the run.
That deep run, that cross coming through, just about beating the offside line.
I didn't know if we're offside.
I think he tried to switch to the defender, Furky did, and just pull him up, but just wasn't quick enough on that. VAR maybe needing to step in to give us that close camera angle. What do you reckon, Richard?
I'm not too sure. VAR's, whatever it's called, isn't needed on that one, as Johnny finds himself 2-0 up. VAR is what I was looking for, and that is REUS, putting Johnny 2-0 up.
Wins the ball inside the 18-yard box, and the break is quick, and Nkunku just finding that crazy through ball. Royce, no need to do anything too complicated. No heel to ball roll, no normal ball roll, just literally a left stick dribble around the goalkeeper, and that is Kevin Trapp in no man's land. But Johnny, the break was quick. You have to give him credit. He won the ball inside his own half. Again, another through ball top of the screen. Mane is going to break through. Good goalkeeper movement, though, from Trap. What I'm liking from Johnny here is he's being quick, explosive, and really putting the pressure onto Furky.
He's just playing what's on. He's almost playing it a bit, I want to say champs-esque. Do you know when you're on a champs run and you're feeling confident, you're just trying to get people out of the way, and you're just trying to get rage quits. You just go forward, you go forward, you go forward. That's what it looks like he's doing. There's a through ball one, an audacious, maybe 10-20% through ball that I can play. Yeah, why not? Let's play it. And right now, he's getting all the success in the world.
The thing is, this year, through balls change from being assisted to semi or manual. Your choice. Most people run it on semi. Which then means that the game isn't giving you as much assistance. So to actually get through balls right, it really requires you to aim correctly, put the right power. They are much, much more delicate.
1-1 here between Julian and Daniel. Here is Daniel, building up on the edge of the box. Jude Bellingham, what's he got in the locker? On this occasion, not a lot.
We've gone from having the sun out at nearly 30 degrees this morning, Richard, to it thundering down where I live.
I can tell you it is not thundering. It is 29.4 degrees right now in Greater Manchester. I'm not giving my postcode away, but I'll let you have that one. I'll tell you, in Cologne, could be thundering outside, but in this studio, the FIFA is doing all the work. Daniel, step overs, green time shot, Royce just offside as it clipped off the back of his heels.
Yeah, good drive from Daniel. I like the use of the step over there. As I was watching that, I was thinking might be a little elastico coming through with Nkunku, but says, no, I'm going to try and see if I can duke out Julian. He doesn't bite, though. He defends it well enough. And then, unfortunately, Marco Royce just going offside. Really good step there from Davies. Nice and aggressive. See if Daniel can break.
What a pass. What a pass. Cutting open the entire defence in one through ball. We have seen some exquisite passes in this first half, I've got to say.
I mentioned why they're so difficult this year, and it's like these players are just saying, no, I've got the ability to pick them out. And Nkunku on that left-footed pass, cutting open the defence as easy as you like. Julian not respecting that enough and not switching over to that defender, covering that run. Again, the composure in the finish, though. You've done the hard work. You've got yourself in on goal. Now you just need to find the way past the goalkeeper. And Daniel showing us he is more than capable of doing so.
Both of these players fighting for their lives. 0-2 in the tournament. If you're wondering what does that mean, they've played 2 matches already and they've lost both of them. Green timed header from Royce. Where was this earlier, Daniel?
The first time over the top through ball, but working in a different way there for just Marco Royce to get ahead of Lucio, leaping like a salmon. The green time header. Headers are manual, Richard. We know how difficult they are. You have to aim correctly. Putting it into that corner it looks easy, but it really, really isn't. We have to give credit there to Daniel. And he's starting to come to life.
A green timed header as well. Green timing headers, I mean, I always struggle with it. I never seem to get the timing correct. Just shows the confidence that he's playing with. Even though he's 0-2, he's still taking the risk and he's getting the rewards for it.
Sometimes you do have to take those risks and reap the benefits from it as he comes in close to half-time. I just want to see this one out, make sure we get in that 3-1 lead. But for Julian, one last chance possibly. Big step there from Bellingham.
Still going forward. Referee wants to play. Mane tackled by Lucio, and that will do us for the first half of action. 4 goals split at 3-1, and perfect timing, it's got to be said, by the production team over in Cologne. As we just see Sadio Mane wheeling away in celebration. Johnny 3-0 up for Paderborn. This was the goal.
Again, a through ball. Nkunku not even looking where he is. Knows where Mane is, though. Thankfully, The heel to ball roll, taking it past the goalkeeper. Johnny oozing with confidence, and time again throughout both of these games of FIFA we've been watching, through balls are the key to success. If you run a high line and there's room in behind, Johnny and Daniel both very capable of just picking out passes that me, you, people at home are never pulling off.
I have to agree. The level that we're seeing here on display, so good.
A score update across the board then. Berke Lyon finds himself 3-1 up against Wolfsburg's Fabio. He's on fire right now. BX Stip currently 1-1 with Antonio Magella. And then Foninho, he's beating Serenatino 4-0.
Wow.
Levy Finn, Taki Yumit is 0-0 as it stands. Dennis, another 1 goal to the good against Sakal. And then in our other elimination game, Neo Julie, VFL Bochum, 2-0 to the good against RB Leipzig's De Gaucho. Which, maybe thinking ahead a little bit here, Richard.
Yes.
If the teams remain the same this time next year, the Gaucho's position for RB Leipzig would be put under threat when you have the likes of Omid and Anders Versgang in your competition.
I don't think it would be in dire jeopardy, to be honest. I mean, RB Leipzig want to have the best possible chance of winning. Obviously, Gaucho's been given the opportunity here, but this will not be the result that he is looking for one bit. Still has time left to play, but as of right now, he is struggling. Daniel, a man who was struggling and seemingly has come to life here. With 0-2 coming into this game, he's now leaving 3 goals to 1.
I feel like this Thunder is just adding a bit of
I did hear that.
extra power to this
I
broadcast.
didn't know if you'd fallen over or it was the Thunder.
No, I've not fallen over. It'd be a bigger bang, trust me.
Great play here from Daniel. He's looking to make it 4. Good defending from Julian. 2 legs of FIFA will be in play here, so the game not over just quite yet. However, a 4th and maybe a 5th goal would start putting it out of reach, it has to be said. It seems we've had a little bit of a technical difficulty there. A few tech issue, potentially just we'll get that resolved. Obviously, we don't know the full details of it. As we are not in Cologne, we can just see what you can see at home. What we can do is head on over to Johnny's match here against Furkit. Johnny leading 3 goals to 0. Ooh. Short corner. Could be something on here with the green time finesse, but rolling into the goalkeeper. Rolling into the defender, sorry. It's been a long day.
I actually think it was LaCroix. I think it was Johnny's own man that blocked that for him. So, and get out of the way. Trying to get a shot on target and you're getting in the way, LaCroix. As we ease through this game, Richard, 3-0. Johnny looking confident in this first leg. Today's not only been a massive day in Germany. Virtual Bundesliga, these players from Germany representing their clubs for a spot in the FGS playoffs, but also 40,000 euros for the winner.
Correct.
It's also a massive day in Europe.
It is.
Manchester City take on Inter Milan. Chat, let us know. What are your predictions? Mr. Richard Buckley, what have you got on for tonight? Who
Well,
are you saying lifts that Champions League trophy?
I've been having a little look at Twitter, and it would seem like there's maybe a couple of difficulties getting into the stadium. So I think this isn't official, but I saw a few rumours circulating that kickoff might be slightly delayed.
Which,
as for me, I think Man City will win. I think Man City will win 3-1.
See, I said 4-1 City. I think it will start off maybe a City goal, Inter will bounce back, and I think as the game gets further on, I think Manchester City will walk away with it. Now, did you do any of the SBCs that were available, the showdown for this?
I didn't, no. I looked at Phil Foden, but it just seemed really expensive.
See, I've completed both, but knowing that Manchester City are going to win, I was happy enough with.
I mean, a draw.
card.
Is it the 90-minute result, or is it the full-time result? Is it the
Full-time
winner
result.
of the tie?
Winner of the tie, yeah.
Okay. Few interesting predictions. 3-1 City, 4-1 City, Inter win. 3-2, 3-2 extra time, Inter. 4-0 City, 2-1. Keep on coming in as we wait for the secondary match to get back underway. I'd love to tell you exactly what's happening on the floor. I don't have a clue what's happening, unfortunately.
Well, shall we go to a bit of a roundup on what we know has happened
Tell me.
so far from
Alex,
some of the results?
take the floor. You know what? I'm going to kick back. Don't matter. Alex, be quiet. We're getting back into the game.
We'll do that after this one, all right?
Because Daniel and Julian are back underway. And it's Julian still in the blue strip, 3-1 down, the game back pretty much the moment that we left it. Great use of the esports edition of the game, being able to pick the exact minute that we were in, and Daniel is not phased in one small micro second because he is back in the match, back in the lead, and extended his goal tally to 4.
For the players as well, we know hiccups can happen here and there. It is just about remaining calm and waiting for yourselves to get back into the game. Daniel just picking up where he left off. Bellingham driving that one forward. The first time pass, the change of tempo. Does Marco Reus go on his left? Does he go on his right? Lucio doesn't know whether to stand, commit, bit indecisive, but really, really good feet from Daniel. And again, we talk about the change of tempo. It's just something you can do. You know, you can drive that ball direct into your attackers. First time pass. Defenders then are left in a bit of a difficult state of trying to read your play, trying to move, trying to play a switch. And Daniel taking advantage of the time and room he had with Marco Reus. And this now becomes a massive task for Julian. In 4-1 down, 15 minutes to go. You know, a 3-goal deficit. It's a big ask in 90 minutes of FIFA.
Big ask.
And it only really comes because of the fact of, well, okay, we've got to commit more numbers forward. We've got to be more aggressive in the press. We've got to try and get in front of Daniel. And all that then does is say to Daniel, hey, look, you know, you can try and hit me on the counter. You can look for through balls. You can play your game. And the way that Daniel's been moving in this game already against committed numbers at the back, if he's going to have a little bit more time, a little bit more pitch to run into, you're going to imagine that Daniel will find success from that. Well, I mean,
I think everything that you just said there, pretty much is accurate. Marco Reus as well has been a phenom, it has to be said, for Daniel in this game. He just makes the run over the top. He seems to have got really comfortable, Daniel, with that over the top first time through ball.
yeah.
Just
I
every
feel like
time
we're
it's
having
on.
flashbacks, Richard.
Yeah.
Flashbacks to a certain individual that we got to watch at the start of this year on FIFA 23 when it was over the top through ball, over the top through ball, over the top through ball.
Maestro.
Maestro indeed, yes. And the beauty of that is that if the opponent switches off just for that half a second when you trigger that run and you play that over the top through ball, you're in behind. You're guaranteed that space. I will add, though, The Marco Reus, which Daniel has got right now, is different to my one because my Marco Reus has not got that passion.
He looks possessed, this Marco Reus. What he's done, I think he's Daniel 0 and 2. He's pulled his team up on Ultimate Team. He's said to them, look, boys, I need you to fight for this badge. I'm not being eliminated. Come on, let's play. And Marco Reus has taken that personally. Musiala comes forward, heel to ball roll. Referee don't like it. Kvaradol. He's going to be penalised. No yellow card. However, the penalty is awarded. A little bit of a coming together. I don't know how much was in it. What I can tell you is...
Bit of a body check as well, though, isn't it?
Yeah, Lothar Matthäus. Sadio Mane, Griffo. That circle's going very fast for me. He's got it perfectly.
Oh! Julian! You cannot do that in moments of clutch needed. It's what I always say. When people are a little bit nervous, when they're not full of confidence, where is the easiest place to go on a penalty?
Down the middle.
Down the middle.
I like it. There's a trend in the Twitch chat at the moment which says, here's an interesting fact for you. And I'm going to read a few out because good facts coming in. We started the debate about the Champions League final, and I'm going to read a couple out as we do hit full time here in this match. Julian won't register anything to dent Daniel's defensive armour here. It will be 5-1. The referee just wants a little bit more of the limelight here. Saying, the game's still on. The game's still on. Come on, you've got a free kick. We peer around the monitor. Didn't end in a chance.
It's a real good job that wasn't a massive goal-scoring opportunity or a big chance in the game, because we were getting a lovely view right there.
Well, there you have it. Full time, 5-1. Apparently, Kevin Trapp got a hat-trick. Did I just see that right? You were taking the match ball home.
Hey, look, he's not had a good day today across a lot of the teams. So
Royce
if
has
Trapp
gone,
feels confident and wants the ball,
Trapp,
take
you
it
have
home,
it.
mate.
You take it.
For anyone that is just joining us, we have been live for 8 hours so far today. We are in currently round 7 of 8 across all the games that we have played. There's been a lot of FIFA, a lot of high-level FIFA that we've had the beautiful opportunity to watch. As you can tell from me and Richard, it's been warm. It's been 30 degrees. It's thunderstorming where I am. Our minds, have got a little bit...
Oh, that's good. Kevin Trapp,
humorous.
you've made my day. Right, before we get underway in the next legs, I'm going to read a couple of these out. We got an interesting fact, and it says, here's a fun stat. Man City have only won 1 of their last 5 away games, or something like that. And then the next fun fact was from Nath.
Yep.
Here's an interesting fact for you. Every time Inter have won the UCL, their opponents were in the running for the treble. There you go. There, Richard Buckley's fun facts brought to you by the
A bit of superstition, maybe, there, thinking maybe again. But we will also say, didn't Yaya Toure used to have a curse on Manchester City for winning the Champions League, and he lifted it this season? And this is maybe the season where City have looked the most probable chance of winning the Champions League.
The curse has been lifted. Will the legacy be cemented? We will have to wait and see. Brandon Smith he went for a little break. He just come back, and the message he sent was, "What on earth have I just come back to?" Oh, it's good. It's very, very good.
We also got asked, which teams do we support? Well, I support West Bromwich Albion, and Richard supports Barnsley. So as you can tell, our footballing ball knowledge doesn't come from our clubs.
Elite. See the stage almost set there. 2 players eliminated. Don't think Julian's eliminated just quite yet. We've got a second leg to play.
I think because we've been a little bit behind and delayed, I think it is time for the recap.
Yes, recap me some things.
So, this isn't full time, but as it stands, Neo Julie is beating RB Leipzig de Gaucho 4-0. Which is what it's looking like he is down and out. And yes, they've jumped the gun ever so slightly, maybe. Daniel is 5-1 to the good against Julian, but we know there's a second leg to be played. So
anything can happen.
Anything can happen. We saw Johnny 3-0 up against Furky. Sackle and Dennis 3-2 to Dennis as it stands. Patchy Umit is 1-0 up against Levy Finn.
Wow.
That would put Levy Finn 1 and 2.
Yep.
Fernino 5-1 in that first leg. Seratino is making the comeback possible. 3-1. So still Fernino with that slight advantage.
And one more just before we get the game underway.
BX Step is currently down by 1 goal to Antonio Ruggiera.
So there you go. More Alex updates throughout to this second leg of where the games are currently starting to shape up. Furky needs a miracle. He's 3-0 down against Johnny here. This is a qualifying match. Both players 2-0. Here in the Virtual Bundesliga. Johnny being both of these players 1-on-1,
Sorry, yeah. Just about to correct you there, but you corrected yourself, I think.
The other match that we've seen on the main stage, both players 0-2.
Correct.
With Daniel leading.
Twitch chat, tell us, do you have the belief in either one of these players that are currently finding themselves behind? Will Furky manage to pull this one back? It's a good start. Diaby trying to break through, but LaCroix is there. And then you have any faith in Julian to pull back a 4-goal deficit against Daniel. Crazy things have happened in FIFA Esports, Richard.
Can I answer the question?
No, because I know what you're going to say, and that's the boring answer. Let's have some faith. Let's have some optimism that these players will find a way to answer back to their opponents.
Well, there's a chance. Kevin Trapp, you never know what's going to be happening. You want to be sniffing around like a hound dog when he has the ball inside the box.
Mando313 says, where is Dullen Mike? Dullen Mike is through to tomorrow. He is into knockout FIFA already after he picked up a vital win against his teammate Musty in Group A, Mando. So if you want to see Dullen Mike in action tomorrow, you will see that happen.
HSV Daniel 7. 5-1 up. He's from left to right. White shorts. Tangerine.
From right to left, you mean?
From right to left.
Buckley, I know it's been a long
White
day.
top, tangerine shorts, blue socks. Marco Royce looking to twist and turn. Doesn't quite come off in the end. And Julian all in blue from left to right. Goal! And that's 4-0.
I mean, I've gone quiet because I feel like my call of saying, you know, is there a chance of the comeback? Furky has made that very difficult right now. Johnny driving down that line. Mane, good feet from Bellingham all the way. And just a simple pass off. Defenders nowhere to be seen. Alphonso Davies getting switched up with Lucio. You do not want Lucio out in that area. And you don't want Davies trying to cover in that centre-back position because he's man-marking nowhere near to the ability of Lucio. And that, for Johnny, you would imagine, is going to be a professional performance for the remainder of this game to see himself 2-1. I don't get the privilege to commentate with you all that often, Richard.
Okay.
And when I do,
You always come out with a smile on your face.
I always come out with a smile on my face, but I feel like we get these sort of games.
Yes, where we just have to talk about ourselves for 70 minutes because the games are already over.
Well, I mean, it's all credit to Daniel.
I mean, Daniel and Marco Royce.
Yeah.
He is facing adversity, and what happens when people face adversity? Sometimes they crack under the pressure, and sometimes pressure, well, what does it make? Diamonds. And he is shining bright right now.
I really thought you were going to burst into song there. I wonder what a lot of these German players made of Borussia Dortmund's finish to the season in the Bundesliga. Bayern Munich claiming another title. Borussia Dortmund not getting the result they needed on that final day. Marco Reus, we thought it was going to be the story that I think a lot of fans probably wanted for him to lift that trophy. Dave B has asked us in the chat, Richard, if we're going to be commentating again tomorrow. Now, I don't know whether he's saying because, like, yeah, I hope you are, or whether he's going, I won't be tuning back in if it's you two again.
If these two are back up, where's... Dave is saying to himself, where is Brandon Smith?
Get the professional one on, yeah?
Smith.
There is something that you can learn at home, though, from games like this. About how, yeah, you might be 5-1 up and you're thinking you're good. All it takes is for you to switch off. 2 goals, 5-3, and then the pressure starts to come on. Constant press and putting more men forward can be very difficult to deal with on FIFA. So you can take a leaf out of Daniel's book on how he'll slow the game down. He'll recycle if he wants. Every 2 to 3 minutes taken off the clock, where Julian doesn't have the ball, he's just getting closer and closer to securing that victory and keeping himself in the tournament.
These are the second legs of action here at the Virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals. 32 of the best German FIFA players came into Cologne after today. We'll know 10 guaranteed for the knockouts, and 12 will be competing for the final 6 spots available for those knockouts. 40,000 euros for the winner. He's on the line. I don't want to compound the misery. I feel like Julian's just one too many mistakes in his locker today.
Yeah, and the most disappointing thing for Julian is that you work throughout your whole competitive season for this weekend. And then to get here and go 0-3 and see yourself out of the tournament, it's just not what you want, right? Yes, he'll be back. He'll be here again next season, I'm sure of it. But it's always a tough one to take, knowing that, okay, now I've got to go back to the drawing board, get ready for EAFC and go again, essentially.
On the other side of it, HSV Daniel. He pulled out the shock of all shocks, beating Fnatic Tex at the E-Champions League knockouts in that qualifying match. I spoke to him in Istanbul. We had a little conversation and I just said, how are you feeling before the game? I said, Richard, there was one person in that arena who thought I would win that game. He picked up his index finger and pointed to himself. Right now he is looking to do something just as impressive. Go from 0-2 to 3-2 and get through the knockouts, get through the groups, should I say, into those knockout stages.
And that's a sign of a top professional. Every single one of these players believes on their day they are the best FIFA player in the world. And if they don't, they're not ever going to reach the heights that they will want to. They all have that belief in themselves. That's exactly what you need in these moments, in these tight games. Look, if you're switched on, if you're in the moment, you will succeed.
Just someone in the chat talking about Daniel's through balls, how he's having so much success with that. Is there anything he's doing mechanically different? Is it a threaded through ball? Is he putting a certain amount of power on it? Or is he just perfectly timing those passes?
So if you're going to do a normal triangle through ball, it has to be precision on your left analog stick and power. Now, obviously, you can't say this accuracy and this power is right in this scenario because it all depends on where you want the through ball to go, right? But then at times, if you want to say curve it round the defense, you need to get a little bit of whip on it. You might do a threaded through ball, which is R1 and triangle. And then at times you might do a double tap through ball where you press triangle twice to just get it off the ground ever so slightly. But it all comes down to precision and power, which is why they're so difficult this year, because you have to be precise on that analog stick and get the right power, which most people, myself included, really struggle to nail with how delicate it is. It just comes down to practice, practice, and him making sure he's refining them every time they're not 100% where he wants them to be.
Great insight from Alex Bowden. He'll be joining us throughout the rest of the games today and tomorrow for his expert analysis on all things FIFA esports.
Ooh. That's
What a finish.
Julian's disappointed there because he moved the goalkeeper at the near post. He took that massive gamble to move him there. And then Kunku's gone for that low driven. And again, I have to see the replay. I think he's red timed that as it's come through. Not sure if there was a time finish there at all, actually. But either way, just look at the goalkeeper movement. Going at that near post. No time finish, just the low driven. I think maybe as well, if you don't go for the low driven there, the goalkeeper movement, I think you probably would find that Trapp does make that save. I think the low driven is what has really made that impossible for Trapp to save.
Are we just seeing... I mean, in both games, to be honest, Alex, the first leg is what separated the tie. It has to be said. I mean, the dominant first leg from both players. Hold on. Bang! 131 kilometres an hour. As Lothar Matthäus took the leather off the ball with that one. We get to see it in real time right now.
Yeah, these little flick ups into the power shots, green timed as well. And that's what we've said. You know, you flick them up and the power shots, we know how accurate they can be, but the ability to then green time it, Berkey needed that, just something out of nothing, really. It looks like, you know, you're happy to say, shoot from there, Matthäus. We've got no problem with that, but the ability to green side them is what separates that from going to a, 50 chance to almost a guaranteed shot on target and leaving the goalkeeper with nothing. I was just taking a look there, Richard, at Kevin Trapp as well. I've mentioned his name multiple times today. I'm clearly not a massive fan of that item in goal. He doesn't have the saves with feet trait. So in those scenarios where the ball actually is quite close to him and he maybe could get something on it, when it's a low-driven shot, it's just going to be so rare that he does manage to react in time and get a foot on it because it just doesn't have that trait. You know, those sort of traits can make the difference between you getting something on it and put it behind for a corner or it just finding the back of the net.
Johnny, 4-1 up with 30 minutes left to play. It's not impossible for Furky, however, it's very improbable. I think that's a safe statement.
Yeah, I mean, Johnny's just going to run the time off the clock every time, keep switching it, keep making Furky work for the ball. When he puts that press on, he'll just go out towards the wing, go over the top, play it into those channels. It makes it so difficult for Furky.
Here's Furky coming forward yet again. Great build-up play, it's got to be said. Shot across the goal. Trapp all the way behind that. Did spill it down to himself, but not enough to get a defender have a job to do defensively. Oh, terrible. It's been a long day.
As we close in,
You take it. You take us out.
final few moments, Johnny will put himself 2-1. What? Did Trapp just parry that?
He did, yeah.
I can't. No. Yeah. Was that not just going at a snail's pace? Could he not have just caught that?
Can't catch a cold, can Kevin Trapp? That will do us. Full time in that particular match. HSV Daniel leading 6-1 up against Julian. It's been one-way traffic to say the least. As Julian comes forward, not long left on the timer. And Kunku, he's strike saved by Lacroix. An unpredictable centre-back in Gavaradol, the Croatian.
You know
It's not your
now
day.
that
It's not
Julian is done because headset's off. Earpods are out. He's ready. He's accepted this defeat. He knows he's going out of the tournament, unfortunately. And Daniel will live to fight another day. He's still got a massive ask. He'll go 1-2 now. So he has to do this all over again. Good first time over the top there. And Kunku finding Griffo. Keeping movement. Just ball again. Not sitting down. Sitting down? Settling down, I should say. Chat, we hope you've enjoyed our company just as much as we have yours.
It's getting hot in here. As HSV Daniel continues his run, commiserations to Julian in this year's Virtual Bundesliga finals. He did well to get through to the top 32. However, this is where his journey will finish as Daniel keeps pace to potentially resurrect his Swiss record. The young man now 1-2 for HSV.
And that was Daniel and Julian, our last game of that round. All games have finished indeed. From what I can see on the Virtual Bundesliga website, you can see it all yourself, virtual.bundesliga.com. As we see the scenes from Julian and Daniel. Julian on your screen there, upset, seeing himself out of the tournament. It's time for him to go away, reflect.
And take this as a positive experience as well. I think that's the main thing. Don't beat yourself up about the record or the results. Just take what you can, learn from it, and come again next year and be a better version of yourself. I think that's the positive sentiment to take away from his performances. On the other side of it, I mean, we've seen some big results starting to take shape. I believe Levy Finn was the only result that hadn't quite been finalised yet. We'll get that for you very shortly indeed. Just hearing that it's finished right now, and Levy Finn was victorious. Levy Finn now 2-1 in Swiss. Al, we've got one round left for today. How are you feeling going into the last round?
Yeah, looking forward to it. We've obviously got some big names still in the fight, like we saw there with Daniel and Neo Julie going 1-2 after he does knock out RB Leipzig's the Calcio. Yeah, some massive names kind of coming through. And Berke Lion 3-0, which we were talking, early on in the day about who's going to go where. I said Sackle maybe having a bit of a deep run. He finds himself 1-2 right now. Johnny 2-1. You need to get through to 3 wins essentially before you get to 3 defeats. If you go 2-2, you make it through to tomorrow, and then you have to have that ultimate game for the knockouts.
You absolutely do. Berkey Lion started the day out of this world with a big win against Levy Finn, and he's not continued that reign of dominance since. We thank you for joining us throughout today. We've been live just over 8.5 hours. We've got one round left to go. It's round 4 action from the Virtual Bundesliga Group B. Round 4. We will find out 2 more players to solidify their place into 3 more players, in fact, who solidify their place into tomorrow's knockouts. We will have 5 players eliminated, and the remaining 6 will be at 2-2, battling it out in tomorrow's intermediate round. Thank you for your company. We'll be back in 10 minutes' time for the final round of the Virtual Bundesliga group stages here on day 1. We'll see you soon.
I
just wants to get higher up, and he kissed her and he said, please twirl me one more time and don't stop spinning me. Please swirl me in your mind so I can be a color painting that you'll look upon. And he was off and gone. 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 There once was a woman lying in bed with her lover's head upon her shoulder. She said, my darling, you sound so faint. Don't tell me it's time, I just can't take this. And she told her, please don't worry, dear. There's nothing to fear in moving on. But there's one thing I'd like to ask of you. And she said, just tell me, darling, I'll do anything, anything. She said, please twirl me one more time and don't stop spinning me. Please swirl me in your mind so I can be a color painting that you'll look upon. And she was off and away. And she was off and away. And she was off and away.
Running, I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, run it. Ooh, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my pen ready. Used to hold myself back, my self-esteem damn petty.
And Alex, because we've already found 2 players that are already guaranteed to be through to the knockout stages tomorrow. That's Berke Light and Antonio Redeja. They've had a pretty plain sailing day so far, but maybe would have sat here and expected Levy Finn to already be through. But this round will find 3 more names.
That we will indeed. Levy Finn, as we were hoping up at the start of this Group B, saying probably the one as the favourite. Hasn't gone that way for him, but still finds himself in a very favourable position to take himself through to the knockout. And then obviously we have got knockout FIFA as well. There will be some players that will not be making it through to tomorrow. And one of those games, which we are going to be keeping an eye on, is Neo Julie versus Hachi Omit 23. One of those players will be leaving us and will not be here tomorrow. And is that something we expected? Not 100% sure. But either way, it's going to be an exciting 2 legs of FIFA.
Yeah, well, as we said, we've got 2 games on very different scales here, as you rightly said, Alex. We've got elimination FIFA on the bottom half of the screen. But then here, we've got qualification FIFA between Levy Finn and Fabio of Wolfsburg. 2 legs of FIFA. And we are ready to get underway for this matchup. Bit of a shock to see De Gaucho out of the tournament. He went 0-3. On the flip side, it was also not the best outing. With Julian, VFL Bochum 0-3 out the tournament as well. What makes this even more exciting, Alex, is tomorrow we kick off the day of a playoff. Any player that finishes 2-2 will have to play a deciding matchup first thing tomorrow to find out if they're in the knockouts or if they're out the tournament, which if you do fall out the tournament, it's quite a harsh way to wait, 12 hours for your game to get going?
Yeah, for some players, they'll relish that. They'll say, you know what, I've not had a great day today. And sometimes you get that with FIFA where you wake up and you're a little bit slow with your reactions. You're not reading things as much as you normally would. Some days you just don't perform to the standards and the expectations that you set for yourself. So some players will say, you know what, yeah, give me that reset. Let me go to sleep. Let me watch Champions League final. I'll go again tomorrow.
Someone else that will be going again tomorrow in the knockout bracket as it stands is Levy Finn. 4 minutes in. We'll see the goal again on the replay. Keep an eye on Sadio Mane's movement here, as the ball just somehow pops its way through to the forward there. A little forced to bounce back, but the one more pass made all the difference there. Levy Finn leads by a goal to 0. Keep in mind, whoever wins this game is in the knockouts. Whoever loses, they are still in the tournament. They'll have a record of 2-2 tomorrow. And alongside this, there's also 6 other matches taking place. Dennis against BX. S-Tip, they're looking for qualification there. Sakul against HSV Daniel, fighting to stay in the tournament.
Ooh.
Someone else who's fighting to keep themselves in the tournament. The easy route is Wolfsburg's Fabio.
Yeah, again, that little layoff, that extra pass, just creating the angle, putting the space, making it so much more easier for yourself. And Kunku, right place, right time. Probably one of the easiest goals that Fabio will have within Kunku throughout this tournament. As you can see, the drive through, Lacroix just not trapping that right, but Diaby with the acrobatics, finding in Kunku. And Fabio bounces back quickly, which against a player like Levy Finn, you need to keep yourself tight and compact throughout the whole of the game against him. Otherwise, we just walk away with it. One more chance again.
Oh, stop that! Fabio! With 2 goals in quick succession. Alex, you were just saying how important it is to get a goal back straight away against Levy Finn. How about getting 2 goals and putting yourself into the driving seat?
The lay down celebration as well from Nkunku. Fabio cruising his way through. Bellingham, that ball roll into the pass into the middle. Lovely feet evading the press. Lucio caught wrong side of his man. You have to be goal side there. Nkunku just shoulder barges him off and says, let me get that shot off. Finding the top corner. No goalkeeper in the world is going to stop that one. And Fabio found himself 1-0 down very early on. 10 minutes later, he's saying, look, I'm in the driving seat. This is mine.
Nkunku, Diaby, straight down the other end. Levy Finn on the hunt for a way back as we jump across to the other game. Elimination game this is. Whoever loses is out of the tournament. VFL Bochum's Julie. Southampton FC Osberg's Hassi Umit.
We have here 2 different games, right? We know that in our other matchup, it's qualification, but also still through to tomorrow for both players regardless. This is a game which means one of you will be making it through to at least tomorrow and one of you will not be. And you can already see that in the scoreline. 0-0, 28 minutes in. Few chances for either side to progress forward because it's going to be a cagey affair. You don't want to commit too many men. You don't want to take any unnecessary risks, which it's about which player is willing to take that gamble and put that pressure on the opponent.
This could be quite fortunate. Hassi Umit, one more pass into the top corner. Just kept on moving there along. Finding the extra pass after extra pass. Sadio Mane getting him underway. Hassi Umit leads by a goal to 0. In no doubt one of his most important games of the day.
We said about taking that risk. It actually came from Mateus, pressing high up the pitch, winning the ball, putting that pressure on along with Davies. You take that risk. Hassi Umit does exactly that. Finds the extra pass to Mane. Time and time again, there'll always be that man free in the box if you can find them.
Well done. That's the first goal. Is it going to ignite? A spark for Julie in the final third. Thomas Meunier gets the ball back nicely. Bellingham, that left stick dribbling, trying to manoeuvre the perfect angle, still keeps possession somehow, so patient in the build-up. He's asking quite a lot from the English midfielder to try and get past 3 or 4 red shirts there in the box.
Still the dribbling on show there from Neo Julie. Keeping it tight and compact, nice and easy to manoeuvre with that agile dribbling, the left stick dribbling, making it so difficult, but a good enough job from Hassi Umit just to stand up with Lucio. The jockeying was solid. Understood the assignment of just not giving any space past the line.
Hello, Griffo. Got the legs. Has he got a cut back?
Ooh.
Ooh, that was nearly a disaster class, unfortunately involving the main character from today, Kevin Trapp. He hasn't had an easy day, has he, from the commentators? He's just been full of rebounds.
Just never looked comfortable in goal. As we move over to the next game, and Hassi Umit, we left it at 1-0 and he was finding himself defending attack after attack there, but Mateus linking up with Nkunku Mane just rides the challenge and gets that shot off. I'm assuming that went across goal there. We'll have a look at this replay, Brandon. Frimpong is stepping from the defender, trying to get into that passing lane. A little bit too slow with it. Mateus into Nkunku Mane. Ball falls back. And that is the most reliable finish on FIFA 23. A shot across goal. Goalkeeper stand very little chance of it. And yes, you're right. Kevin Trapp's not had a great day of it from us here in the commentary department. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to test him over the next few days, Brandon. I'm going to see, are we being too harsh? Is he actually a decent goalkeeper? I'll report back to you on that.
What you can do as well, actually, control his different team of the week, because he's had enough of them this year.
He has indeed. So look, he must be doing the job right in the real life game, in the Bundesliga right now. On the virtual pitch, we have not been happy with him.
No, just to get your thoughts as well, and Julie, it's quite an unfortunate bounce there in the box that led to him conceding that second goal. You've worked with enough FIFA players in your time. It's that stage now for Julie where he's in an elimination game. He's going to be feeling like the game's against him. How does he just get his mind back in the game, get his mental straight?
You just have to reset and build up confidence as it goes. If you build up an attack, you get a shot off on goal, you get a long range shot, you develop any sort of chance, some good attacking movement. Maybe your defending's just really good in one scenario. The coach then can big that player up and say, well done, and build up in those little increment stages. You then get that confidence going and flowing. And that's what can make the difference. You can't let any sort of scenarios like that get to you. You just have to shrug them off and say, look, we know if we put that aside and we play our best FIFA, we can come back from this 2-0 deficit. It's still the first leg, still plenty of FIFA to play. Let's just shrug that one off and get playing again.
Cologne in this elimination game. Hassium still leads by 2 goals. Sadio Mane has been the main star of the show. 2 big goals in that first half. Tries to take on a handful of defenders there. Frimpong. So Akraketch way into the box with us. Lastgo and Kunku. Bellingham now gets involved in the attack. Ball just keeps on finding a way back. He'll be moaning, says Julie.
Like that there, Brandon, it is the perfect example. Weathered the storm of the attack and a few bounces here and there from Hassium and just defended that well. That's where you can take that little bit of confidence to press there with Bellingham. These are the sort of moments where you have to build on that and say, okay, I did this well done. Now let's move and let's start getting that ball forward and let's carry on building on a solid foundation.
Here's the start of exactly that now. We'll leave this one for a second. Another goal goes in. Levy Finn is finding himself in a very difficult situation. He might be the highest ranked player to come into this group. Sits 8th in Europe. If anything, I think that's given every single player that's been up against him, Alex, just an extra 10-15% to be like, I want to beat this man. I want to take him down. And so far, he's not had any easy games.
He hasn't. Masala just slipping that one through again. The composure. Diaby, green time finish. I've always questioned Diaby in his final third product, whether it be a cross, a pass, a through ball, and the finishing. But if you get in and you green time those areas, you're going to find the back of net more times than not.
And just like that. End-to-end FIFA. And that's one thing you can confirm with Levy Finn. He's never going to have a clean sheet, but one thing he will do is he'll create many chances. See again on the replay, came down this left-hand side. There's the player lock that was teased. Well, then the ball found its way into Sadio Mane. Just a quick turn to shift it onto the right boot. Game on here, 35 minutes still to be played.
This is my concern with Levy Finn and possibly going all that way to try and lift this trophy. He's scoring a lot of goals, but he's conceding just as many. And if you want to win that championship, you have to have a solid defence, right? We know he can score goals. We've seen that throughout many tournaments this year. But you can't be leaking as many goals as he is right now.
You're absolutely right. Otherwise, he's going to have to put so much pressure on himself to create every game.
The thing is, are you going to be able to do that against the likes of Omit, Dunn and Mike in the latter stages of the tournament? It's a big ask.
Absolutely. Especially when you're playing against so many different play styles and someone rocks up with a 5 at the back. Such as what he's dealing with now. It'll be difficult to break down, as you can see 5 Wolfsburg shirts. Still standing in a line. Maybe Finn needs to do his job just to disrupt it. Can he do that via Marco Reus and Sadio Mane? Not on that occasion. Look across the box, that's offside. Any other results that are taking our fancy Berkey line against Antonio Radeja? Both players are already through, they're just playing for seeding. There's been 7 goals in that game, Alex, in the first leg. 5-2 Berkey line leads.
Berkey line has had a fantastic day of FIFA, and he's going to go to bed tonight saying, can we not carry on playing today? Oh, I'm cruising. I want to keep going. He's got to try and keep that momentum up as he comes back tomorrow.
One of the potential rookies of the season. One hell of a rookie season if just to make it into the latter stage of tomorrow's Championship Sunday. Keep in mind, tomorrow we are back for more here in the Virtual Bundesliga. See it. Looks to be a part of that final 16. Tell you one player that suddenly found their groove is HSV Daniel after a terrible start to play today. I mean, you called his last round matchup. He was scoring goals for fun. He's 4-0 up against Sakul in the last round of play for today.
And again, that's a player that we'll be saying, I've called it back from 0-2 to 2-2, put himself through to tomorrow at least, with one more game to play to make it through to the knockouts. There'll be another player that'll be saying, I don't want to stop now. I've gone from 0-2 to 2-2. I'm now finally finding my groove. Can we keep that one going?
It's the perfect time, isn't it, to find your groove. Unfortunately, it's the end of the day. Levy Finn, hunting for that third goal. Marco Reus runs into the path of the Wolfsburg defender.
12 for Marco Reus. Just doesn't have that 5-star skills for you to look for maybe reverse elastico, normal elastico. It's difficult to tee up in that area. But like the lack of get to cancel kind of comes through from a lot of players, or just a simple step overs as we jump back into Sioma versus Neo Julie. 83rd minute on the clock.
To show so far as Julie, the worst thing he could do is concede again and go 3-0 down. To that second leg with it all to do. Oh, that one. Famous pick of Musiala coming as some sort of right wing back.
Got the pace, the dribbling, the passing, crossing, the shooting. Pretty much everything bar the defending. But in those sort of areas, in a 5-back, you don't get too many one-on-one defending, let's say. Occasionally you'll be on the cover maybe from a counter-attack, but as a whole, it's just a body there. Try and get some form of blocking.
Mawani with Matthias. Back inside, last chance of the game. Bellingham! Kevin Trapp showing his worth there. And that will do us. Leg one there. Julie's frustrated. He said, referee, play the corner. Fortunately, he's 2-0 down at the end of that leg. He's got it all to do to remain in the Virtual Bundesliga in that second leg. Here, though, only one goal between the two. Last chance of the game. Looks like it's going to fall to Levy Finn.
It's really smart from Levy as well, because yeah, you want that last attack for you to get that equaliser, but the main thing is you cannot give your opponent another chance to take what is 1 goal deficit right now to 2. 1 goal over 90 minutes, Levy is more than capable of putting it back. If it's 2 goals, it's then a much bigger ask. Smart.
Added time. Levy Finn. Last roll of the dice here in leg one. Thuram back to Bellingham. There's this skill move, but unfortunately, there's the defender in his way. This pumps all round from Fabio. I mean, what a result this would be for him. And it would mean that Levy Finn, if he was to lose this game, would not be in the final 16 as of yet. He'd have to play one more game tomorrow. That is the halfway point as his controller. I don't think I've ever seen a wire that long on a controller. It just kept going round his chair, and he seems like he's found the right monitor position.
Seems Levy's not too happy there with kind of the lighting in the arena. It seems like where he was originally sat, the lights were kind of coming down quite harsh on your face, which it may sound, it doesn't matter. But when you're sitting at home playing in your own environment, your own comfort, you have to set up to the ways that suit you, right? And the way that you want them. So when you get to these arenas and you're at the LAN event and there's lights are on, there's cameras all around you, it's not what you're used to. Any sort of little thing that you're not there, you don't have lights coming down on you all the time when you're playing FIFA. It can affect you loads when you are playing. So Levy just trying to get a little bit more comfortable, move that one across and say, I need the monitor here. That way the light's not coming down on my face. And I'm saying if he goes through and turns this one around and wins it, he's going to say, yeah, it was all down to the lights, Brandon.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to be comfortable, haven't you? Like, no matter where you're playing, for a lot of these guys coming from gaming HQs, from their home to play in these venues, you've just got to feel comfortable. Let's have a look at some of the results, if we can, from the halfway point in leg one. This is our final game, as we said, for this first day of the group stages. We'll have a little look through the website, if we can, at some of those first round results. As we said, at knockout games, qualification games, some of them have already kicked off for the second legs already. It looks like Berkey Lions going to be 4-0. And unfortunately for some players, such as Serratino, they're going to be falling out the tournament. Ferky plays, after a great start, by the way, has found himself in a bit of a pickle. It looks like he's just going to get himself over the line in today too.
Yeah, and at times, sometimes it is just about that. Just get yourself over the line into day 2. You obviously don't want to be leaving on day 1, but you can regroup, you can analyze, you can come back with a fresh mindset tomorrow, knowing that you're 1 win away then from making that knockouts and getting into that top 16 of the tournament. So for Furky, yes, disappointing, but mainly the job is just let's get through to tomorrow and then we can reset and go again there.
Have a look at that. That's how it stands right now. Some of those names that are out of the group stages are actually pretty big. Seratino, someone who's at the top 4 in this tournament before. Sakal doesn't really need an introduction, was absolutely killing it in the German scene for quite a few years. The Gaucho will be looking back at that today, tomorrow, in a couple of days, saying I expected so much more from myself, but unfortunately, he was one of the few players that fell out at the end of round 3.
Yeah, me and Richard were talking about it before, saying obviously with RB Leipzig, you've got Umit, you've got the Gaucho, and then you've got Anders waiting in the wings. This maybe, I'll say, could be the Gaucho's last VBL with RB Leipzig, because if you've still got the same 3 there next season, Anders, Umit, and the Gaucho, I mean, Anders surely is saying, look, he 0-3, didn't make it through. You've got to give me the chance to go through and make it into those latter stages, because that's the standards that RB Leipzig are kind of setting for their players.
Absolutely. I guarantee you Anders Vergang, although he's a teammate, would have been supporting him today, but thinking, look, give me a chance, give me a shot next season, especially when they've been the club champions, I think, for 2 years in a row now. They've got such high standards for themselves. These are all the players that have been involved in this round 2 of play today. And no surprise, as we said, really, really impressive performances from Berkelein and Antonio Redeja, the first 2 players to find themselves into the knockouts. At the end of this round, we'll find 3 more that will make it a total of 10 into the round of 16. Tomorrow, we will find 6 more names. It's worth saying as well that I believe Group A will face Group B in that last round tomorrow as well. So we've got a decent start tomorrow, Alex, haven't we? We've got, 12 players battling it out for 6 spots. Half go through and half, unfortunately, leave the tournament straight away after the first round tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. And for the players, obviously, that know they're 2-2 and who they potentially may be facing from the earlier on games, they're going to be watching this very, very closely, looking at their opponents, saying, who is it that I might be matching? Is there anything we can pick apart with their formations, their tactics, any specific play styles that they've got? They already know this anyhow, purely for the fact of the German scene is so close to one another. They play friendlies against each other all that time. Very close-knit community. But that just gives you that extra edge, knowing, you know what, I've had those few hours, we can analyze it, we can break it down, and we can come into tomorrow's tournament with a game plan, because you've got that potential of facing up against, the 6 other players. You don't really get that in FIFA esports that often. We see it. If Borussia Dortmund are playing against Bayern Munich, they've obviously put that prep work in that week before. But with FIFA esports, it's very rare you're going to know, I'm going to play against X, Y, and A player. They might have that opportunity to sit down tonight, look at it, and then come into tomorrow fully prepared for those games.
And also, Alex, Levi Finn could be in that. He could be in that deciding matchup somewhere. He's a player you do not want to face. It is time to jump into our last leg of FIFA here from day 1 of the Virtual Bundesliga. Levi Finn against Wolfsburg's Fabio Hassi Umit of FC Osberg. Against VfL Bochum's Neo Julie. 1 player will be eliminated. 1 will qualify. Who it will be, we'll find out in 90 minutes of FIFA time. More of the same from Hassi Umit. That's what he'll be saying. After a Sadio Mane brace. Build him. From the get-go is Hassi Umit. It's a corner. 5 minutes in. Something you haven't seen from every player. Looks like Ben Sibani, I should say, will actually start the game for Neo Julie, which I think tells you one thing. Probably playing a 5 at the back. Thomas Meunier also in that squad.
Yeah, it might be a change of setup, change of system, something that Neo Julie's not too happy with, hence that change. At the end of the day, you've got nothing to lose now. You have to come out here, play your best possible FIFA, give it everything you've got. At least you can walk out the tournament saying, you know what, I tried my hardest, and that's all you can ask for at times. But only a 2-goal deficit and 90 minutes to play.
Good interchange here by Meunier and Diaby. What that means, though, is that Marco Reus doesn't make the team with the 2 Dortmund picks there. Of course, it's always going to be Jude Bellingham +1. So who's that +1 going to be? And I believe this other match has kicked off as well. Levi Finn against Fabio. The winner of this goes into the top 16 tomorrow. Wolfsburg Fabio kicking from right to left. Levi Finn of FC Hansa Rostock. Here's a good chance, early doors. Musiala on a play, back post. There's a battle there between 2 or 3 players. Lucky enough, Lucio was there just to take the sting. Oh, that cross as it finds its way back to Kevin Trapp. However, on another day, Alex, that could have been 4 goals to 2 in the dream start for Fabio.
But against a player like Levi Finn, the chances that you get, you need to make sure that you are taking them, because he will come at you time and time again.
Bellingham and Kunku. Once again, there's the overlap from Sadio Mane. Skill move or 2, couple of step overs. Fabio looks to weave and dance in the box. Well, one thing to keep in mind, it's been a long day for some of these players as well, especially for those that have been in the second sitting around all day, waiting to get going. Unfortunately, some of that FIFA fatigue, you could argue, might be showing now for Julie. Finds himself 3-0 down in aggregate, and this was the goal. Unfortunately, it's Sadio Mane that is going to be giving him nightmares tonight.
Yeah, and that composure there as well. The goalkeeper comes out, he closes the angle down. You haven't really got the opportunity to lay it off to another man. So the hill to ball roll, probably the most reliable skill move in that area. You hold L1, flick the right analog stick the way you're facing once, and then the opposite way once. And you just get that kind of 45-degree angle on it to take the keeper into no man's land and just find the simple tap in.
Oh no, it could be even worse. And Kunku just lacked to the extra bit of pace over 5 yards there. As soon as that 4th goal's in, the head drops, and you're looking up to the FIFA heavens for a miracle. Well, as we jump ships, Fabio scores another one. Christopher Nkunku lays on his back and takes all the time in the world to celebrate that goal. It's a counter-attack finish. We'll see it again on the replay, hopefully. 31 minutes in, Levi Finn has not had a plain sailing day at all.
That he hasn't. The through ball from Bellingham, finding Nkunku. As the man at the top of the screen says, no, I'm going to back my ability to just green time. That is the sign of a Fabio that is very relaxed, trusting in himself, and here to play top-level FIFA.
He's only 17 years of age, is Fabio. 112th he sits in Europe at the moment. But one thing we've always known about Wolfsburg since they've been in the FIFA esports scene, they're one of the first German clubs, I think, actual football clubs in all time to enter FIFA esports through the likes when they had Tim Ox, Benedict Salzer, David By the way. They've always invested in the next generation also. And right now, I think you're seeing a great example of that.
Yeah, for sure. They reap the benefits of it. You just see youth come through like Fabio.
And I tell you what, there's a bit of a storyline to this game. Through the FIFA archives, these two played last year in the Virtual Bundesliga, round of 16, and Levi Finn won 5-1 against Fabio. 12 months on, we're looking at a bit of revenge potentially.
Yeah, and that's something that Fabio will be remembering. I'm taking that into account here as well as that red time finish. Neo Julie rising a little bit of luck. Diaby says, we'll put that one away. Give ourselves that fighting chance. 2-goal deficit. 45 minutes to go. And Nkunku working exceptional space down in the wing. The ball roll scoop. McGeady cancel to say, see you later. And then Goalkeeper just not managing to get something on that. A red time finish. Asiumet will be a little bit disappointed to see that one go through. But for Neo Julie, a lifeline.
Yeah, red time or not, I think he just needed a miracle of just to get things moving. Well. Half time. Levy Finn. If there's a time to show us that attacking flair and how creative he can be in the final third, this is that time. For a player who's had one hell of a season, no doubt his best ever. FIFA 23 season. As we said, behind him, he's the second highest ranked German player in Europe. Only came off the back of a top 8 finish in the recent FGS qualifier, roughly about 13 days ago, just under 2 weeks ago. Losing out to Anders Vergang. Back into this one now, second half. Loser of this is out the tournament. As we look across the board for some more results. Tell you what, Berkey Lion, 7-4 he leads in that game. There's plenty of goals in that one. HSV Daniel looks like he's knocking out Sakul with a 6-1 victory so far. Berkey plays 3-2 against Seratina. That's a bit of a end-to-end game of FIFA. Here's Musiala. Julie. Is he out the game or is he back in it? Game on!
Game on indeed. Neo Julie taking it all the way to the byline. Musiala drives, just keeps going, fakes the ball roll on the inside. Lovely tight dribbling. It just opens up, and Kunku moving into that space to find the angle. And it's time to see what Asiumet is made of. He was cruising throughout this game. He was looking confident. But now all of that advantage goes over to Neo Julie.
Musiala. Ooh. Time, Red, you're asking a lot there. Final 30 minutes. This is when. Hello. Has that found its way to the back of the net? No! Kevin Trapp becomes a hero. How is that not bounced its way through to a forward for an easy tap-in?
That Kevin Trapp actually doing something good for us today, Brandon?
Kevin Trapp being clutch, it looks like. I had to rub my eyes for a minute. That goes in. I think we'll be seeing Fabio in the top 16. Very well done there to get himself out of that high-pressured area. Mane. This is an important third of the game now. You've got a 2-goal cushion on your side. Don't necessarily need to score again, but is there a way that you can just look after possession, keep it ticking from side to side, frustrate your opponent, get them to bait out and maybe be slightly too aggressive and then find a gap in behind? Oh, if that went through from Griffo. Could have been all she wrote. Kunku, dispossessed, Bellingham. Flips possession. I know there is a major footballing event taking place as we speak right now. This is our last game of action here for day one. I can assure you pretty much every single one of those players in Cologne right now will be finding the closest sports bar or TV.
What event is that, Brandon? I must have missed it.
I think it's a big football match taking place. Like a really big European tournament, I think, or...
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I see. I was too involved in FIFA esports to know about that.
Yeah, it's a big one. Let us know in the chat who you're supporting on that. Ball's coming in from Fabio. In an unbelievable position here right now, Alex. What, 40 minutes away? He's got a 2-goal advantage. Just look after the ball. On the other hand, elimination FIFA. Julie is building into this tight. Needs another one for me, Hassi just to take the pressure off his shoulders. As we've all been there as FIFA players, casual all the way through to pro, no doubt, where you got a 3-goal advantage, you concede 2, suddenly you feel like the world's against you. And every bounce and every ball is falling your opponent's way.
And let's be real, me, yourself, everyone at home, in a champs game, just hit that next rank, you're sweating, you're feeling that pressure. Imagine being either one of these players.
Oh no, Musiala. Let's forget about that. Terrible pass.
Good bit of praise there, though, from Julie's coach. Say, keep your head up, keep going, keep pushing. There's still time. Draw something out of this game and take it into extra time. Ball. Bellingham. That is a Hassi Umit that is being very, very composed and showing the experience. A sombrero flick, Nkunku. I thought he was going to hit that, Brandon.
I mean, that would be one hell of a way to keep yourself in the tournament.
He overloads on. That's a vital interception there from the centre-back. Davies was caught. 2 men on his heels.
Well, Alex. It looks like it's full time. That is very dangerous for you, Hassi. All my days. Full time. Unfortunately, it's the end of the road for Neo's Julie. VFL Buku will not have 1, but 2 players eliminated at the end of this time. If we can, let's jump ships. As both players shake hands there, Hassi remains in the tournament for FC Augsburg. On the other side, is it game over? Is Fabio going into the round of 16? And Levy Finn going down into tomorrow's difficult game. You can just see how devastated Julie is right now after such a high in past years for clubs like Schalke, if I can speak. Fortunately, it's going to be grouped. It's another way you can really talk about it. It's facts are the facts.
It is indeed. Dynamite there. Heading over. Commiserations. And good sportsmanship from Dolomite. You know, he's always there for the rest of his fellow Germans to be there, pick them up as and when. And by the looks of it as well, Brandon, our Fabio Levy Finn game, all done and dusted because they're no longer on that stage.
Apparently, it is done. We'll try and give you an update on the website of that as soon as we can. But the more of the story is this. 32 players have come today. We split it across 2 rounds of 4 matches, or 2 settings of 4 matches. 10 players will be through. We're going to lose a handful of those players as well, and there'll be 12 players left for fighting for their qualification tomorrow. As soon as we can, we'll update the bracket. But I'll be honest, as far as Virtual Bundesligas go, Alex, I've not been, if we had a list of 5 players that we expected to qualify, not all of them have yet.
Yet, the key word being there for sure. They haven't as of yet. But I think when we're sat here at the day and we're looking at Group A and we're looking at Group B and we're saying, oh, this player, that player, they're going to be through into the knockouts comfortable. It just hasn't gone that way throughout the Virtual Bundesliga. And that is the beauty of FIFA esports, that these players have earned their right to be here at this event, and they're saying, we look at the likes of Fabio coming through, Berkay Lyon as well with a fantastic performance and just taking it to these top level players. Levy Finn, probably the favourite for Group B. He goes through to tomorrow 2-2, and he's got a match up against someone from Group A, which first game of the day, and you've got to perform, because if Levy Finn doesn't perform tomorrow, he's out of this tournament, which we never thought we'd be saying. All important though, he finds himself through to tomorrow for now, and obviously lots of FIFA still to be played before we obviously go ahead and crown our Virtual Bundesliga 23 champion, Brandon.
Yeah, as we said, that we normally conclude all the Swiss in one day, but here at the Virtual Bundesliga, they want to do things a little bit differently. So tomorrow, our first round before the round of 16 is our last Swiss round. You can pretty much call it Swiss round 5, elimination round, as we said, between 12 players. 6 go through, 6 go home to make our final 16. If we can get all the results up on the website, if possible, we'll give you the lowdown of all the full times here. As you know, we've got 2 games on the main stage. We have been keeping a close eye, and we can confirm that it was a full-time result in the end, 4-2. Fabio did beat Levy Finn. For Levy Finn, why do you think it's just not gone to plan? Is it using a different team? Is it come up against players who just want to beat you because you've had such a good season? There's naturally the extra 10% in you to go and beat him, but he hasn't had a plain sailing day at all. 1-2, lost 2.
What it is, Brandon, is he's conceded way too many goals. I don't care how good you are of an attacker. If you're conceding 4 to 5 goals, which he has done in some games across those 2 legs, you're making those games so difficult for yourself. He needs to tighten things up at the back, carry on doing what he does in that attack. But the issue that you can find yourself in when playing FIFA is that having a very good attack can mean to having a bit more of a leaky defense, because you commit more numbers forward. Your fullbacks get involved. Maybe your CM takes that little bit of an advanced run. So for Levy Finn, it's about how can I maintain scoring high amount of goals, and how can I stop the opponent from getting as many chances. And he'll spend tonight and tomorrow morning figuring that out and try and come back stronger tomorrow.
Well, the issue he's got is, I think I've just looked here, Alex, he's conceded roughly about 3 goals every 2 legs, which isn't really going to be beneficial for him at all. But as we said, overall, some big shocks. Some big players falling out of the tournament. I think Seratinho, Sakal out the tournament. But on the other side, Timox, I think he's been the unsung hero of today. Just gone about his business. We didn't see him once on stream. He beat the likes of Umit on the way through. And look, he's in the top 16 tomorrow. Timox, keep an eye out for him. He's a player to watch.
Yeah, player to watch, and it's going to be an interesting day tomorrow, because we have Timox, we also have Umit and Dull and Mike, and then if Levy Finn finds his way through as well, there's so much talent going into this last knockout stages that pretty much every game from that point onwards is just going to be a belting performance from all of those players, and I'm looking forward to seeing those matchups, Brandon.
Absolutely. Well, I think that gives us a great opportunity to call today's games to an end. What a day it's been here at the Virtual Bundesliga. Nearly live for 10 hours of FIFA gameplay. We have brought to you 32 of the best players from Germany. Myself, Richard Buckley, and Alex B. I mean, Al, we've watched a lot of FIFA today. A total of 8 rounds of Swiss format. And we've still got tomorrow, what? Elimination round of Swiss, round of 16, quarterfinal, semi-final. And we will be crowning a German champion tomorrow.
We will indeed. And that German champion, Dull and Mike, I said it at the start of the stream.
Could still be.
Can he go back to back? He's got many players in his way to do that. Umit, who's the world champion previous season as well. He'll be saying, I want to crown that VBL champion to myself again. He's won that before in the past as well. Runner-up last season against Dull and Mike. There's so many stories that we potentially will have. I'm really excited for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Tomorrow, as we said, playoff spots on the line, a trophy and 40,000 euros. You will not want to miss it. It'll be live a little bit earlier tomorrow, I believe, around about 11 a.m. UK time. You do not want to miss it here on EA Sports Twitch TV /EA Sports FIFA. Enjoy your evening, whatever you're up to. Thank you to everyone that has watched today from all of us here on the international broadcast. We'll see you tomorrow for more FIFA from the Virtual Bundesliga 2023 Grand Finals. Until tomorrow, it's good night from us, and we'll see you very soon. Bye-bye.